Hey, Josh. Hey, Kevin. When it says QATW partner, what does that mean? Because I've seen this before. I don't even know how to tell if something's a better Twitch TV emote anymore. Ooh, neat. Hey, retired Android. Anyway, it's Wednesday. We have made some pretty good progress on the enchanter on Monday, and we have some spells to code. We have some PRs to merge. We actually have a PR in Animal Royale to merge, and I should probably do that first because the title of the stream is Skeleseller, and I want to be done with the non-Skeleseller stuff first. And I don't think this is going to take that long to look at. Yeah, there's one PR, and I read through this already, and it looks good. I have not looked at the code yet, though. So I'm guessing this was all moved to a function, and now we call the function when you relocate. Interesting. It calls teleport. Oh, teleport is a Minecraft thing though. Okay. I think that'll work. Yeah, I think that'll work. The new sheep location is in the sky, so it falls down. Yeah, cool. Then I think we can merge this. Hey, Noisy Tofu. I know I only got to say hi last time, and then I was like, I'm leaving. I was already planning on leaving. I just felt bad because, I would have liked to hear how of the last, actually, how long has it been? Let me see. How have the last 4.5 years been? Did you see the 2 points in the PR comment? Any concern? Oh yeah, I had seen those, but now that I said that I'd already read them, I didn't re-look at them. Adding a cooldown, yeah, I don't think we need a cooldown, and I also don't think we need to replace a block. So whatever's currently happening is totally fine, as long as relocate is adding a new block, which I assume it is. Highest block type, set it to concrete. Yeah, yeah, yeah. That should be fine then. All right, so let's merge this and then rebuild. Done. Thanks for adding this. Oh, and then we also need to modify some documentation or something. They've been great. I found my Botland shirt the other day. Nice. Unfortunately, now the hip new thing to have is this. No, I'm not going to pressure you into getting any of this, but there are a bunch of Amazon links for Skeleseller shirts. I also have hoodies on there, which I bought one myself, and I like the hoodies. I think I sort of rebranded to wearing shirts like this, so having a hoodie on top of that I think is fine, but I don't really wear t-shirts anymore for stream. Got to my desk too late to camp first, but at least I was awake in time. Hey, Sinistella. Don't have access to the doc file. Maybe we could move it to a markdown file on GitHub. Yeah, that's a good idea. The problem is I'm putting in so little time to this stuff. Although I guess we could just copy the whole doc as markdown and just put it on GitHub. Anyway, for now, what I'll do is I'll just go modify this really fast. And oh, that's not it. I clicked the wrong link. Yeah, all commands. There is relocate. And we just need to make this the regular font color. I don't know how to even do that. Probably it's black. Yeah, okay. Because a dark reader, you always have to invert the colors in your mind. It looks like it's white, but it's not really white. All right, joining the game using TNT. Special abilities. There are only, well, I guess we'll just say teleportation and relocation. This is only, relocate is only usable in the lobby. If you don't like where you're positioned, you can use this command to choose a new random position. All right, TP -90. Top your TNT firing. This is on cooldown. I don't remember if it's on cooldown during the lobby time, but I guess it doesn't really matter. Hey, Dave. How goes it? All right, I'm good enough with that for right now. I'm not gonna change it anymore. Because like I said, I don't wanna I don't wanna spend a lot of time on that. Next up, we have a PR for Skeleseller. Just this one, I believe. And I briefly looked through the comments for this. Yeah, and I saw that Kevin either responded to everything or put a thumbs up for everything. So I think everything is now good. So all I need to do is review this, and hopefully this should go pretty fast. Went back to my first game, trying out some different approaches. You know, you're probably learning a ton. One of the things that I think is important to learn, and probably you're learning this naturally, is that with any sort of new game, and as a new coder or developer or anything, I think there's a tendency to keep like looping back to old stuff and fixing it or improving it. And I think there's a certain amount of that that's good to do. Like, let's say you've been working on a game for 3 years and you go back to the initial parts. Hey, Thels, thanks for the resub. 29 months old at least. That is a fact. If you go back to old parts from, let's say, 3 years ago and fix them up so that you can keep making progress, I think that can be okay. I think there's a tendency for some people to work for like, you do 1 month of work and then you go back to like the week number 1 code and fix that up. And then you go back to like the week number 3 code and fix that up. And you never really totally make progress beyond a certain point because you're stuck in this loop of like going back and just changing old code. I don't know if you're hitting this, and I don't know if this is even a risk for you, but I think the ways to sort of get past this is to tackle very small projects. So instead of tackling a game that's like, let's make the next Zelda, it's more like, let's make the next Tetris. Because at some point there's no more code to fix up with Tetris. You've just got the game, and that's it. You can't just keep tacking things on, I guess. So just something to keep in mind, because I do see this happening a lot, and like I said, it might not be happening to you, in which case don't worry about that. Thus could have bought that account to be younger. That's true. That's true. I don't want any proof. I'm doing that exactly. I'm stuck on this one game mechanic. Yeah, and so what could be interesting is maybe try isolating that mechanic. Well, I guess there are two ways you could be stuck on it. I guess there could be the code or there could be the game design of it. The game design of it, I'd say you sort of fix in a document. The code, obviously, you fix in your like text editor or something like that. But isolating that mechanic and then trying to see like in either one of these ways, how would I make this work? And if it's game design, scrapping it could be the way. It could be changing it completely. It could be adding just one new thing. It could be prototyping a bunch of stuff. But if it's code, then you might need to think like, okay, let's say we had 100 of whatever these things are. Would that change my mentality about this? Let's say that, it's 3 years in the future and there are 2 more developers on this project. Would that change my mentality about this? So a lot of this is figuring out what's sort of good enough for where you are. And by the way, as far as game design stuff goes, I mean, you see me doing this on stream. The very nature of revamping the enchanter is because the original design wasn't desirable anymore. And part of the issue with game design is that you don't make just, system A and system B and then you're done. It's like maybe you've got systems C and D as well, but there's some interplay between these such that if you change C to C prime, now A, B, and D might need to change a little bit. And as a concrete example for this, we made a bunch of decisions in Skeleseller. So when you hire an adventurer, you get 2 choices, and then that's it until you beat the boss. This is something that as of this morning, I was like, why do we do this anymore? The original reason was to make sure that those choices could let you beat the boss, because there was no way to gain any more power in the game. So if you're already at your most powerful and you just had bad choices, you might never be able to progress in the game. But now we have this concept of quests, which give you some power buffs forever. So now maybe we don't need to have just those 2 choices. Maybe we can give you 4 choices, and if you pick the wrong ones, then you just go do more quests. So it's those little things where there's all this interplay between them that you need to keep thinking about, and it's not always easy. Because like imagine if you didn't have, I don't know, walls wherever you live. Maybe you live in a place that is super cold or super hot or it rains a lot, and it'd be pretty uncomfortable, right? Maybe you just want privacy. But now let's say you move to a different place where you don't have like the weather concerns, or you move to a remote place where you don't have the privacy concerns. It's like, okay, maybe that's not a problem anymore. And maybe there are like animals of prey out there that now you need to consider. Pretty contrived example, but still, it's like you don't necessarily think about these things. Which variables did I change when it comes to game design, when it comes to anything in real life too? Hey, Pretzel. And yeah, it's Wednesday. Any new hero in Overwatch 2 who's from Glasgow? Not ironically says the best defense is good stabbing. Finally have a role model. Um, is Overwatch 2 doing well? It was on Steam, wasn't it? Yeah. And it had what I thought was one of the funniest reviews I've ever seen. Where is it? Oh man, I don't know. I can't find it. It was someone typing out like Overwatch very slowly and then they deleted it and typed overwhelmingly negative. I just thought it was very funny. I can't find it. Yeah, it's too bad. Oh, here it is. Yeah, this review. Oh my goodness. Been going downhill ever since they decided to remove PvE game mode that everyone paid for. It's a pre-release. It's not really ever been going well. Well, I will say this. I have respect for all the game developers who work on really any of these things. And typically, a lot of these decisions are made by sort of the business unit of a company trying to be like, let's drastically change things or let's get more money from people. And Blizzard recently had Warcraft 3 Reforged at like the lowest game of all time. And now they've just launched a set of, I think, patches, right? They said they were going to like change everything that people were bothered by. I don't think it's even on Steam for me to see the reviews. Why is Overwatch on Steam? Huh. I guess D4 is as well. Metacritic, has this gotten better? So the user score is 0.6. I don't know if there's a way to filter by the latest ones. There is. Recently added. 10, 0, 10, 8, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0. These are from like August though. It sounds like the new ones are actually getting better. So anyway, my whole point with that was I think there's some hope that it does get better. Hey, Dark. Also, an arm saying that my Marvel Rivals is copying them. Yeah, wasn't what was that other game by Sony, Concord? Wasn't that also kind of copying them? Is that the new base 10 review? Only 0 and 10? Yeah, but people have always been doing that sort of thing. You want your review to matter, and if you leave like a 4, it doesn't really matter. Okie dokie, let's take a look at this. This is good. This comes from the build and upgrade sign. I'm happy with that. Enabled. What is this function? Oh, I see. Yeah, yeah, yeah. That's fine. Okay, that looks good. Wait a second. Dismissible doesn't have an A in it? There's a whole page devoted to this. This is one of those like automatic things, I think, though. Huh, interesting. I am too. All right, totally fine. Missed that typo. Once the animation is done, we can add a new dialogue. We're dismissing the currently presented dialogue as opposed to replacing it with a new one. Reflect that by setting the property to null. Yeah, I'm glad this is in a different spot now. This looks good. Augment. Good. No, when the dialogue is dismissed, otherwise we may try to access it, money change, and cause an error because it's already been disposed. Okay. I think this is good. I've got to go test this stuff. Let's mouse over. Why do we do this? Only show label on hover. This must mean that we set this somewhere. Oh no, close the dialogue always. Okay, never mind. I see. So then why is this here? Value and not if spouse overhide. Interesting. Okay. Yeah, that works. Okay, cool. So there was one thing I had a potential question about here, and now I need to unravel where I was looking at it and find it again. It was whether or not we needed to do something or if there was a simpler way. Here. Yeah, what is this? Portal.cs. So we check this next instance ID. Don't we do this somewhere else too? We don't. No, here. You already unlocked every location. Good job. So then why do we also do it down here? Update dialog option enabled. Get dialog data. Okay, I see. Because this is separate from the updating of the option. Because we need to have shown the dialog first. This next ID, instance unlock dialog set option enabled. Yeah. Okay, I think it's fine. All right, so let's run this and let's just try it out. I don't think we have to do so from Godot because I don't think any new scenes have been added. It's all just modified scenes. And I was on this PR last night, so it should be okay. All right, so if I click this, I click this, I click this. Yeah, nice. This was not working yesterday, which is good to see. Should be able to change any of these things. Wait. What was that? Hold on a second. Yeah, hold on a second. Let me just watch the video. It looked like something went slightly wrong. Yes, that dialogue, that label got hidden. That shouldn't happen. Why did that happen? Ah, strange. Because that shouldn't be set to hide. Huh, interesting. Down to a single podium at the game starting? It was always down to a single one. It wasn't until you beat the dungeon that you would get 2 extra ones. But now you can just buy them. So, I mean, we can set the price to whatever we think it's good. Yeah. Okay, so how is that happening? Signpost has a show label on hover. Labels are always getting hidden when their dialogues show up. Oh, because their dialogues used to be directly above them. I see, though. It's only when their dialogue shows up. I don't think that's necessary anymore, though. Yeah. Interesting. Yeah, I don't think that's necessary anymore. However, I think that's pretty minor. So I'll just write that down in a separate thing. Pull this over here. Backlog. We always used to hide the label, a sign's label, when popping up its dialogue, because the dialogues used to be right above the sign itself. Now that they're in in a dedicated place on the screen, perhaps we should still show the label even with the dialogue open. For example, building the armor shop. If you open the dialogue, the signed label will go away. Yeah. Played it to completion 3 times. Wow. Well, I'm really, really looking forward to what you think about some of these new changes. Because, man, even just the work we... Whoops, this is the old enchanter. What am I thinking here? Well, anyway, even the work we've already done for the new enchanter, I think is already headed in the right direction. I'm very happy with where it's going. All right, so we got to go merge that. I don't know where I put the, here it is, the tab. Yeah, cool. This is looking good. So, Kevin, I am interested in finding out what you plan to do for the higher adventurer dialogue, because it's some like totally custom thing, and it's going to get even more complicated, I think, because we were going to make some changes to it. Is that here? Yeah, this. Yeah, I'm assuming we'll have like a just do whatever you want with this kind of dialogue that you can use, and a method to add custom content. Yeah, yeah. Because I was gonna say I think that should work totally fine, and then the caller can just set it up however they want, or pass in a scene or something like that. Because the way that the dialogue works right now, if I go and open this up, is we show the adventurer or adventurers in here. This was never intended to be a final dialogue, but the problem is you have to hover over this and it tells you a description that's it's more flavor than it is informative. So what I was thinking is there'd be a brand new dialogue and you'd be able to see, like, you click mage and it just shows you here are their abilities or something. And that way you need to, well, you have more information you could show here. Anyway, let's go merge this. Thanks for making the changes. Sorry that this hasn't been the most straightforward task. All right. Wait. Shouldn't I not be able to do this? Because I need to approve the changes? Yeah. I think it would have failed if I'd tried. I'm not going to resolve the comments. I don't care. Someone's probably going to look at this again after today. All right. So we have merged the PRs. So now test things out with NPCs. Just turn it on or off. Oh, yeah, this is, I don't think we need to do that. Make sure any calls to set dialogue, handle cases where the dialogue can't be shown. Yeah, this is something I need to do. Make sure the dialogue doesn't show on top of the in-game menu. That we can do really fast. We just open up any of these things and then, okay, so that is a problem. We need to fix that too. And then turn off the summon garbage slime text after merging PRs. I don't want that text covering items from the portal. Yeah, I'll make those changes later. Okay, I want to get back to the enchanter stuff. So let's go back to main, then check out my branch, then probably rebase it on main. What did we actually get? Portal, signpost, enchanter sign. Yeah, none of this stuff should have actually had any impact on my code. So we should be able to just merge it in. Pull, origin, main, rebase. Please work. Oh, thank goodness. Wonderful. All right, so now let's go look at where we left off. I think we just need to code the spells. And then I think it's a bunch of cleanup work. Is that true? No, there's also the tooltip. Yeah, this should be doable today. So here's what we did so far. We made it so you can, let me turn off sound effects. It'd be annoying. We made it so you can build the enchanter. You can get all the different crystals. The signs are wrong. It doesn't matter. So this is your mana. The tooltip is not filled in, which is why it says this has to change. This is your mana, and these represent spells that you've cast. So as soon as I click one of these, like a blue one will activate a blue crystal. If I click a blue one again, it activates another blue one, and I click a green one, it activates a green. And then these slowly bleed out, and the mana crystal slowly refills. So we have the spell casting system in place. We just don't have spells. Literally all the spell does is just make a crystal turn blue. There's no effect, and we need the effect. Although who knows, maybe people find that fun. Maybe we'll just keep that in the game. No spells. You just click a thing, And look at the pretty lights. All right, so the spells were these three. You either make customers move faster, you make workers move faster, or you get more items from battle. Then the tooltips, I guess the spells are going to need different tooltips. Also need to make it clear which spell is which. So write out the tooltip content in a plain text buffer first to see if it looks good. Okay, so how do we track these spells? How are we going to do this? We have a way of making customers move faster. I don't even remember what we called it. The shoes thing was for workers. And even that I don't see here. I think we called it worker speed. Yeah, so here's worker speed. We have a way of setting your speed bonus, which probably means we have a way of doing this for customers as well. Yeah, there it is. All right, so how does this work? Give percent speed bonus. Give within bounds, good level of ability. So we just need to merge this with if you have a currently active buff. Hey, Tyler. Now there is one problem here, which is that customers can move pretty fast already. So let's say you get this buff maxed out. It's 120% faster movement speed for customers. So now if I just add 1 million customers, you'll see how quickly they move. It's not super fast, but they look like they're sprinting. And now we need to add movement speed on top of this. It's gonna look like they're moving like this. Which to some extent I like. Because you're clicking this spell, but you can stack this spell 3 times. So I think we need to just be a little bit careful about this. Yeah. And I think the balance of the game needs to play into that. And we can't forget that you can cast the spell 3 times. So something needs to track which spells you have cast. I guess that's the enchanter den itself. Yeah, I think we're gonna tweak this a little bit. Tweak the normal movement speeds of everything. Customers should probably be upgraded only to like plus 80% maybe. I mentioned a trail of fire just as a joke, but I do think it'd be funny. But I also think it'd be a little distracting and possibly confusing of like, why is the fire not burning anybody? But yeah, as a polished feature later, I think having them go into warp speed somehow, particle system, effects similar to the star. They're just glowing all rainbow colors. It'd be very easy to code that with the modulate at least. Yeah, so we need to do this, the enchanter den itself, and then whenever you gain or lose the buff, we recompute the speed of the corresponding entities. All right, so enchanter has a, nope, not an enchanter. What is this? Type name enchanter conflicts in whole or in par with, oh, darn it. I forgot about that. I made an enchanter folder. Okay, well, whoops, we're gonna have to clean that up at some point. Rename either the enchanter NPC or the namespace so that there's no collision. All right, well, it wasn't this. It was this that I think we have a cast spell. We don't. We have a clicked spell book, which is casting a spell. So we call cast spell here. When you cast a spell, the town needs to know so it can update the speed of all the entities. And then when you gain this perk, we need to do the same thing, right? On ability level changed. Yeah, so this would just call into some like updated customer speed. Yeah. The speed bonus comes from the ability. Get level of ability. Get percent speed bonus. Okay. Yeah, I think this is doable. I think it's not too bad. Let me just think about this a step further. What should be responsible for this? Because we do this directly inside the ability, right? Yeah, we just get it right from the town. And we do technically have the town right here, don't we? Yes, we do. So we could do this. Yeah, sure. Yeah, let's do that then. So switch on the spell. So if it's a customer spell, we'll say cast customer spell. We need to know when this wears off though too. So I guess it's not cast customer spell. It's more like update customers, something like that. Oh no, but then every time you modify an ability, something needs to happen there too. Maybe we have this all run through the enchanter. That seems a little bit weird. All right, I just got to think about where this code's going to go, but the code itself shouldn't be too bad. So here's the thing. We gain or lose the buff, we recompute the speed. Whenever you gain the buff, lose the buff, or add a point to the perk, we recompute the speed of the corresponding entities. What should be responsible for this? And honestly, it could be like an entity speed system or entity speed controller or something like that, where anytime one of these things changes, this listens to the event and then just applies the speed to everybody. Yeah, I think something like that's probably fine. I just don't like the word controller in here, so now we have a different problem, which is what do we name this? Well, we have entity factory, entity positioner. Yeah, we could make like an entity. I think just calling it entity speed controller is probably fine. Just manager, manager, controller, manager, class orienter. I don't like the name of this. I don't like the name of it. I just don't like controller. How do you avoid the word controller? Entity speeder. The Kevin School of Naming. Dialogues? Oh, dialoguer. Speed controller, speeder. Yeah, I mean, it is literally controlling the speed. Where do people use this when it's bad? I guess like database controller or something like that. I'm gonna name it this until I come up with a better name. Embrace Java and use manager. I don't like manager any better than controller. Also, hey, live coding. Hey, Sir Puffin. Just call it gamepad instead. Call it remote control. Call it a paddle. Game source. I think we're gonna put this in town. Where is entity factory? That's a good question. Where is that? In the ECS. Okay. Yeah, I think this should go in the town. So the only problem with calling it system is that we use entity component system, and those systems have a slightly different connotation. Like they're concerned with certain entities getting components, and this wouldn't be done with a component. It'd just be done with a signal. So yeah, I think we're just gonna use my bad name here, entity speed controller. I don't like it. I don't want to spend a ton of time thinking of a better name. I don't think this should be static either. I think we should instantiate this. But why did I think that? Oh, because we're gonna have signals and stuff. Yeah. All right, cool. So we have the entity speed controller. Now we need to add this somewhere up here. Entity speed controller. And then in ready, and do we have an init? No, just in ready somewhere. We just modify this. It doesn't even rely on anything else, does it? What do we need to listen to? We need to listen for an ability changing. Which we might, let's just put this toward the end. I don't know. We'll figure it out. Equals new. This. Good. Go make that constructor with field with properties. I want it to be whatever the default constructor is. That doesn't really matter. Town. Yeah, that should work. Oh, except there's got to listen to things, so we can't do that. Okay. Okay, so to do listen to some signals here. All right, what is next? There's this thing. This is on ability level change. We don't call anything else, do we? Player ability change level. I guess we do call something else. Is that the only place this is called from? Interesting. Interesting. Why is this ever used here? Make sure all effects from player abilities are. Oh, interesting. That is a pretty good idea then, huh? Boss, chief, regulator, head honcho. The entity speed head honcho. I like it. Now we're thinking with portals. All right, this is good. So then we just need to do this for. Oh, wait, no. It's called from two different locations. Where else do we do this? Get the ability or default. This is just to cast it. So that we can. Yeah. I think this should be in one place. Or there should have been an event or something for this. And that way what we can do is anytime this changes, we apply the buffs as well. I guess just reapply player abilities would kind of be enough for this though. What's going to happen here? We're going to change it and then we're going to set the speed correctly. So we're actually going to set the speed multiple times. Not sure I like that either. Let me see. Alternatively, what we could do here is just call into something like entity speed should change. Yeah, that would work. Let me think about that. Town.entity speed controller dot update customers. That would work. Yeah, that would work. And then the only other place we do this is inside the enchanter and call the same thing. Okay, it's a little weird. Entity speed controller. So we rename this to be capitalized, except for we actually press enter. And then move this down to here. We have a private set. Make it public. Do that. All right, cool. So now we have an update customers thing in here. Why don't we add a speed boost component for the spell to the customer since it's something temporary? What's going to be responsible for removing it? The enchanter den would be. Oh, that's why. Oh, I guess we could still do this, but we would need to modify it. We only allow one type of component on each entity. So we'd have something like a speed boost component. And then we need to know the source of the speed boost because you're allowed up to 3 spell casts that'll apply this component, but we can't just put 3 components on without revamping the entity component system. I'm this way will work, by the way. Yeah. Anyway, let me work on this. Well, I think we'll figure out if this is good or bad pretty soon. So this is going to do what we used to have here. So speed, percent speed bonus. We need to know your abilities. Town.player abilities. That should be this. Get percent speed bonus comes from the town perk thing. Get percent. It's private. well, I mean, we don't technically need this here. We either get a reference to the ability, make this public, and call this function, which is probably a better way of doing it. So let's do that. What am I controlling? Controlling the N64 where the entity speed is set up. Yeah, I think this is the better way of doing it. Let's do it this way. That way, if this ever does change, we keep it encapsulated here. Although having the entity speed controller, I think, is also fine. All right, so town.player abilities.get ability. Where's this by ID? This is just what I want here. And then the ability ID is going to be the town perk customer speed. This might not exist. Yeah, it might not exist. How do we even... We need to cast it, right? Town perk customer speed. This is a little bit weird. Yeah, this is a little bit weird. Okay, so the speed bonus from that is there. We do need the abilities to come on. Okay, that's fine. Then we get this stuff. Go through each thing, set the speed percent. Now we need a bonus from the spells. So we need to get town.enchanter den dot get customer speed bonus from spells. Yeah. All right, so that'd be a speed bonus. We're gonna rename these things. And then we just set these things to speed percent plus speed bonus. And then do this at the end of this. All right, now what? Can't cast because I didn't do this. All right, dereference possibly null value. That'd be 0, I guess. Get the speed bonus from spells. All right. So what do we do here? We go through each. Oh, this is pretty good. Pretty close to what I want. So customer speed bonus is going to be the crystal.active spell equals the spell that affects customers. If so, it's going to be plus, I don't know, I'll just put 0.2 here for now. Otherwise, it's going to be 0. I'm going to come in and change these to constants. I just want to make sure I'm happy with this. All right. So then this should all work. Dereference a possibly null value. All right. Okay, so this is speed bonus from perk, and this is speed bonus from spells. Total speed bonus is just the combination of those. All right, so what calls update customers? Just this. But I also need to call this from here. Cast spell, customer spell. Where did I do this? Here it is. This would be town.entity speeds controller. All right, then for these, we'll just put haven't coded this spell yet. All right. Yeah. Okay. So the customer side of things should work. Let's try rerunning this. Every time we click the spell, customer should move 20% faster. But then nothing's going to update them back down to 0 when the spell ends. So I forgot to do that. Yeah. but let's go add 1,000,000 customers and then zoom out a lot. So we see them moving at that speed. Now I'm going to click the blue book once. They moved a little faster even, and a little faster. So it is working. We can increase their speed. With the town hall, we should be able to further increase their speed. Where is it? Here. So they move faster, faster, and faster. Yeah. So they should be moving at 180% speed right now. I should have just printed this out, and I didn't do that. Customers are moving at speed bonus at a, I'll just say total speed bonus P0. Now we need this thing to end. So we have it when you cast a spell. We need to know when the spell runs out. That's something that the spell crystal should probably have an event for. Like spell ran out. Where do we do that? On timer timeout, set the spell to none. Yeah. So let's go make an event there. Public action on spell expired. And we probably need to pass in the spell ID. Either that or the crystal itself. So now let's invoke this from here. Good. Field should be private. Just haven't listened for it yet. So now when we set up spell crystals, which we never do, hide all the crystals then for each. Yeah. So on spell expired, we need to potentially uncast the spell. That's where this is going to get called. This is just anytime you have, so private void spell just cast or expired. Spell ID, spell ID. We put this in here. Get rid of this. Call this from here. Good, good, good. And then do that when it expires as well. All right. That should work. Yeah, let's try that out. So what we're going to do to test this is we're going to make the enchanter. We're going to cast the speed spell a few times with a little bit of spacing. And then we're going to see that they get removed after 30 seconds. So let's add 1,000,000 customers. Make this super obvious. There. Now we add in the crystals. Okay, so if I just zoom out over here, I'm going to click it once. I'm going to wait. I'm going to click it again. I'm going to wait. And I'm going to click it again. Okay, so now we wait for these things to drain out. There, they're close enough. So we should see them all move a little bit slower pretty soon. I do not see it happening yet. Oh, I think it happened. Yes, it's definitely happening. And then once more, I think. Okay, maybe that's the slowest. Let's read the, yeah, here it is. 20%, 40%, 60%, and then back down to 40%, 20%. Why did this one print twice, though? Customers are moving at a 60% speed bonus. It should have printed out at 0%. And it didn't, which means that we haven't actually updated. Oh, I think I know why. Because of this. There's still an active spell on this thing. Yeah, we need to do it this way, but then we need to capture what the active spell was. So spell ID, old spell, and pass this in as old spell. That should fix this. Yeah. And then we just need to do the same thing for workers and for items. All the items thing is going to be in a different place altogether. I should have this thing auto build. This is getting annoying to do. All right, so I'm just going to click this pretty fast. Actually, let's just do it in 8x speed. 1, 2, 3. And now we look at this. It says 20, 40, 60. We should see 40, 20, 0. Perfect. That is great. So now customers are moving at their regular speed again. All right, so if we were to just look at this, are we happy with the code or not happy with the code? So this updates customers in here. We actually have this still defined in the ability itself. Yeah. I think the only thing I don't like is that we're just calling into the town directly. But the way we would do this otherwise is to have listeners on a specific ability type. And I just don't think I want to do that. Yeah. Why is it still complaining about this? A field should not follow a property. Where do we typically put actions? Yeah, I guess so. Okay, where was that? Spell crystal, I think. It shouldn't be complaining about it being public. I think I just need to reload this or rebuild or something. Yeah, as long as we don't see a yellow squiggly on that now. Drat. Public should come before private. Is that the problem? And now we just need a space here. Why is this happening? Man, it definitely shouldn't be talking about this thing being public. I don't know if it went away. It's not. I don't know. I don't care about this. I just don't care. Something is listening to this, right? Yeah. So it needs to be public. Reload this one more time. I'm missing something obvious. Yeah, I don't know what it is. Oh, maybe. Hang on a second. No, I did this always this. Oh, event. Oh my God, event. I forgot the event. Hey, who cares? Yeah, whoops. And this is why I never typed that line by hand. And I happened to this time. Yeah, event action. Okay, so let's go fix up some of what we did. I think just checking in the customer spell is a good idea. Fix all of these. So we had an 0.2F right here. Where do we save customer speed in the town perk? Is that directly in town perks? It is. No, these are costs. No, where do we save that then? Perk speed. Get within bounds. Cumulative percent bonus. Okay, it's stored right in the ability. Oh man. All right. Well, I want it to be noticeable when you use this spell. So right now we allow you to get to 120% movement bonus. And I don't think 120% looks bad or weird or anything. You can see what that looks like. I do think it looks a little bit like they're sprinting. So grant a bunch of customers, build the town hall, make them go their fastest. So this is what customers look like at their fastest base movement speed, 120%. And it is quite fast. So I think we're going to lower this by like 40 or 50%, and then allow that extra 40 or 50% to come back in through the movement speed buffs. So here's what I think we're going to do. We're going to change these to, this is 0.3 up to 0.7 up to 1.2. So it's plus 0.3, plus 0.4, plus 0.5. I think we'll do plus 0.2, plus 0.25, plus 0.3. Yeah. Dialogue error in the console. Uh-oh. Dismiss dialogue and signpost. We're trying to show this. Oh, I think I know why that's happening. Because in dismissed, we could have already freed the dialogue, right? And then we're doing this label.show here. Where do we free this? Oh, it's not here. It's the dialogue box. Yeah. Hey, Goose. Something's doing that. Yeah, new dialogue.q free. That's a signpost label. It is a signpost label. I can see how that happened. Maybe I can just run this again. Because I don't think I did anything special. So it should happen again right here. I grant most things. I clicked this. I built it. And it breaks. So that's all you need to do. Just build the town hall. Yeah, the signpost itself got freed. I'll write this down. Bug, build the town hall, and you'll see this exception. Copy, paste, and yoink. Okay, back to this though. So now the spells that you apply, I don't know where I want to put that. Maybe here. Public const float customer speed bonus per spell. So this would be 0.3, so it'd be 0.9 maximum plus 0.75, so 1.65. So they'd be zipping around the town. Hey, Laird. Let's try that out. That's not what I want. Where's the one I want? This one. Game constants dot that. What we could do here is just keep track of it this way. Num speed spells equals crystals. Oh, wait. Whoa. What? Crystals? These are spell crystals now, right? Yeah. Should be renamed to spell crystals. Oh, which means this is... oh, nice. Okay. I thought there were two different things there. This can now just be called spell crystal. Silly me. You need the mana crystal showing at all times. And that's why naming your variables right is a good idea. All right, so num spells is going to be equal to spell crystals dot aggregate. Oh, you can just do dot count? Oh. Does that work? Not contain a definition for count. Now it does. So num speed spell. So the speed bonus is just going to be the number of speed spells times the bonus per spell. And this looks a lot cleaner. Look at that. Yeah. I think we have a small memory leak. For the game to have a memory leak when we just keep it running, it either means it's in the battles or it's in the selling stuff thing. So yeah, it's definitely worth investigating. I do wonder where it is. All right, so now we don't use a hard-coded constant here. Isn't this going to complain about being in the wrong spot? Cool. All right, I hope we're good now. We don't actually listen to some signals, so we could change this to the primary constructor. So now we can delete this, change that. What is this? Remove underscores from parameter name? Are you kidding me? It's so stupid. Wait, what? How do you... I don't want this to be that way. Or could I do it like this? Town equals town? I thought this violated the primary constructor bit of this. So are we going to store town twice now? I don't know. I want to think about it in a second. This now no longer exists. It's just customer speed bonus from spells. Goes up by 60 megabytes every 3 minutes. If you just let it run at 1x speed, does it ever drop down again? Or just pause the game or something? Because it could be that for whatever reason, the garbage collector just isn't running. And that wouldn't be our problem, I guess. I don't know how you do this. Yeah. C# primary constructor read only. Is it possible? And scope throughout the class definition. Oh, no, that doesn't work how I thought it did then. Oh, so then we should be fine. No, I think we're good. I think this is a stale problem, but I thought this was automatically storing it inside of this. And I don't think that's what's happening anymore. It might still highlight it. In which case, I don't know what I'm talking about. No, it looks like it's fixed. Right, so if I just do town dot enchanter, then it should say this isn't in scope. Yeah. Okay, anything else? So let's look through this. Oh yeah, we never tested this to see how fast it looks. It's gonna look very fast. But I also don't know what people are gonna want to do in practice here to the point where maybe people never use this spell 3 times. I don't know. That is just a balance issue. All right, let's add our typical million customers. All right, so now they should be flooding in from the side over here. So there are our customers. Now we're going to click the speed spell once, twice, 3 times. So that's them moving at plus 90%. Now I'm going to build a town hall, and we're going to give them another plus 75%. So this would be the fastest they could move. I just worry that 30% isn't big enough for you to want to use that spell. You'd be like, they moved a little bit faster. I think we really need to crank that speed up. Because now the spells have worn off, I think. Right? Now they've definitely worn off. Yeah, I think this should be the highest base speed they have. And I think we need to go change this so that they just get a little bit crazier. Speed bonus. So this would let them move at 225% speed. I mean, it's a spell. Just turn their sprite into Sonic the Hedgehog and call it a day, right? Yeah. So let's see what that looks like. Let's also, instead of me having to do this every single time, where do we make customers? Can create customers. Customer count is less than the max. Max is just going to be set to 50 or 100 or something like that. Or 150, sure, whatever. I just want there to be a lot of customers. Yeah, the UIDs thing is either I need to open up every single scene and then commit that change, or we need to wait for the next Godot version where there are .uid files everywhere. All right, so we're gonna have like 1 billion customers in here, by which I mean exactly 150. So that should be 150 probably. And then we're gonna go cast some speed spells. So now just clicking the speed spell once is plus 50%, which should be noticeable. So I'm gonna click it. Yes, definitely noticeable. I'm gonna click it again. I'm gonna click it again. So now they're really booking it. And that's before we even have the town hall. So now we had an extra 75%. And then this is as fast as customers will get. I like this. I think this is the right amount of zaniness, given that you cast spells to make them move faster and that you have limited resource behind casting those spells. So as soon as this runs out, which I'm going to speed this up a tiny bit. Yeah, so now it's going to run out pretty soon, and we'll see them move at their normal base speed. They're slowing down once, they slow down a second time, and they should slow down another time. No, I guess that's their normal move speed now. Well, that looks a little faster than I want it to be. I broke something. Hey, go Deke. Thanks for the resub. Happy 4 years. When it comes to default constructors, I find it best to avoid direct references to the defaults. Public class test. Yeah. Yeah, I think is what we switched to. We're now capturing the town and then not using the non-underscored town. Yeah, I think this should be good. Well, like I said, thanks for the resub. And hey, Granny Sith. Well, I guess the only thing I needed to do is still print out the speed bonus because it's hard to tell just by glancing at it. Total speed bonus. I know the max number for this is 225%. I just don't know if we got back down to 75%. Oh, also new customers need this applied. Oh, that's going to be a problem, won't it? Which means these are all going to move fast and then new customers won't. Yeah, that's a good thing I tested that. Now this will set them all to the right amount. And now we just speed this up and look at the console. Speed bonus is 225%, should drop to 175, then 125, then 75. Yeah, nice. Okay, cool. So we just have one more problem. Hit that the default parameters are available in methods. Yeah. Although it didn't look like it was here. When I tried doing town.enchanter den. Oh, no, it is. Okay. Okay, so that's the last problem we got to fix. Then we got to code the other two spells. New customers don't have this speed set correctly. I could have sworn. Oh, I know what we're doing. Oh, man. Yeah, I know what we're doing. Reapply player abilities. Anywhere this is called, which now it's not even, I gotta reload the bit. Anywhere this is called, we need to also update the speed of entities. Wait a second, but shouldn't that work on ability level change? Just a call into the town speed thing. On ability level change will update customers. Why didn't that work then? Yeah. Create customer. Calls Q reapply. Q reapply is here. This goes into this. This calls this. This calls into this one, which calls update customers, which gets the speed. Something's amiss. And I think it has to do with how we create too many customers in one go. Oh, I know. Because you don't have this ability. That's why. Ah. Hmm. Yeah, we could give you the ability and have it be level 0 and then everything would work. Problem is that we go through the ability to set this value. but you don't have the ability. So solution number 1 would be give you the ability at level 0. Solution number 2 would be always call into entity speed controller. That's pretty much it. Well, I guess this is solution number 2 is the only solution, and it's just a question of how do we call into it, either by giving you the ability at level 0 or explicitly call into that, or add a signal like created customer. Do we have a signal for creating a customer? No, although we could just make one. However, I think it's best to just do this. Entity speed controller dot update customers. This may seem redundant, but you may not have unlocked the perk to increase customer speed, in which case this would never have been called. Is this stupid? I think it could be slightly better. I think what we could do is know when you created a particular entity that this thing cares about, and then update the speed correctly. But I don't see a big need to do that. So I think we're in good shape now. Let's try this out. Should be that if we build this thing fast enough and then increase the customer speed, that even new customers will be affected by it. So let's just click that once. So now all customers you see coming out of here should be moving at the same speed. Some of them might pause, but that's okay. And yeah, they're all moving at the same speed. Hey, Karada, it's been good so far. I feel like my sleep hasn't been the best lately. I think it's been affecting how well I think about things. The Monday just seemed especially bad toward the end of the day. Okay, so this spell is almost run out. I don't know if it needs to drain all the way to the bottom of the platform or to the bottom of the crystal, but these should all move slower. I think they are. Yeah. How long do you usually sleep for? Probably like 7 to 8 hours. And I feel like I've been hitting that amount of time. I'm waking up a lot, I think. Man, it would be kind of cool if this was just the end game. You had this many customers. See what that would look like with item sales. They all want blue potions though. We can't get them that many blue potions, can we? There. That's as many blue potions as I can muster. Except for not really. I could just send more characters into the wait, that's the dungeon. Into the forest. They're eventually going to want different stuff though. And now we just need more workers. And then to speed this up. And the blue potions should start to go away. And it does look a little jittery there. I think that's a problem with the customer state machines. Huh. Has it been considered that the battle menu would have pictures of the items that you get in that exact battle? I'm not sure which thing you're talking about, but one is that you can have it show the loot you got in a battle. So here you can see it showing the 3 potions. And here it's showing the 1 potion I got. And then the other is in this showing which items you'll get from each location. That's also going to be done. So in both cases, you'll have a way of knowing that. Yeah. And start battle. Yep. That'll be happening. Why are these moving that way? It looks like they're transitioning states. I can't spot it anymore. It looks like they hesitate for like one frame. Hmm. Maybe it's only customers who want a specific item that you then get. I don't know. Hey, Linux developer. Adam does Advent Live. Yeah, I'll probably try Advent of Code one of these years, just like how I'll probably do NaNoWriMo one of these years. But I just keep thinking, next year is the year to do it. I want to work on Skelesalia this year. All right, now we're actually reviewing this. Maybe we should write a comment here just that since this is the result of manually using a spell, it should feel significant. Yeah. At least try day 1 and 2. No, I'm not going to deviate from Skelesalia right now. I don't think it's a good idea. All right, this is looking good. This is good. I'm glad we simplified that function. This, yeah, that works. Okay, cool. I haven't coded this yet. That's totally fine. This definitely should not be checked in. That's good. That's fine. So this function, I want to see if I can simplify a little bit, but everything else looks pretty good. It doesn't even look that bad in context. We get your speed ability so that we can get the bonus from the perk, bonus from spells, add the two together, go through every customer. I don't know if this makes things any better. No, I don't think so. And then update the percent speed bonus. Wait a second, isn't there a problem with this? Does everyone have a nav speed component? Where does that get added? It better be in the entities themselves. Yes, thank goodness. Okay, yeah. All right, cool. Yeah, looks good. Let's check this in. Add customer speed spell. I also rebalanced the benefits from the town hall perk. Now customers move 20%, 45%, 75% faster through the town hall. Then the customer speed spell will add 50% more per application, up to 150%. Yeah. This is VS Code, yeah. It might look different because of the theme. It might look different because of the diff viewer that I have here, and it might look different because I have this on the right side and on the left side. Whereas user registration to contribute content. Normally I use AWS Cognito for my auth stuff, but in this project I decided to try ASP.NET identity server to not rely on an external service. Ended up being a grog to get the UI to match the rest of the app. Wait, why is there a UI concern with this? Is it because identity server serves its own page? Because you should be able to theme that, I think. Yeah, the layout too. Yeah, but that stuff should look like if this bar is in a different spot on your screen, it should still look the same. And actually even this too, I guess. Like I just moved this from the left side to the right side. But yeah, normally I'm looking at a view like this. Just code. It looks practically the same as really kind of almost any other editor. You can theme it, but it's a slog if you want to do it all. But it's just the login stuff, right? Shouldn't there be some like overarching styles you apply and they like now all your buttons look different? And because I think I would still just use the ASP.NET stuff. If you didn't want to rely on AWS, then I would still probably not rely on AWS. Was there another programmer? Yeah, check out their credits. As far as pay goes, it's all like based on the revenue of the game, and the game is at 0 revenue so far. So They use Bootstrap and I'm using Tailwind, so that's a big difference. Yeah, I see what you're saying. To get it to match everything else is copying over like all of your styles and um I will say this too. Another consideration is if a login or like a forgot password page doesn't exactly match the theme of the rest of the app, I'm not usually too concerned about it. Because every once in a while I can think of sites that, excuse me, don't have a match there. But generally they're not like the big companies. I think the bigger companies will try to make them match. But yeah, I guess it's up to you. I think this is one of those cases where it's like there's definitely a trade-off here. It's time spent styling versus like a third party server involved, I guess. It's kind of weird to say third party because you're probably not going to control the servers eventually anyway. But this is a cost you probably only have to pay once. I recognize that you might upgrade or update your buttons or something. Also, maybe there's like ASP.NET identity with Tailwind. Is this the thing? I prefer Tailwind. Welcome minimal identity UI. And maybe this is an option, something like this. I don't know. I like that. Yeah, I only just briefly looked into that, so I don't know how usable it would be for you. But this is why I think it's good to sort of list your trade-offs and then see what actually matters to you. Because I, I don't know, like I don't want to run a particular service or I have some like moral problem with it or something. I don't think those should be overridden by oh, this is going to take a little bit longer to do. Granted, I recognize it's all a very complex equation, but yeah, hopefully you can find a way to just make Tailwind work. And then that's kind of the best of both worlds, right? Okay, so this is done. I'm going to take a quick break and then we're going to work on the next spell. Sounds finished. Workers, I mean, should be pretty easy because we just did the customer one, but the item one will be a little bit harder. But yeah, I'll take a quick break. Trying to see the MVP and get it by end of year. Yeah, the other thing is if you're trying to get it out by end of year, I would just say keep the default styling. Just tell people like, yeah, I know this page needs to be revamped, but the MVP does not involve styling the auth page probably. Anyway, I'll be back. Is it jump time? Is it jump time? It's jump time. Actually, you know what? It's standing time. Close the game. Nope, something's falling off my desk. uh, Also, I know the green screen isn't going high enough now. Lower this a little bit. There. Now we just zoom in a tiny bit. And you'd never know there was a green screen behind me. Certainly not from the lighting messing up. Okay, spell number 2. Let's make workers move faster. What is this? Looks like current branch may have been rebased. Oh yeah, I forgot to force push. It push force. Please don't cause any problems now. Enchanter Den, let's go get this stuff working. So here, this is going to be update. It's actually not just workers, I guess. I didn't think about this. But yeah, I think it should be workers and adventurers. And I think it'd be kind of sucky if it were just workers. So yeah, update workers and adventurers. Yeah, go code that. It's probably going to look pretty similar to this. So this is going to be town perk. No, it's not a town perk. Oh, yes, it is. Oh, it's not called town perk. It's called like player ability swift shoes or something. Worker speed. Yeah, so speed ability. Player ability. Worker speed. Speed bonus from perk. Yep, looks good. Assuming that exists. It does, and it's public. Why? Why? Yeah, why? It's only now used by this. I think I just forgot to ever change it. Oh well. This ability doesn't exist. Player workers. Oh, it's player worker speed ability, not player ability worker speed. Got it. This stuff is probably fine. The enchanter den now needs worker speed bonus from spells. And then this changes to worker and adventurer, right? Yeah, to the point where these two functions can be consolidated. But we'll worry about consolidating them in a bit. Let's finish with this stuff. This takes workers, adventurers, calls the same general functions, looks totally fine. We do not have this, so let's go generate that. This is going to look very similar to the customer speed one. Public float get, and now put this here. Spell ID dot worker done. Now this is going to be worker speed bonus per spell, which to be honest is probably just going to be the same as the customer speed bonus. Yeah, might want to change that a tiny bit. But that's looking good. And now the only other things we need to do are to change this to look like the town perk thing that we had. Yeah, update workers and adventurers. Done, and then call that whenever we add an adventurer or worker. The other thing we could do here is just put this call over here. Yeah. It's technically redundant. Well, it's not. Well, it is. It's a little bit redundant. And also, it's going to update things that don't need to be updated. But it would make this a lot clearer. So I guess we get rid of this now. And that way, all right. I think that's it. I think we're pretty much done. We just need to refactor this thing. So let's go refactor it. Any other things that need work done? Yeah, that's fine. Okay, so private void update entities, update speed of entities. We need to take in a bunch of stuff. We need it. Oh, actually, how will that work? We happen to have a get percent speed bonus, but there's no generic way of getting that. So I guess let's take in the speed bonus from the perk, speed bonus from perk, and speed bonus from spells. And then what is this? Hash set of entity types. Yeah, I want that. So we copy paste this down here. We take in the, well, I should call this entity types. And everything should be good there, right? Yeah, nice, not bad. Now we call this function. And we call it from here too. Good. Let's try running it. Let's see. Hey, Joker Dan. How you doing? All right, so we're going to do the same thing we did before, make 1,000,000 workers. And then we're going to, did that already? No, okay. Then we're going to add some of these things. Now the worker spell is the green one. So as soon as I click this, all the workers should speed up by 50%. Yeah, then again, then again. Is that too fast? Because I think it gets even faster than that. Where is the other one? Cloning. Here it is. 20% per level. All right, so that's what the speed would be. I feel like that's very fast. This is not even sped up in the engine. This is 8x speed. Oh, man. Took redundancy at the start of this month, so I've been busy sorting some things out. First time in 10 plus years I've not worked. Feels weird. Got some time to build some things of my own and relax a little bit. I hope it's refreshing. I know it's probably a little bit spooky because of how different this is for you, but not having to work and presumably having a little bit of a cushion from the, I'm assuming they gave you a severance package or something. Yeah, I hope you end up landing on your feet and that things are even better than they were before. Seems too fast because there are so many. Yeah, so you would prefer that we look at this with the right amount? Let's get this. Okay, so here's their base movement speed when you fully upgraded them, which we might want to tone down a bit because already I think they're just darting all over the place, such that would you ever really want to even use this spell? But now once you use the spell, yeah, I think we just need to tone down their base movement speed. Right now it's weird. Got about 6 months. Realistically, I have over a year of runway, so we'll see. Yeah. Yeah, I think, I hope this doesn't add pressure or something, but I think almost one of the worst things you could do is have all this time, feel stressed the whole time, and then get another job and then continue to be stressed in a different way. I know it's hard to just shut off and be like, all right, I'm going to enjoy this. But yeah. Anyway, I hope it gets better. And I think after a couple of weeks, you'll be like, whoa, I don't have to wake up for work anymore. This is amazing. Gonna play some stuff. Yeah, yeah. Well, you did mention gonna take some time to build things of my own. I mean, that's something to do. I really wonder how players are gonna use these spells. And I love the idea. And now that I'm seeing it take shape, I still love the idea. But yeah, will people use like one of each? Will they always use one of them, but only one at a time? I don't know. Oh, plan some stuff. Oh, okay. I was gonna say you should also play some stuff. PoE 2 just came out. Well, at least early access. You could sink a bunch of time into that. When I collect metrics or stats, it it's just a feature that requires some prioritization. It's not very hard to do. I think the most complicated bit about it is going to be figuring out how to get consent correctly. Yeah. But I don't know when I'm going to do that. I do think it would help. And then players, of course, could kind of fudge the data if they ever wanted to. But even that, it's like, do I really care? We should be able to get an idea of who's a real player. Yeah, so this works, and the only problem is how fast everything's moving. This is tough. This is really tough because at the beginning of the game, here's how fast they're moving, and I already feel like it's pretty fast. But this is what's allowing your stuff to get stocked at any reasonable pace. I think we need to slow down that speed a little bit. Where do we have that speed? We randomize it? No, that's customers. What am I looking at? Speed, 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 speed. Where's the speed? Oh, if you don't specify one, it sets it to 100 by default. Yeah, I think 100 is too fast. Let's try 80. What do customers start at? Customers start at like 40 to 45. Yeah, so your characters will move at about double that speed. I think that's a good starting speed. Do we have anything here about speed? No, only this stuff. All right, well, whatever. I'll put it here. Public const int default worker and adventurer speed equals 80 pixels per second. Actually, you know what we could do is we could just modify this right here and set the default to this. I don't think it's a good idea. I want to see where we construct this because, oh man, come on. There's no way to see just the constructions. Well, there are only so many of these. There's one. There's two. That's specified. Worker. Yeah, so let's just delete the default. Who cares about this? You just have to specify it now, and there's no default speed. So if it's null, which it can't be now. Oh, I see. It might not have even had a component on it. Okay, fine. I changed my mind. Game constants dot that. All right. What ECS am I using? Just a custom one. What is navigational legal stuff when it comes to data collection in games? Do you have to get lawyers or something to check over stuff? The way any of this works anywhere is if you know all of the laws that you have to abide by and can abide by them, then you don't need a lawyer. Because that's all a lawyer does for you, right? Is they tell you, here are the laws, here's what you should do, here's what's probably going to protect you best. But I think for cases like this, I think it's very reasonable to just have like a do you consent to anonymous data collection, something like that. And there's just a checkbox there. And I think most players wouldn't complain. Also, you would have seen me code this on stream and you would have been like, oh, I see what he's collecting. It's just like, how many buildings did you build? And I don't plan on using this data nefariously. And granted, everyone who does use it nefariously would say that. But yeah, I don't think there'd be any problem. Because the other thing too is what would be the damage of me collecting this data and not even having consent? Pretty much nothing, right? Like I said, the kind of stuff we're talking about is like, which adventurers did you pick? The problem would happen is if I somehow pulled in like an entire folder from your file system and then I was, taking your data that wasn't from the game. But that I think that there'd be almost no risk of that because I'd just be uploading stats right from the in-memory stuff in the game. Store player IDs should be pretty safe. Yeah, yeah. I think it all depends on what you're doing, what you're collecting, and how many people you're collecting for too. I mean, let's say you were collecting something like the username and email address of everybody and their, I don't know, their age and their height. It's like if you had 30 people playing your game, they just might not care about that stuff anyway. I'm not saying violate people's consent or anything. I definitely think we will add a checkbox to the game saying, can we collect some really basic usage details? But I think there's this, well, I don't know about, what's the word I'm looking for? Um, Assumption. Yeah, I think there's this assumption that like if you break the law, you will be caught, or if you break the law, people are going to get mad about it or something. We see time and time again big companies doing just weird things and then they get a slap on the wrist. We see very small like indie sellers of things not paying taxes the way they should. Like stuff just happens and then it's up to some legal entity to try to enforce it. Damage can be quite big if anyone finds out and decides to sue because they notice it's a free win because you don't have a proper legal agreement. I don't think the damage could be quite big. Again, I think you need to, like, imagine if I defame you somehow. If I say, like, hey, that person's an idiot, like, you might say that's libel, but it's, unless you can prove that it actually damaged your reputation, you don't really have a case. And in this case, too, it's like, if I were to save whatever, how many buildings you built in the game, it's like, no one's going to be able to prove damages with that. Like I said, I'm not planning on doing anything nefarious. I'm not planning on doing anything below the belt here. It's all just I'm gonna probably have a consent checkbox. If you check it, we send data, and the data is gonna be some basic stuff. But like I said, if you didn't do that, I don't think it'd be like a slam dunk case. Plus, even if you sue them, probably they're behind an LLC. Probably they haven't made any money. Like, what are you gonna get out of it? Why are you asking for my foot size? It's how many buildings you built. It's related. Okay, so worker stuff was done. We just changed the default speed. So now it's, oh, that's not needed. Now it's 80 instead of 100. But what we didn't change is the percentages of the perk that you get, which is player worker speed ability. It just gives you 20% per level. So it used to be that it was 100, 120, 140, 160, 180, I guess 200. Is that even 2, 3, 4, 5? Yeah. Now it's going to be 80 and 20% is plus 16. So 96 and then 112 and then 128 and then 156, 46. What am I doing? Yeah. And then what? 172, 162. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah. So it is. I messed something up. It doesn't matter. Yeah. So now you're moving 38 pixels per second slower, but then we can buff that by an extra 150%. All right, let's try it at least. See what happens. It's always 20% of the base, yeah. Are they moving slower? I don't actually know. Yeah, selling to third parties, it's like then money gets involved. And also, I mean, GDPR said, what is it? Like the minimum or the maximum of 4% of global turnover or something like that, or some other constant fine, I don't know, something like that. And I think generally there have been some companies that have paid fines as a result of this. And I don't know if they followed that exact formula or if they had to prove that or something. In the US, a lot of times I feel like some giant telecom company does something and they're like, oh, well, you only have to pay $1 million, but you made 10 million off of the data you sold or something. So yeah. Anyway, like I said, I think this is the kind of thing I'm not concerned about. I I've always put time into this stuff and I've always tried to make sure things are good. Legally, there's a ton of stuff that can go wrong. Yeah, Lond, I think it's just a difference of opinion here. And I know that probably sounds very dismissive, but I do have some experience in this. I have hired lawyers before. I've talked to them about these things. I've done research on constructing EULAs and privacy policies. And the stuff I've found is just, it doesn't correlate with this sort of, I guess, idealistic worldview that every law will get enforced or that every law matters. I just can't possibly see a case like imagine just sort of the general situation here. You have like an indie developer, they're making $0 and they took in data without asking for consent, and that data was like game stats. So how many wins do you have? How many losses? There's no PII in there. Um, do you ever see a case like this paying out like $1 million? And if you did, do you see them piercing through the corporate veil of an LLC to do that? Like probably $0 would be paid out. The company would fold. It's just, yeah, it's just, it doesn't pan out the way I think people think, or at least not sort of in the situation I just described. This is still broken from earlier, by the way. Yeah, now it's showing. Update workers and adventures. Looks good. Looks good. Looks good and looks good. So this needs to affect new workers too. I just got to make sure that that's happening. But everything else here I think is looking good. Yeah, let's try it out. What if you violate GDPR and live in Europe? I mean, again, like think of what business structure you might have here. GDPR can't come after your personal assets if you set up an LLC. Like they're not going to make someone go bankrupt. They'll make a company go bankrupt potentially. But again, like think of what the repercussions are for this stuff. Also, think of what the chance of detection for any of this even is. I mean, suppose you did violate this. How would anyone even realize you're doing anything bad with the data? They could only see that it's leaving their machine and that they gave consent for it. That'd be it. They won't know if you're selling it to somebody else. There need to be some like proof of correlation there. Hey, I gave this data, it was fake data, now it got correlated to something else. This is how like map makers catch people taking their copyrighted data. They'll make fake streets and stuff. And it's like, well, we made up a street and you copied that fake street. So this is pretty clear proof you took our data. You know, these aren't even noticeably moving slower. They would be if they were side by side. But yeah, I don't think they're bad right now. So we got to go cast this spell a bunch of times. Try this out. And then we cast this. They move faster. We add any new workers, and they should also be moving faster. Then they should all slow down when these things run out. Yep, there's one, possibly all three. I don't know. I don't see any judge accepting a case where an indie developer has $0 in revenue stores user data. Well, remember, non PII. I mean, imagine if you had some like super popular game making $0 and you were selling people's data and making a bunch of money. Well, I guess that's considered revenue. But yeah. Yeah. Yeah, and again, other part of this that I think is worth remembering is I just think it's get consent, collect basic data, and like that'll be the end of the day, right? We don't we don't need to do much else. As far as GDPR goes, of control of your data, if this makes it beyond an alpha, yeah, sure, I could have like a delete my data. That's assuming I could even figure out what it is, which would involve some kind of identifier, and it doesn't have to be a personal identifier. All right. Add worker speed spell. This follows a lot of what the customer speed spell did. Hey, Carson. Pretty sure Adam knows what he's talking about. You know, I think in a broader sense, I've had I've had some moments on stream I'm not exactly proud of, and they're very few and far between. And I've been streaming for many, many hours. But a long time ago, I was prepping for the launch of Botland, and I've been working on this game for 5 years, and we're about to get to launch. And I was talking about, I think security or maybe performance. I think it was security. And there was someone in chat who worked in security and who was like staunchly against what I was doing. And I was like, look, the risk of something bad happening here is very low, and this game will never get released otherwise. And this person just would not listen to what I was saying, and they had just like popped in the middle of a stream, didn't hear the rest of the context, and like made this like issue number one. And it went poorly. I got upset. I wasn't like yelling at the person or something, but I was just like, this doesn't matter. I had more emotion in my voice than I do now. I feel this conversation is very similar in that, again, I don't plan on doing anything wrong. I've seen enough cases go on where it's like there are no repercussions when someone does do something wrong. I recognize that there could be repercussions. And I think we sort of all have points, and they get sort of lost in the mix sometimes. Anyway, it's not a problem right now. I don't think anyone's getting like super passionate about this or something. It's got a lot of similarities from the last time we talked about this stuff, years ago when it came to security. And I recognize where the passion comes from too. It's like people might have had their details stolen, or they might have downloaded a product they thought was secure and it wasn't, and there were repercussions for them. But I've also heard a conversation on a much more innocuous side of like, why do you use Windows? And then I say something like, well, why not? And they say, because I hate it. This conversation has happened before on the stream. This is the dumbest conversation you can have with anybody. Like, your personal reasons for not liking something are not someone else's personal reasons. So anyway, that's it. I know I'm kind of rambly right now. We're going to get back to making the third spell that we have, which is plus items from battle. Is that security guy still part of the chat? No. And you can fully believe in what you're saying and not agree with how you said it. And that was one of those cases where I was like, I don't think the content of my message was wrong. I think the delivery was wrong. Sounds like the equivalent of people suggesting a 1% more efficient method in your code that never comes up. Yeah, and I think part of this at least stems from not having been in that situation before, maybe. Like, you can look at a function and see, line 1, line 2, line 3, and this is not quite as good as it could be. And the natural assumption is like, I should tell them that they could improve this. And sometimes I take those suggestions, right? But in a similar note, I've been watching Hearthstone streams for a very long time now, probably like upwards of a decade. And in Hearthstone, at any point, if you can win the game, you should win the game, right? Like, that's generally how competitive games work. And some of the streamers or some of the people casting these games, they'll miss that they could win the game, and then chat calls them out on it and everything. And it wasn't until like the last year or two that I finally understood it from the Hearthstone streamers' perspective. At least some of them are streaming because it's a job and the game is like fun enough, but they don't want to be corrected every single day all the time. And a lot of times chat is wrong about that stuff. It's all about sort of applying when a situation should be escalated, I guess. Just thrown by the casual dismissal. Yeah, that's fair. It does sound like I'm coming totally from ignorance if I say stuff like that. But again, this is part of the whole, there's only so much context you can disseminate in a short amount of time. Like, if you've been watching the stream for 10 years, you might be like, okay, he's dealt with this stuff before. And that's context you'd have, but that's not context I'm going to give out every single 10-minute block of chat. So yeah, I understand. And I'm not trying to like rag on you, Lon. Imagine it's hundreds of if statements determining if a number is even or odd. You mean fizz, 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 buzz, 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 buzz. A lot of people in the industry that don't understand the impact or risk assessment portion of things. Yeah. And I've worked in security before for several years, and I'm not saying I'm an expert or anything like that, just from the years I worked there, but I recognize how these processes go too, even when it comes to security. Yeah. When you started talking about this too, funny coincidence. Well, I was thinking about Redbeard specifically there. Redbeard had a kind of an interesting reaction to like Miss Lethal comments. And a lot of times it's like flippantly dismissive in a funny way of like, I've never missed Lethal in my life. And every once in a while he's serious and he's like, look, I'm playing this game for 8 hours per day. Like, yeah, I'm gonna miss Lethal sometimes. And sometimes I want to be told about it, but usually in a nice way. And yeah. All right, anyway, where are we going to store this and how are we going to actually have this work? So we roll items from, let's go to all instance data, or actually even just instance data. What is going on? I think I accidentally searched instead of doing this. So we have item drops. Item drops are used here. And one other place, generate drops. And this does have access to the town. So what we could do is we could just get how many spells you have and then roll this that many times. Yeah, that should be pretty easy. I do want to think about the text of this. Do you watch Battlegrounds? No, I've actually never seen a Battlegrounds game. And I never, as far as I know, seen a Mercenaries game either, although I think they got rid of that mode. There are certain things that I watch where I'm just like, I don't want to watch anything else. I never got into Marvel Snap for that reason. I was just like, I don't want to learn a new game. I don't want to spend more time than I'm already spending on this stuff. So the text of this, I think it's probably best to say plus X% chance to. Okay, let's write it out in a programmery way, and then let's try to figure out how we can expose this to players. So plus X% chance to roll the locations drops another or twice, I guess we'll say. So it'd be plus probably 10%, 20%, and 30%. Depending on how many of those spells you cast. So what that means is you can never triple the items you get. You can never quadruple them. It's just increasing the chance you're going to get more items. And it's only for 30 seconds. And it's, yeah, that's it. It's only for 30 seconds. You can cast it a bunch of times, of course. But so now what do we say for this? I guess it's pretty much saying like get 10% more loot. But if you don't see 10% more, you'd be confused by it. So it's effectively over a large enough number of trials plus 10% or 20% more loot. But yeah, I think we do need to frame it this way. Plus 10% chance to double. It's not really even doubling though. But yeah, I guess we could say it that way, to double the number of items that drop from a battle. Yeah, I think this is what I would go with here. Thing about games is that you're always going to miss something. Add to that, crowdsourcing the decisions, even non-consensually, you'll trend to making better decisions than you can yourself. Yeah, well, I think this goes with sort of any realm ever, whether it's programming or whether it's cooking or something. Like you do enough trials of that thing and you will probably miss something. In essence, it's a reframing of just the law of probability, right? If you have an X% chance that something happens and X is greater than 0, then given enough time, that thing will happen. Otherwise, it had a 0% chance. So if you have, you know, whatever, a 0.01% chance of burning toast, then even Gordon Ramsay will burn toast at some point. And he famously did on a YouTube video. Oh, darn it. I just deleted that. But I did want that wording. I think just double the items. X% chance to double the items you find from a battle. Yeah. Hey, Banana. No problem telling the streamer something, being wrong about it. What are they going to do? Fire me? No, also I welcome, you know, I've never had a backseating or no backseating tag, but I welcome suggestions. I think the overwhelming majority of people are like positive and respectful, but every once in a while there's someone who is just so far from that that they detract from the entire experience. And yeah, I'll leave it at that. Yeah. Well, anyway, by the way, this is why I have the tenant system for a lot of this stuff, because I feel like professionalism is really important. And I think that I want to embody that. And every time I notice that I've ever not done the most professional thing I could do, that I've regretted it. So I've tried to at least hold myself to that standard. I feel like other people shouldn't have to hold you to standards. You should hold yourself to standards. All right, so all we need to do is store this somewhere, and we have the enchanter den, and now we can just do the same thing. Figure out how many customer spells you have, or how many item spells. Item doubling bonus from spells. Yeah. Spills all the beans. What would you want the beans spilled on? Because there is a lot that I have to be private about. My wife is more private than I am. So by default, I have to be at her level of privacy. So I'm not sharing stuff that she doesn't want people to know. So it's possible I still have to say, no, I can't share that. But there is something you want to know and you just haven't asked. I mean, I might be open to sharing it. And are there any drawbacks from creating a monster via config files rather than having a dedicated resource for every monster? Simi, I think it depends on what you're doing. A lot of things should probably be data driven if they can easily be data driven, so that one, you have all the data in one place, and two, so you don't need to recompile your entire game when you want more data in it. And so that people who aren't familiar with gaming or programming, sorry, not gaming, people who aren't familiar with programming can still make changes. So imagine a game like World of Warcraft, for example. Like imagine if every time you had to write a quest, you had to go into some like C++ file and write out a quest. Like it'd be harder to find people to do that. This is of course back in like 2004. So I think they wrote some like scripting thing. It was probably based on Lua or Python or whatever. And that way people needed to know something with a lower barrier of entry. They had a given API to do that. I think it's the same thing with making monsters in a game. It's easier to just see something like bat, HP 5, attack 6, abilities, whatever. And if you look at our game, that's pretty much what we did. We have the ID of the thing, the animated sprite or the texture of that thing, and then their abilities and their stats. And that's it. This is all data. It could be in a JSON file if you wanted it to be. Okay, so this is num item spells. Num item spells. This is get the one with item. And now we need to know the doubling amount. Public const float. What do we say here? Item doubling chance per spell. Yeah. Let's multiply by that. So in generate drops, we have this doubling thing here already. What does this do? It doubled individual items. I think I want to double the overall chance. So this we could call the item doubling percent chance. And then we could also have the drop doubling percent chance. And this comes from the town's enchanter den question mark that question mark 0. And then what we do is we say how many drops there are. Num drops or num drop rolls equals stat computations dot percent chance of that 2 or 1. Perfect. Yeah, and Simi, if you find it hard to start with that, I think it's fine to hard code some enemies, or monsters, I guess, in your game. But yeah, once you notice trends emerging, then see like, would I still want to keep doing this in the future, or do I want to just have data driven stuff? What are the biggest mistakes you did both in your professional career and in streaming? Professional career biggest mistakes. The things that come to mind are like far too personal to share. And in streaming, I think it almost always happened behind closed doors. Like I said, there were times where, like I said, that security guy who came in here and he just like, it's hard enough to be on all day and just be streaming for whatever 6 hours and then add programming on top of that. And then some people come in and some people are trolling and they're just trying to ruffle your feathers, and that's That's also sometimes tough. And it's especially tough when it's new. Someone says something like, you suck or this code is terrible or something. When you're just starting out as a streamer, that affects you more than if you've been doing it for 10 years. But then other people just have sort of ignorant takes on things. And I've seen, oh man. Anyway, I'm getting away from the question. The things that I didn't like that I said have behind closed doors are typically like dealing with sponsors. For the longest time, I just did not care about taking in extra money for the stream. And I still don't really right now. But um, yeah, I think I wasn't as professional as I could have been with some of the sponsors that reached out. Because I think I've only accepted one sponsorship opportunity, and it's been pretty much like 9.5 years, 9.25 years or something since I started. So now I've started responding much more nicely. And it's still usually like, hey, I don't want to do this, but it's at least not I was never mean. I just wasn't like nice about it, I guess. Okay, so go through each drop, but we want to do this multiple times now. So 4 into I equals 0, or I guess like drop index. We're not even using this. Plus, plus, there. Hey, New Year's, you type the normal way. Nice thing about streaming is it's not actually democracy. Yeah, I remember I don't go on Reddit anymore, but when I used to, one of those subreddits I would sort of hate browse is r/Twitch. It's just such a bad subreddit. But a lot of times there'd be new streamers there who were like, hey, I've got this jerk in my chat and they show up all the time and I don't know what to do about them. And everyone's always like, just ban them or like purge them or, talk to them or something. And usually they're like, well, I only have 10 viewers, so they represent, 10% of my viewership. And it's like that shouldn't change your opinion. It's like if you were in a relationship, you knew you were going to break up with a person, don't stay with them the rest of your life because it's hard to break up with them. I, yeah. Anyway, I I agree with that, but I also think there's sort of a lighter touch you can apply and potentially sort of address the behavior and sort of get a win-win for everybody. Now I wonder what this message was. No, it's not really worth going into details. Spent so much time in business speak. We appreciate your offer to sponsor X. At this time, your product does not fit our marketing plans. Yeah, and that's a professional response. And I think if that's your natural instinct, I think it's a good instinct. I think as a brief example, so Puppet, this is not perfect, but imagine like here's a really innocuous example. Like my instinct would be to write an email saying like, can you do this thing, let's say. And the very small change would be like, hey, name, can you do this thing? This literally just the greeting with a hey or with an emoji or something, I think just adds the tiniest bit of a personal touch and makes it look a little bit nicer. Things like that, I think, can help with a message. So it's not always, like I said, it's not like I was ever being mean, I think. Just sometimes it wasn't like I was warm or myself or nice or something. Yeah. What graphical library or framework are you using? So I'm using Godot as an engine. And then in the credits, you can see where some of the asset packs came from. And then we also have Quickie Joe working as an artist on the game. So I think that probably answers your question, but if not, feel free to ask again. You foster the community you want to create. Sometimes a band hammer will swing. I agree with that. Yeah. And I remember talking to someone I met earlier this year, and they said something along the lines of like, I'm just gonna make something up. They said something like, we want to have a household where we welcome people in of sort of all walks of life. And I was like, well, what happens if you get a bunch of people? They were saying they wanted to help people. So I'm like, what happens if you get a bunch of people who are abusing the system? And they actually had a pretty good response. They're like, there is a limit to how much you can help somebody. And it doesn't just come from your physical resources. There's also just how much energy do you have? How much empathy do you have? So he's like, yeah, at some point we need to put a limit to who we're having in or how many people or something like that. With the community, I think it's kind of the same way. You can't, if you had like 10,000 people trolling you all day, you probably can't stay sane after that. You're probably just going to break down. And that means you probably need to start changing the policies or the culture or just banning people. It stands for brother-in-law, and it's used to refer to people who talk of stuff as if they were an expert, while clearly knowing nothing about it. I don't think we have a specific word for it in English. Why can't I scroll up right now? There it goes. Yeah, I don't think we have a specific word for it. Like armchair expert. But I know exactly what you're talking about. And I try not to be that. A lot of times people have asked me an opinion and I'm like, I know nothing about this. I can't share anything. This is part of the reason I haven't done like React content either, is because I feel like it puts you in an authoritative position and people are more likely to trust your opinion when maybe you don't have all the facts. Now, I also recognize that the opposite of that can happen. You can know a lot about something and just not believe in your own skills. So you don't share what information you do have. Automod reply on everything on Twitch saying you can just ban people. Yeah. Well, the reason I think it was a bad subreddit is because I think a ton of people would post there being like, how do I increase my viewership? And so many times people would be like, that's not really what this subreddit's about. Although it was very unclear what it was about. People aren't going to say in a stream someone's being rude. 10% sure, but banning might even be an increase in viewer. I agree with this first bit. This second bit, I don't think I fully understand. Banning might even be an increase in viewer. Oh, I think I see what you're saying. Maybe that if there is someone being really toxic, they might be decreasing everyone else's experience. They get a pretty toxic chat. Yeah, there is something that happened which I didn't totally know how to handle, but I have done some interviews with people, and I haven't done very many, but if you look at this, I did one with Amanda, Steve, Mel, Sharon, Malmsey, and Ella. So a mix of guys and girls. Everything was fine for the guys. For the girls, for whatever reason, there was one person in one chat, I think with Mel or something, and one person in the chat with Sharon, and there were different people who just were saying stupid things. And I don't read chat during those interviews, and I haven't seen them around again. And I didn't know what action to take because like they'd never said that stuff to me. I'm not a woman, so I mean, it makes sense that if they don't like women for whatever reason, then they wouldn't say it to me. But I was just so flabbergasted to read that after the fact. Oh, man. Anyway, yeah, those are the kinds of things that I think were rubbing people the wrong way. And now thinking back on it, I probably should just go back and ban them. I don't even know if it's worth explaining why. Although, like I said, I haven't seen them again, so I don't know. They kind of crawled out of the woodworks for that. No, it's hey, Mr. Sponsor. No, I mean, kind of. Yeah, it's like slightly more professional. Oh man, I don't like it when people do that. They just send you something and there's no reason for why they sent it. Recorded a video for someone on my computer only to realize I forgot to mute the audio. Adam narrations. Oh no. I'm sorry, Campbell Soup. I've poisoned your video. So what's the best way to build a house? Well, first you get a hammer and some nails, because if all you have is a hammer, then all your problems will look like nails. Then you build the house. And PV. And hey, Ocleus. Watching some live streams in the chat there is the worst I've ever seen. Yeah, some communities I think are just sort of easily aggravated. Like pretty much all Blizzard fans. I have played several different Blizzard games, and I played several other companies' games, and the other companies' games don't have such ragey fans. But with Blizzard, for whatever reason, people are like, here's what they're doing wrong, here's why they suck, here's everything bad. Apparently it also happens in some FPSs, but I just don't play those games. Especially its social construct interpretation. Very useful for growing a healthy community. Yeah. I've heard that, Lond, and I think over the years my view has changed on this. A lot of times originally I was like, I'm only going to ban someone if they've done something that I think is irreparable. And now I've been careful about banning people and more likely to forgive people, but still I think I want to make sure we don't have any majorly bad apples here. What size nails do I need? You have to figure that out for yourself. Maybe 9-inch. All right, so this is actually pretty much already done, right? We just need to test it, and testing it isn't the easiest thing to do. All right, here's how we could test it. Let's go to all instance data. Let's make it so that the number of potions that drop from the forest is always 1 potion. Then let's change the chance to have it double the drop to be 0.34. That way when you get 3 of these, it's guaranteed. Then let's test it out. Blizzard let us down so much. I think there's a mix of things causing that. I think it's passionate fans, which is a good thing. I think it's lack of like an actual conversation with people. So if you were talking to someone face to face, you're probably not going to say the same things you'd say online, and anonymity plays into that too. And I think it's just a sort of desire to have community interaction. Like I said, I live in the Seattle-ish area, and it's a sort of pastime of people around here to be like, here's what Microsoft's doing wrong, or here's what Amazon's doing wrong. And if that was said by an Amazon exec, I'd be like, okay, I should probably listen. But otherwise, it's like that word Kevin said. Sort of like everyone kind of wants to be an expert. But I think that's more just to have something to talk about than it is to say, I'm the best and here's what needs to be done. Okay, so we've made it so that, let me do this and this and this and this and this. And then let's go to the forest and fight. And this is why I went to this dialogue to begin with and I forgot to set this. So now what we'll see is every single time you win this battle, you get 1 potion. And the 1 potion will show up at the top here. But if we build the enchanter's den and cast the item spell 3 times, then this will break because I never... No, it won't break, I think. All right, so I click this 3 times, and now we should see 2 potions from the battle. Yeah, nice. It's working. Always very friendly and chilling here. Have some more heated debatey conversations. Yeah, and that's intentional. And I think part of that intentionality is just not allowing some of the more controversial topics at all. Like we talk about games, we talk about streaming, we talk about game design. We're not talking about like current events or news or anything. Don't we derail? Has anyone suggested having the areas for the warehouse, shops, etc. be forest before they're built? Yeah, and it would be nice to do that. One of the issues that we have with, which makes it a little bit harder, is that you've got to connect. Wait a second, what's going on? Oh yeah, you can still drag by this. It's gotta be fixed. Hang on 1 second, let me write this down really fast. There's still a bug. Wait, why is that possible? That should have been fixed, right? That's where the dialogue should be. Huh, I might have to debug that. Anyway, to finish what I was saying here, like let's say a building would go up to this halfway point. It wouldn't make sense for any of this cliff to exist now. So we need to like wipe out the entirety of it. So we need to like carefully plot out where things are going to go and then delete everything that makes it so that this can show in totality. So like we can't have a tree stump be right here by the time this is done. All right, so if I click this, we have a plus 34% chance of doubling items. So we'll sometimes now see 2 potions drop. We did not right there. We did there. We did there. Okay, it happened 3 times in a row. That is possible, not that unlikely. Yeah, okay, cool. As long as it's not 100% of the time. Okay, so that's all working. Haven't coded this spell yet isn't needed. Haven't coded this spell yet. We just don't need this to do anything. No need to do anything special. I should probably put a reference to this. Maybe worth making it into a V-box so it auto shrinks. Oh yeah, I didn't even finish writing it down. There's still a bug where the dialoguer is taking up blank space on the screen, consuming clicks. Couldn't we just make it not consume clicks? Possible to use a wide enough exclusion zone around the cliff, etc., so you don't run into the issue of the building being too close to it. So you don't even, as a player, get to choose where you're building stuff. There's just a plot of land. So if I go to the title screen, for example, here, And then do this. What just happened there? Hang on a second. I think that's a bug. I think you can click this button twice. Yeah, you can. Okay, that's a problem. uh, the portal dialog, you can click build twice before the dialog is hidden, and it'll augment the portal twice. Yeah, okay, so what I was going to say is, give me a sec, let me set this up. Yeah, so you're not choosing where the stuff gets built. The warehouse always goes here. So the only thing we would need to do is just make sure that we're drawing this in such a way that we can like either drop in a new scene or take out another scene. And part of what makes that a little bit tough is these connected areas here, because we need to do these auto tiles dynamically. And it's possible, we just haven't done it yet. So for example, over here, you don't see anything. These, let me show this. Augment, then go to the crypt. Come on, Rogue. You can make it. You can do it. Okay, yeah. So these, when I build this, it will put a plot of land there. And same thing over here. And it does delete the tree beneath it. So it knows how to do this part correctly. So yeah, we just need to do that. Would it prevent the dialogue from getting click 2? I'm not sure. We would definitely need to test that. Also, did you happen to see the portal problem I just talked about? Because I only just discovered that. But yeah, you can unlock multiple locations from just one opening of this dialogue. I wonder if that caused a bug too at the end of that. Yeah, it does. Yeah. This can even cause a problem if you click twice when you only have one location left to build. We enable mouse events when it shows up, right? Yeah, we could do that too. Yeah. I don't even know if we have to ever have them enabled on the structure we have here is there's a dialogger and that spawns a dialog box. This needs mouse events, but I don't think we need them on here. I think the children will still get it. See, I have an idea for how to fix this. Yeah. And by the way, at the very least, what we could do is just not have it emit events or just delete the mouse listener as it's hiding. That'd probably be the easiest way to fix it. Could just remove mouse events when hiding the dialogue. Yeah. I think it does. I'm not actually sure. That's something that Kevin had worked on. Let me take a look at it. Wait, what? I don't even have this. Oh, it's on a scene. Oh, then never mind. I think I'm just wrong about that. Let me take a look at where this goes. Dialogger. Script in town. Where is this? There it is. This has mouse set to stop. Yeah, I think if we just set this to ignore, it'd be fine. Let me get into a repro state and figure out how we do that in the first place. It's just a control. It takes events by default. Yeah. We gotta talk about the balance of items. Okay, so I'm gonna click maybe later. I can still scroll by here. What causes this to not work? Is it clicking augment? Is it a build sign? I don't know what was causing that to happen. Maybe the town hall, because there's yeah, I think it's the town hall, and I think it's because of the problem with the sign getting deleted. I think that's what's going on. So I think it's failing to free something. That's almost certainly what's happening. Yeah. I think this is actually caused by the town hall bug where the sign is getting freed. So then the dialogue probably isn't being removed from the tree. You said the PR for that. Okay, yeah, I should look into that PR. Okay, so last thing with this is a question of balance. which I don't want to affect all of the balance right now, but I think it's worth talking about at least. We said that there's going to be a 10% chance of doubling items from a location per spell. So that means it can go up to 30% with 3 spells, obviously. Problem is, will you feel 30%? Like, this only lasts for 30 seconds. And in that time, maybe you complete, like, I don't know, 3 battles per party. So upwards of 9 battles, maybe. You could complete more, but probably it's about 2 or 3. So it'd be kind of a shame if you enabled a 10% chance and only got this to happen like once. Yeah, maybe we should just up it to a 33% chance. I think that's probably good. I don't know enough Godot to understand why you'd want to have a hidden entity have any size at all. Why does it? Oh, no, that's because of a bug. There's a current issue right now where imagine a function like function dismiss, and it does, thing 1 and thing 2, and then it hides itself or frees itself or something like that. The problem is we have an exception being thrown from thing 2, so then it's never getting freed, and that's already been fixed, and I just haven't merged it in yet. So yeah, there wouldn't be a reason to have it be invisible and still taking in events. All right, yeah, I think I answered my own question here. I think we keep this at the 34%, or maybe we say 30%, or I just think 34 looks weird. It means that you'd have a 102% chance that you double items. It doesn't really work that way. Found lots of methods we can make static. They don't access instance data. Performance doesn't really apply to our project. I don't think I do it for performance. I think I just do it to make it clear that it's not, excuse me, it's not accessing instance data. To double the double. It would be kind of interesting if that happened, but I don't think I want that. Now, other ideas for this, we could have it be something like every 3 seconds for the spell's duration, produce an item for free. What we went with is plus 34% chance per level to double the items you find from winning a battle. What other ideas could there be? Just produce X items all at once from the portal. I don't really like these ideas though. The problem is you don't get to pick what kinds of items are going to be. So let's say you're trying to get, I don't know, let's say you got a quest. How do we even get that? How do we get that? I think we have to click this and then speed this up. Yeah, there. Okay, so there's the tavern. We can build it now and we accept a quest. So yeah, let's say you're trying to get these small blue potions. If we did go with one of these routes where we just give you items, you might never get these potions. If that's all you're looking for, then it'd be kind of a shame if you didn't get them. So I do kind of like where we ended up, and let's just see how people play with it. Zero size parent if it's there to spawn the actual dialog box. Yeah, I think this is a 0 size parent actually. Yeah, size is 0, 0. Yeah, I think the problem is actually in the dialog box, not in the container. The dialog box itself isn't getting hidden because of a different bug that, like I said, should be fixed pretty soon. Well, I should merge in the fix. It was already fixed. Yeah, so let's keep this at 34%. I like this. I like this a lot. I think this is looking good. This I don't want to have changed here, so let's close this. I don't know why this even happens. And the anchor preset changed. I'm just going to close out this whole thing. I didn't want any of this to change. Load steps went up. I probably should check that in. All right. Looks good. Does not look good. We're not going to keep that. That's all fine. This function gets a little bit weird looking now. Yeah, I'm just not super happy with this. All instance data, because we have 3 nested for loops. Not a fan of that. So let's see, what are we doing here? This rolls the drops. So yeah, let's make a private static I read only list of item IDs. We'll say like roll drops and take in the all this stuff, I guess. I want all of this to be in here. It's I have stupid naming. I need to fix the naming. So I want this to be ignored. So then this wouldn't matter. This wouldn't matter. And now up here we can do something like this. Item IDs to grant. Add range, roll drops. Perfect. Now delete that and that. We don't need this. We don't need this. Change return type from I read only list to list for improved performance. Okay. So what are we doing here? We're just potentially doubling the drops. So what do we name these functions to make it clear? Oh man, I don't know. Maybe this is called roll drops once. Roll instance drops. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah. I think it's fine. And then we have another ability in the game which I've pretty much just never touched, which I don't even know if it should stay around. Where is it? This one. Grants a chance to double an item that you earn from battle. And even if you max this out, it's only 5%. I think we just delete this. I think we delete it. Do I have anything written about that? Balance for checkpoint 5. No, I don't have anything written about this. I think we're going to delete it though. Delete item doubling. I just don't think it has much of a purpose now that we have the enchanter. I don't know if we consider this to be content rather than balancing. Maybe you upgrade the enchanter's mana through the town perks. Sounds like the spells make it redundant. Only sort of. So the item doubling was for any individual drop. So the two do work together. It's just one of the things I think in general for game design, it should be allow things to go up in increments that you can notice. So for example, if you have plus 1% damage, it's not obvious you're doing 1% more. Like sure, you'd see the number 100 go up to 101. So in that sense, it's obvious, but like probably you're doing a range of damage 97 to 102 anyway. So it's like, oh, now your max is slightly higher. And I know tons of games do this. For damage, it might be a little bit different. But generally, in things like walk speed or in how many more items you're getting, it's like if you increase it by 1%, it's not going to be noticeable. But if you increase it by like 15%, it probably will be. So that's kind of what I'm thinking about here. All right, let's check this in. I'll run it one more time just to make sure I didn't break anything. But I think we're looking good here. Oh wait, no, it's going to be impossible to tell now. Because now the first place drops 1 to 3 items. So now it's going to drop 2 to 6. So we'd only know if it dropped 4 to 6. So half the time we're not going to be able to tell. How do we do this? I don't know. Let's just go fight in the forest. And then click this 3 times. And then win the battle and show loot. So yeah, we got 5 potions that time. So we should do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah. Repeat the battle. Win it. 4 potions. 3. 6. Yeah, so now if I let this run out, I think it ran out. I don't see any color in these crystals anymore. And then win the battle. Now we got 3. As soon as we see 1, we'll know that it worked. Yeah, there we go. Yeah. Because you can't generate 1 if you're doubling things. Okay, let's check that in. Add item drop spell. Small percent increases only get noticeable if you have many ways to build them up. Yeah, and if you get those many ways in at a lot of different points in the game, then I think it can feel fine. So for example, leveling up in a lot of games, yeah, you're getting like 2 stat points or something, right? And yeah, sure, that's fine because you level up enough. But yeah, now imagine if it's like every 10 levels you get a skill point and you put a skill into something and it's like plus 1% strength. You'd be like, wow, that feels like a waste. And classic WoW actually had a lot of that in its design philosophy. Let me see if I can show this. Yeah, if we just look at any arbitrary class here, like let's look at this. Reduce the casting time of your fireball by 0.1 seconds. Like this is noticeable because you're doing this, but some of these things are probably not. 2% chance to stun. Reduce the chance they can resist by 2%. Yeah, like you put a point in here, you're probably not going to see it. I mean, yeah, hyper competitive people are going to see it, but like the average person is going to notice, oh wow, I'm resisting spells 2% less than I was or something. Had so many similar issues with their damage types and effect procs. And it's tough to balance all that stuff too. It's much safer to have something that's like 1%. But we had this problem ourselves in the earlier checkpoints of the game. The adventurer abilities, like this one, Quicker Strike, we had it set to like what was it? 0.02 seconds faster or something. I don't remember what it was. But we made it drastically different now. And other things here like crit, which I know it's being covered by the camera and the mic and everything. But this is now 12.5% per level, and it used to be 5%. It's like, yeah, 12.5% is noticeable. You don't need to sit around forever. You'll see it happen after a few seconds. So this is done, and this is done. Tweak the normal movement speeds. We did that already. Show a tooltip when hovering over any of this stuff. It should show your mana, any current buffs you have. All right, how do we do this? Tooltip needs to show the spell you're hovering over. And then it needs to show your current buffs. So the spells, how do we want to write that? Do we want cool names for them? Or do we just want to say like, I kind of want cool names for them. I kind of want funny names for them. So, okay, the spells are faster customers, faster workers and adventurers, and chance to get double item drops from winning a battle. Hey, Blub. Less talent's more impactful. Yeah, I think probably most players like that too. I think there's a trade-off of how often do you offer those options. So if you're offering it once every like, I don't know, quarter of your way through the game, they need to be really impactful. If you're offering them once every level, then they need to be somewhat impactful. So there's some trade-off between how many of them you get and how many things you have. Whoa, more items. Oh, conditions. Only a percentage of those. Yeah. Yeah. I wonder how Diablo 4 will change now that PoE 2 is out. All right, so faster customers. What would we call this? I don't think I want to think about this right now. I think I want to work on the tooltip feature, and I should just come up with better names in the future. So maybe we do just call it faster customers, faster. It's a word that combines both of these, workers and adventurers. Faster employees. Yeah, faster workers and adventurers, I guess. And then item doubling. We rename it. Shopping spree. Yeah, I like that. Efficient restock. I guess it really is just for restock. Shopping free, stocking frenzy. Kind of silly. D4 has had a lot of updates already. Haven't been able to keep up with any of it. PoE2 will surely influence things too. Yeah. Yeah, and I think that kind of competition is generally healthy. And also just players have choice of what game they want to play. A lot of lit RPG books where many have a concept of limiting factors, scaling powers of anything drastically. Yeah. Yeah. Stocking frenzy. Well, if you do remember Lon, I'm happy to hear and talk about it. On the item doubling chance, what do you call that? Like lucky luck. Just luck. I don't know what we call it. You're getting more items. So I mean it is your luck. Lucky find? I don't like that. I think it'd be better. Punchier. Maybe like loot magnet. Yeah, loot magnet maybe. I think I like that. Jackpot. I think jackpot would feel more like it's about money. Okay, so those are the spell names. Now we need to say what they do. So shopping spree, increase customer speed by X% for 30 seconds. Stocking frenzy is increase worker and adventurer speed by X% for 30 seconds. And loot magnet is increase the chance to find double the items from a battle by X% for 30 seconds. Just looting will have people think about Minecraft enchants. I'm not familiar with what those enchants do. Minecraft enchant looting. What is this? Cause mobs to drop more items. Oh yeah, and that is pretty much what we do too. Okay, so those are the spell descriptions and names. Now we also need to show your current buffs. So current spells. I guess I could say none. Or active spells. Active spells, none. So this is in case you have 0 active. And in case you have greater than 0 active, I could say active spells and then just list them out. Shopping spree, increase customer speed by X%. I guess I could say the actual percentage. And in this case, we said what, 50%? So like 150%. Oh no, but you'll have several different effects. We can't stack them like this. So we need to just list it like this. By 50% for 27 seconds. Increase it by 50% for maybe like 21 seconds. And maybe it's increase chance to find double items for 12 seconds. That's one way of doing it. Another way of doing it is just to list the names. So we could say shopping spree 27S and then 21S and then loot magnet 12S. I'm kind of leaning toward this way of doing things. I like this because then you can just hover over the spell books and see what they are, and you'll always have them all unlocked. And eventually you'll know what they mean, and we can even color them based on the book. Yeah, you can have the same spell twice. You can have it 3 times actually. So if I go up to here, whatever spell you cast, these things are gonna have to change. But anyway, whatever spell you cast, so if I click the green one 3 times, it'll make all these green. So it'll be obvious that you have the green one. You shouldn't even really need to look, especially if you know what the green one does. But then the tooltip, which currently says this has to change, will tell you that information as well. Do you think adventurer speed might be thought of as battle town? Oh, we could say increase worker and adventurer speed in town. Yeah, that could make it clearer. Yeah. All right, I think I like this. I like this and I like this. Yeah. And then just color these based on the spellbook color. We already did that in the last one, so it should be easy enough to do. What time is it? I've done very little today. I think I've been talking quite a lot. Enchanter Den. Let's get to it. So we have a bunch of tooltip stuff here, and this had battle mod tooltip formatter. I'd love to go resurrect that, because this had colors in it too, right? Yes, it did. Oh man. Okay, yeah, we're gonna resurrect this whole thing, I think. Let me save this off so I don't lose it, because this is very important. I'm gonna actually, you know what? Let's just save it as a file. Why not? Temp and spells.txt. There. Now we can't delete that. All right, battle mod tooltip formatter. That's here. Let's just copy the whole file. I want to save this somewhere. It's going to be for the enchanter den, and we already have an enchanter folder somewhere. Where is it? Is this CS? Yeah, this is CS. Okay, cool. So in there, spell ID. Let's go take that spell ID. Save this as spell tooltip formatter. I like that. Game source towns enchanter. All right, all that's going to have to change. But then I wanted it to show what the current spell did. Maybe when you hover over the spell book, it tells you what the spell does. And when you hover over any of this stuff, it tells you what buffs you have. I like that. I think that's good. Oh, it needs to tell you about how much mana you have as well. And it should do so in rainbow text. Maybe it makes sense to show a single time and a stack counter for spells. Would have to either always show the shortest time or change how time works by either resetting the total time or maybe adding a smaller amount. Show a single time and a stack counter. The thing is, the spells are on their own timers. So when you have two of them activated, it's going to look kind of like what you saw in here. Like I activate one and then some time passes and I activate another one. I don't even have enough mana for that. Okay, hang on a second. Will we get enough mana or is this going to make a fool out of me? We're not going to get enough mana. All right, well, anyway, you could imagine if I had enabled another crystal here that they'd just be different timers altogether. There it goes. By the way, I plan on just kind of testing this and seeing how this works. And if it feels bad or if it's confusing for players, we can definitely change it. So yeah, I do think I changed my mind on this. I want the spell books to just show what that spell does. So that means that each spell book would have its own tooltip. How do we do this now anywhere in the game? I guess items have it. Yeah, items have it. How do items do it? Tooltip. I don't know. That's flavor text. Where is this used? Here it is. Item hover handler. On hover item. Town tooltip. Show from source. Set text. Yeah. Okay. So when you hover over a spell book, do we even have that mouse entered? Yep, we do. So when you hover over it, it'll tell the enchanter den. The enchanter den will know to set this up with the town because this doesn't have the town. Sounds reasonable. Yeah, sounds reasonable. All right, and what is this? This is going to take in the spell. I guess I could just take in the spell book. On hover. You can use this for the mana. Oh, neat. I want to try this. I was joking, and I don't know if it'll even be legible, but that's not going to stop me from trying it. How do we get the same style? I guess maybe tooltip has it already. It's hidden by default. Nice, it does have it. Okay, cool. So we can just change this. Whoa, that looks great. I love it. All right, so it would say mana 50. Or maybe, well, no, now that I see it, where'd it go? Now that I see it, I do think. But if everything else is colorful in this dialogue, then yes, this can be rainbow. And we can change the speed, saturation, frequency. What happens if we lower frequency to 0.5? Yeah, and if we lower the saturation a bit too, it won't be as rainbowy. And val is, whoa. All right, cool. Yeah, very cool. I was about to question why tooltips aren't just components you can add to anything. So there are components we add to other stuff. Like in the skill tree, for example, we just have a tooltip component. And that way, when you hover over health, for example, it'll tell you what health is. Well, that's pretty obvious. But in this, you're hovering over it in the world. And we could still have a component for that. But in this case, I think we're going to proceed with just having a signal for this. And then it's probably something to consider in the future to have like an in-world component. Yeah, I think it's reasonable. A couple other effects if you want more silliness on that same page, I'm guessing. Because we could always just make custom tags entirely, right? Wave, tornado, shake, fade. What? Why would you want fade? What does this do? Does it go away and never come back? What's happening? I don't see anything changing. Fade start equals 4, length equals 14. Start equals 1, length equals 1. I don't understand what's happening here. But I think I need to type something more. Oh, I see what it's doing. Oh. Okay, I thought it was going to fade all of the text out. It just slowly makes them more transparent. Yeah, I didn't realize from what was happening here. Triggering my RuneScape nostalgia. I think it's just a gradient. Yeah, it's just a gradient. Because these are probably not static, right? Like this is probably actually shaking. So that's what made me think that this must have just been animated and they didn't have an animation here. I don't think we want to do this stuff though. This is a test of what happens when you use the shake tag. Rate level connected. What does connected do? 0. All right, I don't care about this stuff. Let's apply the rainbow tag at some point. I do think Lon's suggestion is a good one. We should write that down. Give me one sec. Where'd the spells thing go? Colors based on spell color. Color mana with rainbow. Consider making a tooltip component like we did for controls for world entities like items and spellbooks. All right, so on hover start, on hover stop. Separate these by a line. This is going to change slightly now. Good. Now the enchanter den would listen for those. So we have these spell books. We must iterate over these. We call hide on all of them. We're going to call spellbook dot on hover start. We don't have a tooltip here, do we? We do. And it's the town tooltip. What would you look at that? Yeah, so in this case, I want to show a tooltip for just the spell book, which I think is going to tell you the mana cost. I guess it should tell you your current mana as well. There's tooltips everywhere. The second system implemented for UI. Yeah. Yeah, Godot uses nodes by default, which I mean, you can still apply this in a node-centric system. Uh, but we put an ECS on top of it for a lot of the entities, but then we don't use it for everything. What was I about to say? Oh yeah, so the spell. So spell, we say something like shopping spree, or maybe we just say it in like larger text. Shopping spree, mana cost, 40. Then maybe we say what your current mana is. Current mana, 120. And then a description somewhere. Increase customer speed by 50%. Something like that. Yeah, something like that. Show from source. This is fine, but we just need to form what the spellbook tooltip is. Let's say on hover spellbook. Yeah. And then same thing for stop. All right. So we want that and we want that, but we need the right text. So all we care is the book's spell ID. Do we have that? Yeah, we do. All right. We need this to be in the spell information because we have this stuff already. So we had the rectangles and stuff. We want the spell name. We want the spell description. And the mana cost is just going to be the same for all of them. So I think that's all we need, right? Where did I type this out? Name, description. Yeah, that's fine. Okay, so name of this is going to be shopping spree. Description. The description can be, well, it can kind of be dynamic. I guess we already know what these things are going to be. Where's the text for that? Increase customer speed by X% for some amount of time. So increase customer speed by game constants. Well, we don't have this. Speed bonus per spell. And then we need to know what the duration is. And I don't know where we wrote that. Duration of spell. It's inside the spell crystal. Yeah. We're gonna put that in game constants. You gotta display seconds or whatever in the tooltips? Yeah, I will. I'll do that. Where did we put spell stuff? Yeah, so public const double duration. Actually, why should the duration be in? I'm not gonna make it a double. Duration of spells. Gonna need spell data. We do have spell data though. That's a thing. That's where we're adding this. Yeah, take care, Lond. And thanks for, thanks for understanding earlier with all the, legal discussion and stuff. I know that had a chance of going south and I'm glad it didn't. Increase speed by this for X seconds. So the X is going to be game constants dot duration of spells. And then we just put an S afterward and put a colon 0 here. At least I think that'll work. Now the duration that we had inside spell crystal should go away. So duration of spell, this is going to be game constants dot duration. We don't have that. That's fine. And there's one more of these. There we go. Hey, Schwartz. How you doing? Okay, cool. Yeah, we'll probably play Animal Royale. Yeah. Because I got a bunch of chili that I can have for lunch. Well, I ran out of rice. And I don't feel like going and making rice right now, so I think I'll just have a bowl of chili with nothing else. which sounds very disappointing to me. Do I have any other food? No, I think it's just chili. I like the chili. I just want some kind of other thing with it. Pita or rice or pasta or something. Some tortilla chips. I don't think we have any, but that's a good idea. It's like do your own nachos. All right, what is this one called? Stocking frenzy. Increase worker and adventurer speed by that much in town for that long. Perfect. And the last one was called loop magnet. And this is, I don't remember what this is. Increase the chance to find double the items from a battle, yeah. Double the items from a battle by, it should know how to fill this in. P0 for game constants duration, yeah. Just cut triangles, throw them in the air fryer. I think it would work, but I don't know if we have any tortillas either. And if we do, I don't know if they're good. Pretty crazy times in my work. We prepare to restart the whole application with a new dev team, new infrastructure, everything. What? Restart? Man. I mean, it sounds a little bit exciting, but it also sounds very chaotic. Okay, so now we have the name and the description. So when we do this, we need to come up with the text. Text equals book spell name. I guess we need the spell data. There we go. Data.name. I want to do this in the same font size we did other stuff in. Yeah, that'll work. Data.description. Now we need the mana cost somewhere. Oh wait, oh, whoops. That's not what we want. We want the book, and then we need tooltip.setText. Move the font size to UI constants. Yeah, that should definitely be done. Move font size equals X to UI constants. Core application 12 years old. Ah, I see. Yeah. Waiting for the holidays though. Well, it doesn't sound like anything's going to get done before the holidays. So yeah, I guess post holidays it's going to be an interesting world that you'll live in. I wish you luck. All right, where should the mana cost go though? Because here I had it written down at the bottom. I don't think that's how spells usually work in games. Like if we just look at Diablo 2 skill calculator, for example, one of my favorite pages to go to. This does have the mana cost at the bottom. Interesting. Okay, well, that's what I'm doing anyway. All right, where we got this. We could have actually gotten the description right from the spell book. Could have formatted it for us. I guess it doesn't really matter where we put it. All right, then /n mana cost. And current mana, but current mana would need to be updated frequently. I don't know how I want to do this. In the planning phase, we have to handle management in January, and that's a project for the complete next year. We'll see. Yeah. Yeah, hopefully it goes well. Those are the kinds of things that you can finally sort of launch yourself into the modern day and feel like any of our gripes we can now address. So from that point of view, it's definitely exciting. So yeah, I want to show your current mana, but we need to update this all the time to do show current mana, but it needs to get updated constantly. A bit scary. Definitely. I hear you on that. So this is on hovering a spell book. How did we do this before? I think we had some like mega region. We can close out of this. Enchanter den. Right, there was just some clickable area here. Hover area. I'm confused. Where is this? Oh, it got expanded dynamically. Oh my God, I forgot about that. Hover area. What expanded this? Collision shape? This? Expand collision shape. Oh man. Oh man. Couldn't find anything. Does Godot not have anything for that itself? Godot rich text label? I could have sworn, I keep forgetting. I could have sworn there was something here. There's things like push bold italics. So I think that's how they kind of meant for you to do it, but they return void, so they're not the builder pattern. But you do something like label dot push bold and then label dot, I don't know what, push text probably. There's no push text. Huh. I don't know where, I don't know how you're supposed to do that then. Do they have a description somewhere? I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. But anyway, they have some push functions. They must have some way to put text in there. Yeah, maybe it was that. But I don't think that makes it any easier, really. It just becomes kind of a blob. I think one of the ways is made a little easier is if you put an @ sign here and then just type in your new lines this way. I think that's a little bit more readable. All right, so we don't need to expand the collision shape anymore. Expand collision shape. That isn't used anywhere else, right? But now the collision shape 2D isn't needed. We never did anything with it. Okay, so the shape should still exist. It's just we should size it from the get-go to be something more reasonable. So I want to put this here. Probably just make a special polygon, right? Yeah, fine. Where's polygon? There we go. Now, how do you draw this? Add element. Wasn't there some like drawing tool for this? Why can I never find this stuff? I could have sworn there was a way to do this. There's some controls that show up over here. I just can't figure out why they're not showing up. Huh. Okay, well, let's set some points and maybe then we can see it. Are they there? I don't know what's happening. Okay, well, I ran into the same problem last time, so let's just search this in Godot engine. Polygon. I don't know. I don't know. Delete those things. Delete this too. This isn't helpful. Okay, well, we did it in another scene. Where's the other scene? It was the town hall, I think. What is that? Collision polygon 2D. Oh, right. It's not a collision shape 2D that happens to have a polygon. It's a collision polygon 2D. Oh my God, I got to write this down because it's never going to be clear to me that that's how that works. If you want to draw a collision polygon, use a collision polygon 2D instead of a collision shape 2D with a convex polygon shape 2D. Yeah. Hey, unknown. Then the editor will show you. So we do a collision polygon. We delete the shape. Now we have these controls up here. Probably just makes it a little bit thinner. There. Show you these controls. Spicy ramen craze. It's never going to end. Create points. Okay. What am I doing? Oh, God. You can give me the tools, but you can't make me good at them. All right, let me sort of just hastily draw these bits. Now, how do I delete that point and not have it break everything? Oh, good. Ooh. All right, that's pretty good. Nice. All right, so have we gotten this to work? Can I run this? Error. Battle mod 2. Oh yeah, I didn't really fill any of this out. Let's just comment it all out for now. Is the next break the lunch break? Yes. Gonna get some chili. Gonna play Animal Royale. And there's now a relocate command if you don't like where you spawned in the arena. Does it work? Does it work? Does it work? It does. Yeah. Neat. Okay, let's read them. Increase customer speed by 50% for 30 seconds. Increase worker and adventurer speed by 50% in town for 30 seconds. Increase the chance to find double the items from a battle by 34% for 30 seconds. This one, I feel like could be reworded a little bit. Also, how do we word it for these things? Causes increase. It's not consistent. Adds. Hey, Derp, making turkey chili. Nice, 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 nice. You haven't had a chance to eat yet? You will. You'll get it. It's worker and adventure speed by 50%. Increase the chance to find double items. It says increases the chance. It grants a chance. Maybe all of them should be renamed or reworded. Grants plus this percent customer speed for 30 seconds. Grants worker grants plus speed to customers, speed to workers and adventurers in town for 30 seconds, and then grants a plus that chance to find double the items found from a battle. Might be better. Does our town have a name? Skeletown. Perhaps the percentage plus time should be before the doubling. Like grants a plus 25% speed for 30 seconds to wait. I think the time should still be at the end. Let's look at this in the game. Hey, Crows. I'm doing well. I'm feeling good. I've been a little bit slow this morning, but we're still making progress. And as long as we finish the enchanter today, I think I'll be okay. Because then well, tomorrow I'll probably stream too. Tomorrow I'll probably start one of these other things. Maybe the difficulty slider, maybe battle stats. These are much less interesting to me than the enchanter work. Yeah. So it's going to be a bit of a slog, but that's the bricklaying tenant. Okay, let's take a look. Grants plus 50% speed to customers for 30 seconds. Grants 50. Oh, there's no plus there. Whoops. But ignoring that part, grants plus 50% speed to workers and adventurers in town for 30 seconds. And then grants a plus 34% chance to find double the items. Chance to double the items found from a battle. How about find twice as many items from battles? Yeah, I think I like that a little better. Hey, Atomic Man. Feels good to catch a stream. Well, now that exams are done. Hey, Wem, thanks for the resub. Saying grants a chance for the double items implied. Yeah, exactly. And I don't know how to fix that. Well, actually, I thought grants would address that to some extent. Yeah, I think increases makes it sound like it's there to begin with, but grants makes it sound like you don't have it by default. Anyway, we'll see. Maybe, oh, I see the plus. You don't need it for that one. Well, they do stack. I want to make it clear that it stacks. Maybe the way we could have done this. We have active spells. Maybe we could have done it like this one. Let's take a look. Could have said like customer speed plus 100%. 27S, 21S. I don't think that'd be clear. Yeah, I think I like this. And also that shows that it stacks. Maybe increases is fine if things stack. Increasing from 0% is still valid and at least supports any passive ways of gaining double items from other sources. Yeah, I think a lot of this will just come down to when people play, is it clear to them or do they express confusion? Because they've expressed confusion about a lot of other things that we've addressed. Maybe add tags or pills too, like stacking, additive, multiplicative. You know, a lot of games don't share this information, and I think it's okay. Because I think some of this you'll realize, especially for speeds. And other ones you won't know, but you'll be like, well, it's still a benefit. So I think we'll see how that pans out. Anyway, we got the spellbook things, but we don't have these. This still says this has to change. So we got to get that. I think it'll be clear from the other one. Well, it still won't be because I'm not planning on combining the percents for you. Like if you have 50% and 50% of something and you combine them, you could have it be 100%. You could have it be 75%. You could have some diminishing returns where it's not even obvious and it really forms like a 62% or something like that. So yeah, unless we make it super clear what the total percent you're getting is, then it's I guess people won't know for sure. Finished 3 animes so far. Do you have what is it, Crunchyroll? Is that what people use? So now this tooltip is what has to change. Let's do this. If it's none. Yeah, I guess what we could figure out is, do we have a way of getting all the active spells? We don't? What? I guess we can just check all of the spell crystals. If spell crystals dot all m dot spell ID equals, why is spell ID not there? Active spell, that's what it's called. And this should probably be SC. So if this is equal to spell ID dot none, then we can say click a spell book to cast that spell. This is going to be spell tool tip formatter. Why does it think that doesn't exist? Oh, because I never renamed it. Of course. And then we're going to call it, I guess, form spell tooltip. And then uncomment all of this. And fix this stuff. This needs to take in all of the spell crystals. Spell IDs. All right, good. So there's going to be spell ID spells. Or maybe we just call it spell IDs. Active spells is probably good, or active spell IDs. Hey, Neil. Tracking total project time at all, or just tallying days you've done something on the game? Yeah, just tallying days I've done something on the game. The counter in the title is how many streams I've done. And if I ever split it into like a morning and an afternoon stream, then it'll be like day 80 and day 80 and half. So that way I don't increment it just because I did multiple streams in one day. And then I also have the journal that you can take a look at if you ever are curious about this, that tells us what I did on any given stream day. But I don't track the stuff off stream. I'm not too concerned about how long the game took in total. I'm concerned with all the things that are related to it, like what's my mentality? Is the team burning out? Are we getting closer to completion? Is this going to take another, 10 years or something? Those are the things that I think are important. I recognize you could have a burn down chart or something of how quickly you're completing tasks. But yeah, we're not doing something like that either. You track mood and feeling in a journal too? No. I have seen some people do that. I think Tim does that, Tim Baudet. I think he's got a journal as well, and I think he tracked like what was his mood during it. And I noticed actually, I think for whatever reason, before he raids me, his mood seems to be lower than on other days. I wonder if there's a correlation there. That's a fair amount of work. I was considering getting started, but I've been apprehensive due to time constraints. I say this a bunch of times, but I think it all comes down to what are your goals. If it's to have fun, if it's to learn, then you can certainly accomplish those on a short amount of time. If it's to release a product, then it's a little bit hazy. I think it's hard if you only get, let's say, like 3 hours a month to ever make anything that's going to hit the public. But that doesn't mean you can't have fun doing it. And it doesn't mean you can't like prototype stuff or try things out. So yeah, I think only if that's your goal, then it could be a problem. Let's see for the feel good feeling. Who knows? Done some analytics. Well, every once in a while, someone raids me and I'll be like, I've got some time. Let me go see what it is they said when they raided me. Which, by the way, a lot of streamers don't expect you to do that. I have now learned. People have said like the wrong language or game that I'm making. People have said the wrong name. They've called me things other than Adam. They've, I don't know. There have been some funny things I've seen when I watch people who are about to raid me. Doing the Advent, think I can find consistent time. It'd be 2 to 4 hours a day consistently. I mean, that's pretty good. 2 to 4 hours per day. I thought you were talking about like an hour a week or something. An hour a week, it's really hard to release anything. But yeah, 2 to 4 hours per day, you can definitely get something done. Okay, so get all the tooltips. How did this work? We had dynamic data here. We don't have this as dynamic as what we had before. We're going to do something like this. If you have 0 active, we just say active spells none. Okay, so if active spell IDs dot count equals 0, return active spells none. Yeah. Oh, thanks for the resub, Neil. Yeah, and good luck. You're gonna read Paul. Ski Slayer that would probably be a pretty cool game. I don't know how many of you ever played a game called Snowboard Kids, but that game was surprisingly fun. Hey, look, a little video about it. It was pretty much just Mario Kart on a slope. Yeah. I think that's the best description for it. Because, yeah, it was very similar to that in gameplay. But it was good. I wonder if anyone's ever done a skiing game like that. Forced to learn regex against my will. I think that's a good thing. Okay, so now we get the text. Active spells. Then we're going to add in BB code for the rest of this stuff. Make BB code list. Oh my God, because of this stupid thing. The color needs to appear before the UL. I forgot about this. Thank goodness I even had this here. First color. Oh God, so stupid. So stupid. All right, well, I was hoping this would be easy. Do we have colors in here? Where did I get this stuff from? I think item category had the color. Where is it? There it is, data.text color. And I don't even have that information anymore, do I? Item category data. I don't. No, wait, I do. But I shouldn't. Because that's not used anymore, right? Interesting. But we can at least take the things from there. All right, so delete that. Then go into all item category data. Get the text color. So we need to be very careful about this. It was potion, armor, weapon, which was it blue? I don't remember, and I can't interpret these colors right now, but I think we can just make VS Code interpret them. And either way, if we get them wrong, then all we have to do is just try again. Okay, so now we go to spell data and we add in the text color here. Text color. I'm just going to put these like this. I'm not even going to try to figure this out. I think if we did this and put a pound before it, I think it might make a color for us. Or maybe if we do it inside of a CSS file. Color colon this dot foo. Whoops. Hey, there, it worked. Okay, yeah, so that's red. And that should not be red. Wait, red? Because it's like orangish. What color do we want? That's the third one. So that's loop magnet. So that goes down there. So now we have to figure out what these colors are. This is blue. Blue is shopping spree. So we're good. Cool. Launch rockets at each other and stuff? Really? I guess a game I played on PlayStation a long time ago. What was it called? Twisted Metal? Yeah, this wasn't exactly Mario Kart. I think there were power-ups and stuff, but it was more of a battle royale kind of game. That was pretty fun, though. Twisted Metal was fun. I was thinking about it. I was thinking, what if you combined Soldat with Kirby Air Ride? I gotta fix my R key here. This was in, I guess I call it an arena shooter, and Kirby Air Ride was technically a racing game, but they had the city trial mode where you can collect stats and stuff. And I wonder what that would feel like if you were playing a shooter game and you got like plus gun damage, plus jump height, plus movement speed, plus health regeneration, to the point where you just became unkillable by the end. I think it'd be cool. It's probably worth modding another game and just not having to make the whole thing yourself. All right. Still got to figure this out. So we're going to pass in all of the tooltips and the first color. It's going to combine them all. I guess active spells like that. And we don't have the concept of there being none of them. All right, I guess delete this too. First color goes empty. Potion, armor, weapon, use the reverse enumeration order. We don't need that anymore. This is going to be which spells we had, so we don't need to sort these. We can just iterate over active spell IDs. This is going to be spell ID, spell ID. Then we get the spell data. Then we get the color. If it's, these are just active ones, so we'll always have a color. So we just do data.textColor. If is null or empty, first color, then set it. Sure. Get the description. I don't think so. I think we're going to call it the name. It means we don't even need this here anymore. All right, now make BB code list. Get battle mod description. What do we do for this? No enchantment. Tooltip info.suffix. What was that? What was that? Where did that come from? Battle mod tooltip info. Battle mod tooltip info. I'm just not sure what that could even represent. Suffix. If this is not null, it'll be put after the description. Typically used for the remaining time. Why wouldn't there have been a suffix? We need that. How do we get that? Oh, drat, we don't have that information because we don't have the spell times. Drat. Arctic Thunder. Never heard of this game. Whoa, the score on PS2 was really low. Except for this one, GameSpy, I mean. Even IGN gave it a 3 out of 10. Huh. How does a hobbyist get to the point where they can keep track of how a project of this size or complexity is organized? Just like how I talked about the goals of should you be learning or are you just having fun or are you trying to release a product? I think the goal of why are you trying to organize your time that way is important too. Otherwise, I think you can spend a lot of time on process and it won't actually benefit you. I mentioned this the other day. We have a GitHub project set up and yet I don't really use this anymore. And it's because it just didn't help us that much. So if you did find that it helped you, I think the way you would probably do it is something that's very small cost. Maybe you're writing down how much you did each week in terms of like an hour tracker. That doesn't have to be that hard to do. You just, start a timer, stop a timer, that sort of thing. And it just auto sums it up for you. And you can figure out how many hours you're putting in. And then maybe you could correlate that to some kind of burn down chart of how many issues do you have and how much are you getting done. But the amount of organization it takes just to get that to a granular enough level where you're actually gleaning something interesting from it is not easy. Because imagine that you're making any game that we're talking about here, like Mario Kart. What is your task list when you start it out? And if you're copying the game, then you'd at least know what systems you need to do. You know there's a title screen and you know there's a cart selection screen and you know how many characters there are, but probably you don't know that about your game ahead of time or any project you're doing ahead of time. Probably there are a lot of question marks where you're just like, I don't know how many carts there should be, maybe 4. How long does it take to make one? So you need to have something like, make a character, and then you need to time that, and then you need to figure out the like marginal cost of making a second character, and then you need to figure out how many characters do you want. Like that amount of just thinking that would go into all of this just to figure out when you're possibly going to be done by would already be very tough. But then there's that adage of like you make the first 90%, then you make the next 90%. That's all the stuff that was on your radar, that first 90%. Now you go to launch a game and you're like, oh man, I did not expect to get into problems integrating with Steam or whatever, forming a business or something like that. So yeah, it'd just be very, very difficult. Keeping track of all the code components is hard. Yeah, then there's Hofstadter's law. Which is, it always takes longer than you expect, even when you take Hofstadter's law into account. So even if you thought you estimated correctly, it's probably going to take longer. And even if you think, oh, well, I know about this, it's probably still going to take longer. So I think it's just really hard to estimate gigantic projects. So yeah, we need to know how long these things are going to last for. How did this work before? We had a suffix passed in, battle mod, tooltip formatter. Oh, what? Just caught the last part of that. Let me go find it again. Here it is. I can immediately relate. I mean, it is very tough. This took in the tooltip info. I see. Okay, so I think we need to form this still. I haven't done this yet, so we don't have a duration, but we should put a duration S in here. Or maybe I'll just kind of hard code it for right now. Int duration equals 5. Yeah. That way we can say duration 0s. Then this needs to get updated every second, so there's that. And then we also want to show your mana in here somewhere. How did this work? No enchantment, or show the description and a suffix. Or if there is no suffix, show the description. Why did we ever use this? I don't know. Yeah, I love it when you overestimate a task and then you get to do it and it's done in like 10 minutes or something. It's a great feeling. All right, anything here about battles or mods? No. No spell ID. Active spell. But the active spell may be nothing. Oh my god. All right, well, we just skip those. Yeah. If spell ID... Actually, this isn't even how that works, huh? No, we shouldn't do things this way. Man. I'm gonna have to change all this. Yeah. This needs to be where the spell ID is not equal to null. None. Yeah. Then we pass that into here. We delete this. I'm just gonna try to run this. It's going pretty well. I have started working on the tooltip stuff in the enchanter, and that's what we're about to test. I am nearly positive it's not going to work the first time. Also, we probably need to give ourselves infinite mana. So right now I hover over this, it says active spells none, and then I need an extra new line there. Click a spell book to cast that spell. There, okay, good. But that looks pretty good. And we have tooltips for these. So now I'm going to click a spell, shopping spree. We hover over this. It says active spells, shopping spree. If I click this again, it says it twice. And if I click this one now, okay, so that is working. We just need the durations to show correctly. And then we need this to drop off correctly too. So let's speed this up and see if it does drop off correctly. Yeah, it does. Okay. Cool. Yeah. When I estimate tasks, you're used to use a time or point system. And if the latter, what does each point represent? We typically used a point system, and the points would represent just sort of a relative complexity of the task. And we typically use Fibonacci numbers. So it was like you estimate that a task is something like 3, 5, 8, 13, or just greater than 13. That's typically what people did. But that wasn't always what was done. That was only for like the first team I worked on at Google. And then the second one, we just didn't have task estimation like that. multiple visual levels indicating how much time is left in the spell. You mean instead of just having it neatly sort of bleed out like that? Because right now it just drops smoothly, which I like. I think that's nice. Oh, just joined. Okay, gotcha. Yeah. All right, so what we have to do is we have to pass in this other thing and then get this to work. So battle mod tooltip info. I want to duplicate this. I want to figure out where we put this thing. It's just this thing with a time. I don't know why this was optional. Why was this suffix optional? Why did we do that? I guess we can try to find out why. But I think it was just a mistake. Oh, because we showed this dialogue in battles as well. And in battles, you don't care how much time is remaining because it just mattered that you started the battle at the right time. Wow. Okay, cool. Well, then this should be pretty simple. And yeah, we did time points. Manager wanted that. Yeah, it's just how many times did people, regardless of the point system, come in and be like, this was lower or higher than I thought? How many people, without you ever knowing, were expanding their tasks to fit whatever their time estimate was, but they were really done sooner? There's all sorts of issues with any estimation. All right, the final thing is, where was this located? Inside the battle mods folder. Okay, we're going to go make this then too. Oh my goodness. So spell, active spell tooltip info. And then let's paste in this. Yeah. Getting hungry. Getting hungry. All right, we don't need any of that. So we just need the spell ID, and then the duration. And the duration's probably double. And I guess we capitalize these things. And then we call this spell active spell tooltip info. All right. Now what? Now we change this. Oh man. Tooltip infos. So we select. Can we do this? I don't know what I'm doing right now. Does that work? It does. Okay, then where we're gonna get the tooltip info. Info.spellid is not equal to none. Oh, hooray. It's kind of working. Now we got to change this function to take that in. And then I guess we call this tooltip infos or something like that. And if you don't have any, then you have none of these active. And over here, we say that this is a var tooltip info. Rename that. Get the spell ID. And then we just need the duration, which comes from here. Cannot implicitly convert from double to int. Not anymore. Okay, I think we're good. We just need to show your current mana somewhere. What does the I stand for? It's an interface. I think our team worked pretty well with the estimations, but there were always cases where someone would just trick it. More than anything, it was useful for the manager and TPM to plan dev cycles. Yeah, I think if there's a TPM involved, there's got to be some kind of estimation. Okay, let's try this out. All right, so we hover over this. Active spell is none. Click a spellbook to cast that spell. Let's click the orange one. Now it says loop magnet, but it still says 5S. Why? Why not passing in a duration? Oh, I already go to the number 5. Whoops. Oh, man. All right. Well, it shows how much I know. Yeah, there. It's already done. But now it's a string and not a duration like that. So string, duration, string. That looks good. this can just be tooltip info dot duration string. We don't need a :0. It already has the S on it. Yeah, nice. I guess if we're not going to take anything else from that, let's just do this too, huh? All right, test number 445. And then just got to show mana, and we can show that in a rainbow string. And then the tooltips will be done. Stocking frenzy, shopping spree. Should always be in the order you click them in. So I click orange now. It's that one third. And then as they go away, how does that look? Yeah, I like it. All right, time to render mana. Where does mana go in that order? We have active spells printing out. Maybe at the bottom. Mana, like 210. It costs 120 to cast any spell. No, I should probably say mana out of what your maximum is, which I don't remember what it is. But whatever, 210 on 300. Yeah, so we should definitely do this. And then maybe in parentheses, it costs 120 mana to cast any spell. Yeah. Hey, Balazos. Okay. We're going to do this. We're going to do this. So where does this come from? I guess at the bottom here. Text plus equal /n/n mana. Mana crystal dot mana plus slash. What am I doing? Let's do it this way. All right, there we go. Now I want that to be a rainbow number somewhere. I don't know if the whole word should be or if just the number should be. I'm going to try putting it, I'm going to try having it be the whole thing. All spells cost that much mana. Yeah, I'll try that. And maybe this should even be gray. What color do we use when we use gray? I think it's dark gray or dim gray. Color equals dark gray, yeah. Color equals dark gray. Okay, now let's make this a little bit clearer what's actually going on here. So string mana text equals just this bit. That way we can separate the formatting a little bit from this. And then string mana guidance. That's not what I want. There. Okay. So now we should have mana in there. And update tooltip needs to get called anytime your mana changes. Oh, which is going to be done. All right. Yeah. Let's try that out. Oh, I can already see the rainbow text. That is super distracting. That is supremely distracting. Yeah, we need to tone that down. Like way tone it down. But if we click one of these things, we should see, yeah, your mana is refilling. Oh God, it's terrible. It's just the worst. And it can't handle updating every single second because the rainbow text is messing up. I don't know if that's coming through. But yeah, I think every time we update it, it's trying to like set it to different colors. We can try changing the frequency, but I don't know if anything's going to make this look great. Where is that rainbow? So if we were to put rainbow text on anything, I guess we'd put it on maybe just the word mana. so that that never changes. Like this. And then delete this. Maybe set it to 0 so it's static. Well, if it animates correctly this time, then I think I'd set it to something low. Otherwise, we just manually pick some colors, and then we wouldn't even need the rainbow thing. So how does this look if we cast a spell? No, it still looks bad. Yeah, it still looks bad. Hey, cool. Welcome in. Oh, man. All right, well, then yeah, I think we just need to pick like 4 of these colors from inside this crystal and just hard code it to that. Yeah. Also, that dark gray looks really bad for some reason. Maybe I did that wrong. Aha, because there's not supposed to be an underscore. Yeah, I think we delete the rainbow bit. Seems jittery. Oh yeah. That's I agree with you. Yeah. And well, I don't think it's worth doing anything else. I think let's not try to polish this right now, and let's just get this working correctly. Yeah, so there, that's what this will look like. You can see mana going up once per second. I guess that text still looks kind of bad. Maybe dim gray is better. Probably I can't maybe use saddle brown for that bit of text. I think we'll be using saddle brown for like that. Oh, we can't do that. Like this is that brown color, I think. 3F0317. I don't know for sure, but yeah, this is just not a good gray color to use for this. Let's just open up the tooltip and type this in. All right, testeroni. So now we're going to put a color equals dim gray. That's better. Dark gray was too light. Yeah, dim gray is better. Okay. So we change this to dim. And then I kind of wanted to show your current mana in the spell book as well. But the problem with that is we need to call update tooltip text, so we need to know what we're hovering over. It might not be worth it to do that. Yeah, I think this looks good. Yeah. There's just one kind of small problem. You might be expecting to see your roll up bonuses somewhere, like plus 100% customer movement speed. I don't know. I don't know if you'll care. Well, maybe we just leave things like this for now. Why does it look like there's extra spacing there, though? After the list of spells. We don't have enough mana. Takes forever. There. We still don't have enough. Yep, we got it now. Yeah, I think it's fine. Yeah, I think it's fine. We need sound effects for sure. Yeah, but this is done. All right, what time is it? 12:30? Yeah, it's definitely getting to lunchtime. So what we're going to do is clean up this commit, check in. Then I'm going to have you all play Animal Royale for like 15 or 20 minutes while I eat some food. And then when I get back, we can keep working through this task. This is looking good, looking good. Yep, yep, yep. Everything's good so far. Yeah, neat. Okay, I'm pretty happy with this. Show tooltips for the enchanter. So that's done and that's done. All right, so what are we doing when we get back? Let me just make sure this is reasonable. Change the dialogue. That should be pretty simple. That's just text changes. Make mana regenerate, animate the mana crystal. We already did that. Allow you to unlock the size of the first boss. That I don't know about, but that's also a pretty easy thing once we made this decision. And the player build a spell crystals. That's going to be a little bit tough. Saving and loading is going to be a little bit tough. Some polished stuff. Okay. Okie dokie. Yeah, I think it is time to go get lunch. Then we have work cut out for us when we get back. Man. Did I have anything written here about to-do items? That should probably be in there. All right, I'm going to go take my lunch break. Let me kick this off and then talk. Is it TNT time? Oh, wait a second. Oh, darn it. I forgot to rebuild the game, didn't I? I think I did. Okay, well, I'm going to need to turn this off. Oh, darn it. Maybe I can reload it for inside the game. Yeah, I forgot to do this. This might actually take several minutes. Yeah, hang on a second. Close the game. Okay, cool. Yeah, we got to wait for this thing to be done. This could take a long time. I want to go. Shall we do some chores? All right, take care, Dan. Yeah. You want an M1, M2? I'm on a, what is it? M2 Ultra, yeah. I don't think this is taking a long time because of the computing power. You can see it's only downloading a few at a time, and the sizes are incredibly small. So for whatever reason, it's like, I'm just going to download one version at a time. But if it pipelined all of these, I think it'd be very, very fast. Did I also pull? I might have forgotten that. Dan, thanks for resubbing. Welcome back. Have a good shower, good chores. All right, well, I guess we're just sitting around here waiting for this. I'm hungry. I want to stand up. All right, well, let's at least pull the code. Code, Minecraft, git pull. Yeah, I hadn't done any of this stuff. I wonder if there's an argument you can pass so it doesn't download. Why is it even doing this? I think it's because we manifested all the repositories. I'm actually not standing right now. This is proof. Smooth spinning. Can't do that if you're standing. I don't know if it's downloading just new stuff or if it's re-downloading a bunch of old stuff, because there's no way there are all these new versions the whole time, right? And it looks like it's downloading the same things over and over. I'm seeing 2.17.0 snapshot. Oh, no, they are different. There's a lot of different versions, I guess. Can apparently pass -O. It's not a download speed problem either. I have gigabit internet. It's just whatever process Maven is using is not trying to pipeline these things. It's only allowing to download like one thing from each repository at a time. All right, well, fine. Let's just leave this for a second then. Let me look at this list. What else do we have on here? Get crystal of type should probably go away. I think we got rid of that, right? Yeah, we did. Search for mod, battle mod, active mod, battle mods. Whoa, what's that doing? This should be deleted. Use or delete this. We don't need that anymore. Save data needs to be modified still. active mod anywhere else? Just in the save data. Yep, delete that too. See what they can come up with. No, thank you. Move references to battle mods. These were just in the comments as far as I know, yeah. These were only in comments. It's a bunch of manifests for a big dependency like paper. Yeah. Definitely need to stop that. Can apparently pass -O, but I wonder, does it, like, what happens if there is an update? Probably change Animal Royale to pass -O or something. It's not stuck in a loop. It will eventually get done. It looks like it's downloading the same things over and over, but it's not. They're slightly different in all these cases. Like this is 2.15.1, this is 2.15.2. This is a different like dependency. Not updating them anyway, right? Yeah, yeah. So that it's in offline mode and doesn't cause Maven to take like 4 minutes downloading stuff. All right, anything else on this list? Figure out what we're going to do about the duration of the spells. I think all I meant by this is what number do we want to use, and we settled on 30 seconds, which I think is fine. Delete inactive enchanter crystal region. I don't know what this represented, but yeah. Remove unused constant. Need to refactor enchanter crystal. We did this stuff. Also write in the journal as long as we're waiting, right? Yeah. Whoops. What's going on? Yeah, there. Continued working on the new enchanter. Got spells to work. Spells and the tooltips to work. Might update that later. Still have the bleeding problem here. Hey, it worked. Okay, cool. So we're gonna run that one more time just to make absolutely certain. It's not gonna take 5 minutes. It's gonna take 10 seconds this time. But the reason we're rerunning it is just to make certain that it didn't snapshot the code before running the build process. I don't think it would have, but it's very quick to do this. So there, it's done. Took 1.3 seconds longer than I said. Is it TNT time? All right, so chat, here's what's gonna happen. It's gonna launch Minecraft. You'll all be able to connect through Twitch chat, and you'll connect as a sheep, and you can shoot TNT at each other. It is an incredibly confusing input system because there hasn't been time to fix that. But once you figure it out, it's pretty satisfying, and you can try to be the best sheep. So it'll load up any second now. Or it's never gonna load. Who knows? This is the fun of automated voice commands. I don't see anything happening on my computer. Give me a sec. Let me look at the script output. It might have encountered a problem. It says it's starting. But yeah, I don't see anything here. Huh. I wonder what we do about this. It changed the scene and everything. It says starting the Minecraft server. It never said that it's ready though. Oh, this sucks. What do we do? What do we do? Code local streamer main.py. So it started this, and now, oh, is it eventually going to hit the maximum number of attempts? How long does that take? 3 seconds times 30 attempts. How long has it been? It's probably got another like 30 seconds on this. And even if that, no, this is going to work. I should just reload the script. I wonder if this is running. Grep. It's not running that. What about Minecraft? Okay, well, we're going to restart this. Yeah. Let's try that now. Is it TNT time? Yeah, it seems to be working. Yep. Nice. All right, cool. It's working. All right, you all have fun. I'm gonna go take my break. I'll be back in like 20 minutes or so. All right, hey again, everybody. I'm back. I'll let this match play out. Kevin's over here. Quickie Joe's over here. Anyone else wants to join? Get a proper spectated match going. Now remember, oh, Quickie Joe's just relocated. Remember, the goal is to kill this cow. I think the camera probably should move like this throughout a match. Just a little bit, even if it's just along this one axis. And all right, place your bets. Who's winning, purple or yellow? Where's that going? Whoa, that's a pretty good shot. I think Quickie Joe's landed there. Give me all the rules in chat so I can drop it in Chat GPT. I think it'd be really hard to win through Chat GPT because it would need to take in the state of the game as well. Ooh, that was a really good shot. All right, well, GG, close the game. Let's switch back to the regular stream mode. Yeah, I'm still a little torn on Animal Royale. I know not everyone's going to participate in it, but there were a couple of games that only had 2 people. And it's like, if those 2 people were distracted or doing something else or just weren't interested, then there'd be 0 people. What is PSG? It is PS-aux, I think. Yeah, or PS-aux and then grep it, the result. Almost all of this stuff is in my Adam's Apple repo. I cannot talk right now. So if you search for PSG in here, it should show up. Yeah, just a simple alias from Hideo, apparently. Oh yeah, I love the name. This was one of my more inspired names that I've ever made. All right, where we leave off. Change enchanter's dialogue. Let's not do that yet because that's going to be pretty easy to do. Allow you to unlock this after the first boss, maybe even earlier. Maybe it just costs 150 gold. You can choose to unlock it. Yeah, this is more important. I don't know what the answer to this is. When should you be able to get this? And how much should it cost? And how much should it cost to upgrade it? So I think the answer to this is pretty early on so that you can start using the spells, which I think would be fun. Maybe after the first boss. First boss takes about maybe like 30 minutes to beat. Well, to get to and then to beat. It's not like it's a 30-minute long fight or something like that. Then again, I don't really see a problem with allowing you to get stuff sooner. There is one little caveat to that. I do think there should be a certain amount of tutorial section of the game. And in that time, you probably should have your options limited. So yeah, I think after the first boss, I'm pretty sure I'm going to go with that as a conclusion. Then as far as how much it costs, I don't know, like 100? When do we show the enchanter sign right now? Enchanter sign. Oh, only here and show all remaining signs. I think I want to do it after you've beaten the first boss. Yeah, I think I want to do it then. Show enchanter sign. Okay, so now we don't need to do it and show all remaining signs. Actually, I guess there's no problem with doing that. Just one question. What does grant most things do? Probably calls show all remaining signs. It does. It doesn't give you the enchanter either. I don't know why. Why doesn't this give you the enchanter? Why don't we just give it to you? Whoops. If enchanter is null, create. Enchanter is a type. Oh, enchanter den. Yeah, so now we don't need this to show you the sign. You can just build it. Thank goodness. Can't tell you how annoying that was. Are you the noob from the Robot Can? That is me. Welcome back, Ornong. Where they fight like Scratch? Yeah, yeah. Yep, I was that noob. All right, so now when I click grant most things, we have the Enchanter's Den. This sign is still showing. Enchanter sign. So we should hide this. I would have thought that creating the Enchanter's Den would have done this. Oh, wait. Oh, we don't have a... Oh, I see. We don't have a conditional around this. Town.enchanter then is null. Then show this sign. Yeah. Hated the game. Bye. All right. Cool. See you later. This should show the sign. And then when we build it through the debug option, it should not be showing. Okay. Why is that happening here? Let's just put a breakpoint there. Title, new game, grant. Hey, Sphere. Something's amiss with this. I'm not sure what it is. Oh, I know. Oh my God. Of course. We show the sign because you need to see it for upgrading it. That's what clicking this would do. Well, that's what clicking it should do. And yes, it does upgrade it. So, let me take a look at that. Enter sign. It's build or level up. I see. So what do you get when you build the first one? Just a mana crystal? No, that's not true. You get the first crystal too, right? You don't. I don't understand that bit. Unless the first time you build this, it does something different. If it's null, call create, and then add another crystal. I see. That's a little bit weird. Yeah, it's a little bit weird. Well, enchanter den dot add next crystal. All right, so that'll do that correctly. And then we need to position the signs. Show all remaining signs. It won't know that you should have positioned this differently. I wonder where we set that. Just show. There's no reposition. Don't we have something like that though? Yeah, right here. Reflect current building status. I think this is wrong. And I think we should do it this way. Now, why don't we have that function? Where's that? Public virtual void. That's in a build and upgrade sign, which the enchanter sign is not. Oh, that explains it. Yeah, this is not smart. This should be a build and upgrade sign. Yeah. All right, we should revamp this. Build and upgrade sign. That's going to cause a whole bunch of stuff to just be wrong now, I think. Upgrade labels. Yeah, all this is going to be wrong. Hey, Big Willie. Yeah, this does look like Java because it's C# and the languages are very, very similar to one another. But welcome in. Making a game called Skeleseller. A little bit more information there. And then if you're curious about basically anything else, there's also a bunch of commands you can use if you want, or just look at them through that database. So what do we need for this? Get building. What was this called for then? Can close, build cost, labels. Oh, because of the adding crystals and stuff? I see. This is going to change anyway. It's just add another spell crystal each time. And positioning it and everything. Okay, yeah. I think we're going to change this. All right, let's look at anything else that does something like it. I guess the shop signs are doing something like it. So let's copy this. If it's not equal to null, then only show label on hover is true. Shouldn't that be something this does too? Hey, Pixelito. Only show... I don't have anything for that here. I don't know why we wouldn't have done that though. Oh, because builder upgrade sign must handle it, right? Only show label on, yep, there it is. Wow, okay. So then merging this should help quite a lot. So what's the second init thing that we have here? Am I using OpenGL? I mean, indirectly, yes, because it's Godot that I'm using. And I'm pretty sure Godot uses OpenGL in one of its renderers, but not directly. I'm not like manipulating matrices or anything like that. Get building. Okay, so get building is going to be get the town enchanter den. Cannot convert from enchanter den. Oh, it's not a building. Oh my goodness. Oh, so many things. So this would have to be an I building, which then means it needs to implement all of whatever the methods are, which are what? Just to get current level. I mean, that's pretty easy. Presumably there's more to it than that. And presumably we also have a current level or something. Yeah, we do. All right, well, I guess let's write this here. Making the game directly in OpenGL without an engine would take ages. I mean, you could write your own renderer for something, and if you want to directly use OpenGL, you totally could. I think Jessica Mack was doing a game pretty much entirely in shaders. Although, I don't know what she was using to set up the game. But it all depends on what you're aiming for. Current level. Okay, so that'll work. What else do we need from iBuilding to be here? Get current level, get max level. Get max level set to 1 here. There is no get max level for this. Yeah. Current level. Okay, so it's the same general thing. The max level of this is that 3. Now what else is in here? Has reached max level. That's fine. Upgrade. Do we have an upgrade function? No. Get next sign position. We presumably don't have that either. And get cost of next upgrade. So we need these 3 functions. Okay, all of these should be public. Upgrade, I guess, is just add the next crystal. Yeah. Which we could probably make that private now. To do, probably make this private. Get cost of next upgrade. I don't know what we're going to set this to. Yeah, I'll just have it return 456, so it's an easy number to search for. Presumably we don't have any of those, right? No, this is the only one. And then get next sign position. This is something that we did already. I just don't know where. Maybe we did an enchanter sign. Reposition sign. Yeah, what is that? Position of next crystal. Okay. So we could do that here too. Position of next crystal is the global position of that thing. Yep. Position of next crystal. Okay, cool. So stuff is still going to be broken here. We still need to fix some of this. So now this is a building, so that's fine. The initial cost. What is the initial cost? Here it is. In fact, that's probably what we should have done for all this stuff. Get cost of next upgrade is just this current level. Yeah. So this one is 0. Then what is this one? Can close dialogue. You can close the dialogue if... You can always close it. It's always true. Build labels. Let's just copy paste these. And then upgrade labels. Add spell crystal. Spell crystal allows you to cast another spell. What I want to say is concurrently, but I worry that that's not a friendly word to use. Allows you to have another spell cast. at the same time. I don't know. I just want to say it allows you to cast another spell concurrently. Cast to have another spell cast. Whatever. That's what I'm going with. Maintain 2 active spells. Allows you to maintain 1 more active spell. More active spell. All right, let's see what that looks like in the game. That's a good suggestion, Dan. Thank you. Did you already do your chores, by the way? All right, then we have this stuff, which I don't think is needed. Yeah, I think we can just delete that. Now get dialogue data. We don't need any of this, right? Yeah, I don't think we need any of this. Half and half, still listening? Gotcha. Yeah, every once in a while when I raid somebody, I want to get up from my computer, so I turn Twitch on my phone, and then I get an ad so that I need to stay at my computer, and then finally I can walk away from it. Get cost of next upgrade. Yep. Builder level up. Okay, so I don't think this should exist anymore. What calls this? Build calls builder level up? Shouldn't upgrade also called that? We have, no, we don't have an upgrade function. What? Because what, upgrade calls build by default? Building upgrade. Oh, the building has an upgrade thing. Oh my God. Well, we didn't code that, did we? Oh, we did. Amazing. So then why do we override build here? What is... There's no build, that's why. So this is not going to work, I think. It should just be build, which means that this is null, which means we do this. And then add next crystal. Then we used to free the sign. Do we do that now? No, we just hide it. It's questionable. It'll work, but it's just means we're keeping one more thing around in memory that has no reason to ever exist again. It's pretty low cost though. I'm not gonna worry about it right now. So is build done? We don't need builder level up anymore. Update text reposition sign should get called automatically. Is there anything else happening here? That's it. Yeah, that's it. So we delete this too? And presumably delete this? Wow, that's a lot simpler. I hope it works. Let's try it out. Oh wait, no, there's one more thing I forgot. Which is the reflect current buildings. Oh no, now it works. It just magically fixed itself. Hooray. Because now I'm implementing the right thing. I wasn't implementing it before. So now when I click grant most things, we should have 1 crystal. The sign didn't actually move to the right position. Yeah. Can you run the code for test? Yeah, I needed to get to a point where I could build it first. So overall, the game is what you're seeing now. It's a town management game. You send adventurers into battle. So I'll send my rogue in to do a battle here. They just automatically fight. And then they won the battle and got a couple of items, which then my adventurers will go and stock up into my shop. They're walking over here with a potion. They'll stock it up. And then these customers walking around can buy them. So they'll go purchase it. And I got 3 gold. And with the money, I can do things like this, upgrade my town and upgrade my adventurers. So what we're working on is this enchanting system, which is not, probably shouldn't even be called the enchanter anymore, maybe. But it allows you to cast some spells. So for example, this one lets customers move faster. So if I click it, it turns this crystal blue. I lose some mana. I mean, typical spell casting stuff. And I get a buff for like 30 seconds. But this should not be positioned here. And I don't know why it's not getting repositioned. Show enchanter sign. I guess because inside of the town we call this, but then we never modify the sign. Show all remaining signs. Why does this not call has shown? Oh, we just don't call show enchanter sign anymore. Well, we should. You're a wizard, enchanter. Would wizard be a better term for this? They're casting spells, and it doesn't really make sense how they're making customers move faster other than magic. Oh, the get next time position I'm already using, and now it's working. I just wasn't calling the function that would reflect where the sign should be. So yeah, now there's add spell crystal, and then add spell crystal. This is also adding spell books, which I don't like. I want the spell books to be there by default. So how do we do that? Spell book probably hides itself somewhere. No, it doesn't. Does this hide it? Yes, not anymore. All right, so now they should just exist by default. Skella Speller. I'm the Skella Spellcaster. I think at some point people would be like, I am just going to uninstall this game. I've been overloaded by puns. All right, so now all the books are there by default, so if I want to cast the orange spell first, I can. I should be getting more loot from battles. You tell me a bunch of nonsense that doesn't matter anymore. Kind of want to bump this down a couple of pixels, I think. Because one of the things that you might have seen just there is the position of the sign is, it's still on the stone, but it looks like it's a mistake. It looks like it should be farther down. And we could just expand the stone by one more tile. And then, I mean, everything would probably look fine. But we could also just lower this crystal a bit. Yeah. Looks like 3 hot dogs on a stick. The crystals? Or the sign? I think you mean the sign. It does kind of look like 3 hot dogs on a stick. Huh. You expand it, may run in the vault. You may need to move it down. I'm going to try the moving it down bit because that's pretty easy to do. Any other spells you intend to add? I'd like to see how it's done. No, these are the only 3 I wanted to add. But I can still show you sort of how these were implemented. So first of all, what the spells are. This is faster customers. This one's faster workers and adventurers. So they're both pretty similar. And then this one is more items that you find from battle. So the way this is implemented is we keep track that the spells can stack. So we keep track of how many of each spell you have. So for example, here, number of spells that have the item spell versus the worker spell versus the customer spell. And then we multiply it by some bonus. So for example, you get, plus 34% more items from the item spell. And then we just use that when we roll item drops. So whatever this percent is, we have that much of a chance to double your items. So they're pretty straightforward. Yeah, I'm going to drop this down a little bit. So crystal 2 needs to be lower. How much can we lower it before it overlaps though? Like 2 pixels? Yeah, 2 pixels. So we can lower it 1 pixel, I guess. Maybe that's all it takes. Let's try lowering it 1 pixel and take a look. Can I extract all those getters? Yeah. You mean do this, right? Or I guess. No, wait. No, I don't know what you mean. Never mind. Do you mean just convert it into 1 line so I can use an arrow? They're the same, just the ID and multiplier changes. Oh, I see. Can I refactor them so that there's one common method underneath them? Yeah, I could do that. I don't think it's super important, but I'll write it down. Small refactor. This and the other spells all have the same body. We can make a function that returns the bonuses. I could make it return a couple pixels lower there. Yeah, that's probably a better way of doing this. Yeah, I think that's just a better way of doing this. In fact, I'm going to undo the change I made to the enchanter den because I think I like the crystal positioning. I think that was fine. I mean, it's only 1 pixel. It really doesn't matter too much, but the sign position does kind of matter. Get next sign position, position of next crystal. So this is going to be if current level equals, let's see, 1, then return position of next crystal plus new vector 2. We're going to bump this down by like, I don't know, 6 pixels. Otherwise, return this. There. Name current level doesn't exist. What am I messing up now? What am I messing up? The semicolon? Yeah. All right, let's try that out. Hey, Caleb, I'm doing well. How's it going for you? We're making good progress. We only have one difficult task, I think, and that's saving and loading this stuff, and hopefully it's not too bad because we already kind of did it. Yeah, that looks a lot better, right? So now when you click build, the crystal gets built sort of right on top of that. Why is this higher than the other ones? Why is this stuff higher? Hold on a second. What do these look like? They're centered. Okay, this is possibly a little bit weird. The other buildings, it made sense for the sign to be in the center of where that thing shows up. But this is like a tower. So it sort of makes sense for it to be on the base. I think that's why this looks strange. I could just move it up, yeah. Although then I need to modify it in every scene. The other thing I could do is just always return the position of the next crystal plus 6 pixels and see what that looks like. And we don't have to do anything. I'm fine with really either way, but I'm trying to aim for speed here, I think. All right, so we click this. Yeah, I think this looks good. Yeah, I think we just keep that. Always good to have a magic number. I don't tend to look at people's statuses too much, I guess. Apply a small offset because the sign should be roughly positioned with the crystal's base. Wait, base. What do you call it? Stand? Stand, maybe? Yeah, stand. All right. And that's that. So now add next crystal is never called from outside of this? No, that's not true. It is called from outside of this, but there's no reason for that to happen, right? Retired Android, thanks for the resub. Happy 5/6 of the year. Thank you, thank you, thank you. This is called everywhere, and I don't like this. Isn't there a build function? Does iBuilding not have a build? It just has an upgrade? I guess building is done differently based on these things. Yeah, because this won't even exist. That seems wrong. Do you spawn stuff at the sign center? I spawn stuff, yeah, at the sign center, yeah. And like I said, for buildings and everything, it works out pretty well. Because every other building other than this one thing, it makes sense. This is the one exception. Yeah, I do think that the proper way of doing this would be just bumping this up a bit. And actually what we'd have to do if we wanted it to be the same is just bump this up by 6 pixels. So it would look like that, I guess. Hey, Honest Dan, how's it going? I was going to raid you yesterday, but I saw you were online for like 12 hours, and I'm like, this man cannot stay online for that much longer. But I hope it's been going well. You've been doing a game jam, right? Is that right? I saw your title, and I've like immediately forgotten. Charity streams are long ones. Yeah, I hope it's going well. Hey, Maestro. Debugger's red for some other reason. This was from earlier. Oh, it's from the town hall thing. I gotta merge that PR. Yeah, so welcome in everybody. I'm working on a game called Skeleseller, and we've been working on this system for a little while, which doesn't make sense at a glance. But the way this works is you have 3 spells represented by these spell books, which I'm just realizing now should have outlines around them. Add outlines to the spell books on hover. And when you click one of them, it'll fill up a crystal. So I can click the blue one twice. It'll fill up 2 blue crystals. And then I have shopping spree enabled twice, which makes customers move, I think, twice as fast. It's hard to tell which ones are customers, but they're that one in red and that one who wants a potion. Yeah. So I can go battle and get them a potion. There we go. There are the potions. I'll drag this over here. And this person should come purchase it. No, they're leaving. What are you doing? Yeah, I guess they had 3 minutes of time without getting that potion. And they're just rage leaving the town. Halfway through, wraps up Sunday night. Nice, yeah. Sounds like quite a marathon if you're doing long streams. Too expensive? How nice is the new tabs thing in Google Docs? You know, I was just talking to someone yesterday about this, and he said that he uses it, like, let's say you have a design document. You have one tab be the sort of final design document, another tab for all your scratch notes. I think this is a really good idea. Because a lot of times you want to keep these things together, but you don't want the scroll bar to be massive on the document because you kept all your scratch stuff in the document. You don't want a separate document because you need to load them separately, manage access separately. So yeah, I think tabs are a great feature, and I think this is a good usage of them. Get this bonus twice because they really need that. They'd be like darting across the screen. Okay, so we were going to do this and move this up a little bit. I think this is probably fine. Just position it there. That's going to affect all of these positions, or at least it should have, right? Maybe. What? Why does it look the same? I'm confused. If I put this back to 0, 0, and I look at this scene, this hasn't changed at all. Like, this is touching the pixel of the collision box there. But if I set this to -6, all right, well, now I guess just maybe we don't need the next sign position. Where even is that? Next position here. Yeah, what if we delete this? How are you enjoying the game dev generally? I'm loving it. Yeah, I think it's great. I enjoy game dev. I feel the only real pressure is from self-imposed deadlines, because I mean, this can't continue forever. But other than that, it's nice. I get to solve problems. I'm really liking how the game is shaping up. I mean, even not good. Even features like this, it's just seeing it come to life and seeing how it's going to impact gameplay. Like, by the way, quick overview. I know I shared that you can battle and you can get items and you sell them in your town. The reason this exists is because at any given point, you may have too many items in your shops and customers aren't buying them. You might have too many items in your warehouse and your workers aren't restocking them fast enough. Or you might not have enough items anywhere. These spells affect all 3 of those things. So either make customers move faster so they buy them, make workers move faster so they stock them more, or find more items from battle. So for example, here I've got a pretty full warehouse. If I were to click, well, let's grant some more spells. If I were to click the worker spell 3 times, watch as they dart all over the place. And now they'll stock up all these shops on their own. I'll grant more things here. So now our warehouse will clear out a little bit faster and we could earn more items. So I like these ideas. I like seeing them come to life. And we've gotten a lot of feedback on the game already. Make them not idle or wander as much. Yeah, although if we just speed them up, I think even that can be helpful. And as your town gets bigger, you'll have more customers. All right, it's there. The spells just ran out, I think. Yeah, there are no active spells. And we sort of cleared out the warehouse. So why is the sign position what it is? I think because it's taken from this, which is just the position of the crystal, but the position of the crystal changed. What is going on? Did we not change the offset or something? Oh, Kit. Thank you very much for the raid. Hey, everybody. I was just watching Kate yesterday, I think. Time flies. Anyway, welcome in, everybody. I appreciate you all being here. For those who did not see this, because Kit just raided pretty recently too, I'm working on a game called Skeleseller, and it's a game where you send adventurers in to do battle for you, and they fight automatically. It's supposed to be a pretty laid-back, casual game, so I'm not controlling this right now. And when they win this fight, they will get some items that go into my town that then my adventurers will stock up into my shops, and then customers can come buy them. So a lot of this is like, I'm not touching the keyboard for this stuff. It's just sort of happening. And what we're doing right now is we're adding in this spell system. So let's say I want customers to move faster. Let me do this and upgrade this. I can click this. It'll fill up some of these spell crystals and take mana. And now customers will move faster. So if I just spawn a bunch of them, you'll see them like bolting across this bridge over here. And they'll eventually buy items, which I unfortunately don't have any. So let's spawn some of those in too. And yeah, so that's a game. Let me take a look at chat. Let me scroll up a little bit and see what I might have missed. Welcome in, everybody. Kit, I hope your stream was really good. It only affects newly placed notes. Got it. Yeah, so I'll have to modify that. Is it Godot? This is Godot, yeah. And thanks, Corpse Goat, for wishlisting the game. Can they die to monsters? They can die to the monsters, but it's not permanent death. So if they lose in a battle, like let's say I go to this area with just one adventurer, and I'm going to need to zoom in here so you can actually see this. So this mage is going to die. What happens is they just need to regenerate their life, which is somewhat slow. So you just need to wait. You actually don't even need to wait. You could just start it again. It's like a semi-idle game. I don't like the concept of saying it's an idle game because they're typically infinite. They typically have microtransactions. Yeah. Are there going to be cheats in the game? Just for you, Kit. I just need you to fill out this refund form. What are the cheat codes so I can write them down? It's up, up, down, down. Left, right, left, right. What does grant most things do? That's a debug function. It gives me a bunch of things in the game. So for example, it fills out my warehouse. It builds shops more. So if I only have one display here and I click grant most things, it gives me a bunch more displays. What's the point of it? I mean, the point of the game is to have fun. If you mean what's the story, it's you were trying to be an adventurer. You got poisoned by a snake. You went to town to try to find potions or antidotes, but there weren't any, and you died and you became a skeleton. So now you are this character walking around, even though you don't directly control them. And your goal, without you knowing it, is to find an antidote and sell it to somebody else. It's the cheats menu. Yeah, these are the cheats. Let's just turn that off. So how many of the microtransactions will be available on day one? It's just going to be a purchase at once kind of game. So you'll spend, I don't know how much exactly, maybe like $10, and the game will be yours. And because of that, it's just, the goal is for you to have fun. We don't ever need to slow down gameplay and make you be like, well, now I want to spend money on items or something. It doesn't work that way. So I like, from a consumer perspective, I like that monetization. From a game developer perspective, it means there's only one way for you to give money for this game, and it's to click the buy button. And then you're done. There's no collector's edition. There's no extra stuff. So it's kind of a problem because I look at other games and I think like, this is kind of a bad example, but Hearthstone is selling like $80 cosmetics at this point. And if you're selling a game for $10, that means that you're getting $7 from it after Steam takes their cut. And then you're really getting whatever $5 after taxes and paying people and whatever. That's 16 times. you need to sell 16 games to make one of those cosmetics, basically. I tried to tell Adam to add loot crates and he refused. All right, I'll put him in. I'll put him in the game. These are crates and they're holding loot. So does that count? Did only you create this game? No. I'm very bad at art. I made a lot of the code and the music. There are only 2 music tracks and none of them are playing right now. But if I launch that, I can show you, whoops, one of the music tracks. All right, let's pick this one. Am I playing loudly enough? Yeah. All right, I'll keep reading chat. Is this playable somewhere? It technically is, but I don't suggest playing it yet. What you could find online is version 0.4, which I launched in November. I suggest waiting till January when 0.5 comes out because it's going to have a lot of changes to it. Arab cheat codes kind of disappeared when microtransactions appeared. Yeah, and I don't think the two are related. I think it was, they kind of disappeared when the internet came about and was in everyone's household. When's the DLC coming out? I don't have any DLC planned right now. Yeah. Yeah, they just made this change recently, Meowed, I think. Let me see if I missed anything else. Who created the art? Yeah, take a look at the credits command. The foundational assets were made by someone named Jif online. That's actually how they pronounce her name. But a lot of the assets now are made by Quickie Joe in chat. There's a Kipoga character plan. There could be. I'm in the game. Where am I? Wait. All right, I can't find me, but I can show you the asset file. Adam as a customer. It's me. So I show up and I'm a rare customer, which means that I move faster and I will buy your items for more money. So yeah, we could add Kit. Will I sell the OST? I think I'll just release that for free. Can't see the stream. Oh yeah, that's happened to me too. I think you need to refresh. Yeah. Yeah, anyway, so I'll be coding for the next couple hours if you want to stick around. It is very different from what Kit usually does, unless Kit is doing coding content, in which case it's pretty similar. And thanks, I'm glad you like the music. Yeah, that was the second track that I made. The first one's about the same length. I'm not going to play the whole thing, but I'll play the very beginning of it. Assuming it loads. Yeah, anyway. There it is. Oh, I know Kit codes, yeah. I haven't seen him do it on stream in a little while. Last thing was when he opened up some JavaScript file and said, can you combine selectors with jQuery or something? I forgot. I don't know if he got an answer to that question. Yeah, so what we're trying to do right now is get these signs to show up correctly. Let me do this. So I want this sign to be a little bit lower. And I think we just need to move these crystals. Apparently they're still centered. Interesting. I don't understand that. I guess because, what is this? It's a node 2D. Okay, I guess that's the problem. Because of where we're anchoring these things. So I need to anchor this differently. Offset. What if we set this to 26? And set this to 26. And then stopped whatever other thing I was doing there. Oh, that won't work. That's got to be -6 now. Yeah, there we go. Okay, then I change this to set this back to 0. Yeah, then we load the game. Let's try that. Inspires people to code and said, yeah. And by the way, I hope that didn't sound like a slight or anything. I wasn't like, Kit doesn't code things. Kit's not a real coder. That's not what I'm trying to sound like. I just mean that it's very different content. So if you just came from scam baiting and you go to Mario Kart, or you came from chess and you go to Fortnite or something, it can be a little jarring. This is a very different kind of stream for what I think most people are used to on Twitch. This still somehow didn't work, which goes to show you I don't know what I'm doing. I think we'll apply the easier change here and we'll just offset this thing by a little bit. So in the enchanter sign, do we have a reposition sign? We don't need that. We need this thing to be what it was. There. Now I'll delete this change and discard that. Okay. Inspired me to code, then I realized I don't know anything about coding, so I stopped. I'd say to give it another shot and just take it slow. Just make sure you're having fun and you're learning. What type of keyboard is that? This is a Corn keyboard. It's 36 keys, so a lot of people ask, well, how do you type everything then? And yeah, the main things you type are letters, but then how do you get numbers or anything? And for that, you enter other layers. So I hold this key and now I can type numbers. I hold this key and now I can type symbols. I hold this key and now I can press arrows and home and end and copy stuff and paste. So every key does sort of like 4 things. And as a result, you don't really move your hands a whole lot. Which is pretty nice. Oh, Chiparis, thank you for the sub. I appreciate it. Welcome back. Yeah, so now this will be a little bit lower. Good. Yeah, that's all I want. All right, so what do we do in this change? Let's click the correct button there. We had this sign. We had the upgrade thing work correctly. Yeah. So now we can get the costs to be good. But I don't know what this should cost. how long did it take to get used to a keyboard like that? I always split it into, for English, it was about a week, and for coding, it was about 1 to 2 months. But then I switched from QWERTY to Colmac, and I did a video on that. That really threw me for a loop. And I don't mean this to be clickbait, but if you want to find out why, you should check out that video. I talk about a lot more in there too. Never tried this kind of keyboard. Very tempting to have a keyboard space in the middle. Yeah, some people put their mouse right between the two keyboard halves. But also, like I said, it's just nice to not move your hands a lot. It's like if I go from typing something like hello world and I say like there are whatever 123 items, and then I go back here and delete all this stuff, it's like I didn't move my hands from this position at all. It's just my fingers that are moving. Took about 2 to 4 weeks to learn it. Yeah. Do you like it, Kahitar? Have you gotten used to it? Why a corn instead of an ergodox or a dactyl? I had an ergodox. I wasn't too happy with it. I think it was a little too large. And a dactyl always kind of scared me a little bit because it felt like you needed to custom build it, like even the shape of it. And I didn't want to do multiple revisions. So I settled on the corn. I like it. I'm happy with it. The only thing I'm not happy with is I sort of broke the LEDs. So they work on this half of the keyboard. So you can see as I type things, I really like this trail effect so you can see what you typed. But on this half, it's just not doing anything. I got to resolder it at some point. But yeah, you can have the colors change based on what layer you're in. You can have it light up based on which modifiers you have. So for example, if I press these 4 keys, it'll light these up, indicating that every modifier is currently pressed right now. So there's a lot of cool stuff you can do with this sort of thing. What about stuff like slash and mathematical symbols? It's hard to get used to making layers for them. So math stuff is all really easy because if you're used to a numpad, then this is basically already a numpad. So I've got 1, 2, 3, then the next row 4, 5, 6, and then the next row 7, 8, 9, and then slash is still right where it's supposed to be, and plus and minus, and I've got enter, and I can actually change these keys on the fly to be other things. There's quite a lot you can do with it. But yeah, numbers are some of the easier parts because you just turn it into a numpad. Feels so good not to have moved the hands that much. Yeah, nice. All hand strain from Vim motions is completely gone now. Yeah, I hope you like it, Slime. Yeah, if you have any questions, feel free to join my Discord and ask about them. There's also a lot of resources online. You certainly don't have to join. Okay, so upgrade costs. We have the cost of the enchanter from the get-go, and then we have these costs here for how much it costs to upgrade. But I want this to be cheaper. And then I guess I want the next spell to be... Okay, I think I know what I want to do. I think I want each spell crystal to increase your mana as well. So right now you have, I don't even know how much mana. You have 400. You have 400 mana right now. I wonder, we should probably start with like 200, and then each crystal gives you plus 100. That way you feel like you're casting more spells. How many layers can you add? I think there's a limit of like 16 or 32, but realistically, no one really wants 16 layers. It's more how much do you have memory for in your keyboard. And this keyboard, I got some pretty sucky microcontrollers, and it's got like 400 bytes left. So I can't really cram a lot of extra stuff on there without deleting something. But I found this to be sufficient. My key map is there in the keyboard command. And if you look at this, you can see the layers at the top here. There's the base layer for just typing letters and stuff. There's one for symbols, one for numbers, one for the function keys, F1 through F12. Navigation, then some other kind of weird ones that I don't use, like navigation on Windows, and then navigation with just the left hand. But I don't think I use these at all. And then media keys, so like volume, pause, play. I can actually move the mouse with the keyboard if I want to. So those are my layers. This is, you can just look at this if you want to. This is a public link. Is this VS Code or Notepad++? This is VS Code. Hey, Deacon. Yeah. What's the name of the model again? This is a Corn keyboard. C-O-R-N-E. Okay, I do think I want to make this change eventually, but I want to think about that some more. So for now, let's just start you with all the crystals, and I'll just say maybe file a task for later to increase mana, to increase max mana, mana regeneration, and anything else? No, just those two things when buying more crystals, or maybe their town perks. What's the worst programming language and why is it JavaScript? It's JavaScript because Brainstock told me to say it was JavaScript. My answer is always, I think the only bad programming languages are languages that were designed to be jokes, like lolcat, or like what's that one called? Malbles? Is that Yeah, like this is a bad programming language to take seriously. Here's what Hello World looks like. Yeah. So as long as you're not using something like this, you're fine. I don't really think it's a bad language. Was in I've never heard of that. Palace chat. The Palace software? Huh, I've never heard of this. Is this just like a virtual chat room? Wow. Huh. Interesting. How long did it take to make this game? So it's not really all that close to done, but I started back in April. I keep my journal online. This is like a work journal. It's not super interesting. But if you just look at the Skeleseller frequency in here, you'll see it goes back to April somewhere, April 17th. So it's been about 8 months. Yeah. Okay. So costs. We had 100 set, and then I wanted to increase them. Oh, right. But that was the thing. If all you're getting is another crystal, what is that letting you do? Just have multiple spells at once? That's not even that helpful. Yeah, I think for right now, these should be pretty cheap. So let's set them to 200 and 300. And then probably change the costs later. I'm not sure. Either way, just buying the crystals themselves isn't much of a benefit without also giving you some other perk. So we may want to change the cost. Oh, I left the lights on this thing. I just turned this off. All right, we done with that? Allow you to unlock this after the first boss, maybe even earlier. Maybe cost 150 gold. You choose to unlock it before beating the boss. No, I think we're good. Okay, so we did a couple of things in here. We changed when you unlock this, and we also changed how you build it and grant most things. All right, I'm going to keep this as one commit. Typically, you should split these things up, but it's just not worth the effort right now. It's all going to get squashed eventually anyway because it's part of a PR. So change how the enchanter is built. Grant most things now grants it. The sign shows slightly lower than it used to. The costs have been balanced slightly. I'll just put it in quotes, balanced. They're not really balanced. And then the other thing is Enchanter Den now implements iBuilding so that Enchanter's sign can inherit from build and upgrade sign. All right, there we go. Is that IntelliJ? This is VS Code. I haven't used Rider yet. Rider would be the C# version of the JetBrains IDEs that they have. Because I think what you're talking about is IntelliJ IDEA, which is typically what people use for Java and Kotlin and probably every JVM language. I don't know. But yeah, the C# equivalent would be Rider. And I haven't used it yet. I kind of want to try it at some point. I just haven't taken the effort. I considered having the player build the spell crystals, not the books. Make sure the signs say the right things. I think we've done all this. It says add spell crystal, allows you to maintain one more active spell. And this should say the same thing, right? So what does it say when you haven't built any of that stuff? I guess we need to beat the first boss. Augment, go to the canyon, win. Disenchant, oh, that's totally wrong. Disenchant items to help your adventurers. What do we say? Cast spells to like speed up parts of your town. Is that fair to even say? Cast spells to improve customers, workers. No. I think speed up parts of your town is probably the simplest possible way. Looks just like it. Yeah, I think a lot of editors and IDEs, when you've got them in like a distraction-free mode, are going to look pretty similar. Like there's probably going to be some tabs at the top. There's probably going to be the editor, and then that's usually about it. But if you have all these other panels showing or different UIs, it starts to differentiate itself. So with VS Code, I think if I had like this open, it'd be sort of more obviously VS Code. But even then, that's not super distinct to some people. But I like it quite a lot. Because Vegas cast spells that help make your town prosper. Yeah, I think it's pretty good. Yeah, I think it's pretty good. Okay, do we have any other references to this? I don't think so. I think the only thing is the enchanter dialogue, which we haven't addressed yet. The change description of the enchanter den. I also kind of think they should be called the wizard. And not an enchanter. This whole system, for those who didn't see this like a month ago, which is probably a lot of you, it used to be that you would build this thing and there would be, ooh, that's broken. Hang on a second, let me go fix that. Anyway, it used to be that you would disenchant items and get buffs from it, and now that doesn't happen anymore. All right, so signs, the enchanter sign. When you call build, it does this stuff. Shouldn't it reposition the sign for me? Where is build? Built or upgraded? Oh, we don't call this. Yeah, whoops. There, that should fix that. So what does that do? Oh, it plays the sound? Oh, I don't like that. I guess we'll delete it from here for right now. Yeah. I don't have sounds turned on, so I can't hear any of this stuff right now. We're going to need to test that too at some point. And the building sound for this should probably be somewhat magical sounding. And it probably, well, it probably sounds terrible right now. All right, we got to go do that thing again. So we go to the canyon to fight. We win. We click this. We build that. And it's looking good. Yeah. Nice. I use the current building sound. Yeah, I could just add in like a what sound should play when you do this thing. But for right now, I don't even like the existing sounds. We'll have to change that. All right, nice. Let's check that in too. Fixed problem with building the enchanter. Then it wouldn't reposition this sign because I forgot to call a function. Used to like my split 40% keyboard when I commuted for work, but now that I have a permanent desk, I do find the full-size ErgoDocs a bit more versatile. Get the hang of 40% and probably be more comfortable to type on. Yeah, I had an ErgoDocs EZ and the practically identical Moonlander. I say practically identical. I didn't mean to click that. I say practically identical because I know the thumb buttons are different, but really the rest of the keyboard is pretty much the same. In fact, it's almost identical. I know there's some different key sizes there, but yeah, my issue with these both is that I didn't really take the time to learn them properly. So with the ErgoDocs, I was like, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to put control there and shift there and alt there or something. And it's like, you shouldn't have to move your whole hand to press those modifier keys. That's why they give you like 8 thumb keys or whatever. And then this one tried to make them a little bit more usable, but I still just never got used to those keyboards. Yeah. All right, so saving and loading, changing the dialogue, and then a whole bunch of these sorts of things. Okay, saving and loading. Let's take a look at that. What happens right now? If we just hit save and load, does it reload the crystals? It does. Okay, that's kind of nice. Nobody messes with me at thumb wrestling tournaments. I use my thumbs here, but some people use home row mods so that instead of moving your thumbs at all, you can just press down keys with your fingers here, and it'll activate Control or Alt or something. I used to do that. I don't do that anymore. Oh, great. That doesn't need to be there. We can amend the last commit. Done. Okay, so saving and loading. We need to save how much mana you have. Active spell, time left. Oh, that might actually work already. Wow, I'd be pretty impressed. Let's click this. So blue, green, blue. Now let's let it run for a little bit, and then let's save. So now when we load, it does not restore blue, green, blue. Yeah, we need to fix that. Homer mods seem crazy to me. Do you think it's worth it to learn them now that I'm used to the corn? Some people like them, and the people who like them kind of swear by them. I did not like them. For those who don't know what a home row mod is, imagine like this key on my keyboard is E. So when I press it, it types in E. But now imagine if I held it, it activated like Control or something. So in order to type Control A, I'd have to hold E and press A. So instead of typing out all these E's, imagine that didn't exist and it instead highlighted all the text or something. So that's what a home row mod is. And the problem is that you have a tap types the letter and a hold enables a modifier key. So there are a lot of settings to control this stuff, but what this means is depending on how long you hold it for, it'll do something different. And unless you're very precise about how long you're holding each key for, it's kind of annoying. And I guess the perfect example of this, and I thought about this a while ago, but I never actually had shared this. On a phone keyboard, let me share that. So does that show up? That's not really, it's blurry. All right, well, anyway, on a phone keyboard, if you hold certain letters, I'll just pull up an Android keyboard on mine. Yeah, this is a good example. And I think iOS does the same general thing, but you can see A does one thing and then holding it types an @ S does one thing and then holding it types a £sign or something like that. Imagine typing all of those secondary characters through the main keyboard. You'd be like, this is super tedious. You have to take longer to do it. And yeah, what happens if you don't press it long enough? You try typing an @ and you accidentally type an A. Yeah, that's why I didn't like that. There's a delay on pressing E. Well, you could have it work a bunch of different ways. But yeah, there would typically be a delay on pressing E. There's, like I said, there's a lot of customization options. Anyway, I couldn't get used to it. So yeah, I don't use them anymore. What I use instead is in that keyboard video, it's one-shot modifiers. So this is the whole thing I was showing over here before. If I press the Control key on my keyboard or Command, it lights up a letter, and now Command is held. So now I could do something like press W, and it's going to close this tab. So it's like I could do those as two distinct actions. Press Command, and then wait however long, and then press W, and it closes this. Swipe keyboard would be cool. For like a physical interface, like I'm swiping on my desk or something, I think that'd be really hard to use. So we have the active spell here. We just never use this, I guess. Save data, gets the time left, but does not get the active spell. Okay, that's the problem. Active spell, : active spell. What? Oh, I see. So that'll work. Mana needs to be stored somewhere. I guess we can just store it right in the enchanter. Yeah, I don't think I care about anything else for that. Public int mana get set. All right, enchanter, where are you? Enchanter den. Save data. Do we even get the save data? Crystal save data. Load from save data. No, I want here. I want to store mana like that. I want to fix this issue that it's complaining about in a little bit. Enchanter den. Enchanter den dot current level is complaining using a property. Okay, so now when we load this, everything's broken, right? Yeah, we need the mana crystal's mana to be set correctly. And then we need all the active spells to be set correctly. So how do we do that? Spell crystal. Do we have a load function here? We do. Oh. Well, then why don't we just load? Oh, man. Let's Let's do it this way. For I equals 0, I is less than, what do we have? How many crystals were saved, I guess. Yeah, there we go. Now we don't need any of this stuff. And then is this function written correctly? That looks good. That looks good. That looks good. And that looks good. Yeah. That looks fine. Is that it? Does this work? We need to update all of your buffs based on that, I think. But otherwise, I think it will work. So when we load from save data. Oh, wait, we can do this right from the enchanter den, can't we? Spell just cast or expired. Yeah. Wow, easy. So we could just call this for every spell ID. For each spell ID in enums dot get. Yeah, spell ID. That's strange. Why does it not? What? Valid values. Enum functions, excuse me. I was wondering why that wasn't working. What application am I doing this in? This is VS Code. VS Code, for those who aren't familiar, is actually based on an open source project. So Microsoft runs VS Code, but then there's some open source project where if you don't want any of the Microsoft stuff in your editor, then you can get that. Just like how Google has Chrome, but then there's a non-Google version of it, Chromium, which is the open source version. So I don't know what they call the underlying VS Code thing, if it's VS Codium or something like that. I don't know why they'd use that naming, but anyway, yeah, there's an open source version without the Microsoft tendrils in it. But I don't mind that stuff. It syncs my settings and just Codium, okay. VS Copium. Oh, I guess Visual Studio is the Microsoft branding, so it makes sense they wouldn't have put that in their open source version. I think we're good. I think this will just work. Yeah. It took so long to run. I was looking something up anyway. All right, so if I load, I don't think it's going to do anything, actually. Let's not load. What about Adam and Zed? Isn't Adam no longer supported? So if I load now, we should see one crystal. Good. If I cast the green spell and then save, we should have this exact state. So full green and like 2/3 full rainbow. It's full orange. That's not green. Bender's name isn't Bonder. So we need to set the texture of the spell crystal correctly. Don't we have something for that? Texture, set crystal texture. Cast spell. Maybe we should have just set this to cast the spell. What does it do? Set crystal texture, set fill percent. Yeah, just cast spell, say data. It says timer.start. We would have already. Oh, interesting. All right, let's try that. Hey, Conf. That's the same peeps, I believe, still heavily deving it out. See, at this point, I don't know. Maybe this is my like ignorant stance on this, but if you were working on your own editor, wouldn't at least building on the open source version of VS Code put you like worlds ahead of where you would have been originally? And maybe there's a monetization reason for not doing that. I don't know. Long stream today. I just stopped trying to split up my morning and afternoon streams whenever I have a lunch that I could eat quickly enough. So yeah, today is the normal amount of stream time, just without the break in between, or without a long break in between. Are we gonna actually, if I just load it should work, right? Yeah, nice. There it is. So we loaded up the green spell. That's Stalking Frenzy. So we should see all these moving faster. So if I go to a new game, those characters are moving at that speed. And they move faster in this save file. Yes. And then when that runs out, we should see them move slower again. So let's try this. All right, we got 4 seconds left. Then all these characters should move a little bit slower. There, yes, they did. Okay, now let's try the same thing for customers. Shopping spree. So we click this, we save, we go look at the customers. They're probably moving faster, but they're pretty slow to begin with. So now I load the game. They should still be moving faster. Where are they? There they are. Okay, I think that's good. And then the final one is the loot magnet one. So let's upgrade this, save and load. Yep, same state, we're good. Should be able to use the crystal, yep. And now let's load one more time and save this state. Now I want full mana for this, which I'm just gonna hack in because I don't wanna wait for this. Mana 400, okay. Load. So now we're at a full mana crystal, and I'm going to cast the orange spell 3 times. We're going to try this out. So I click, 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 save, load, and do a battle. And as long as we get more than 3 potions, we should be fine. 1, 2, 3, 4. Perfect. It worked. I love the movement of the water. Yeah, it's just a sprite-based animation, but it does look nice. Very, very relaxing. They want to build in Rust, though. Yeah, I think the 2 main reasons to take existing software and port it to Rust would be performance and just sort of build time safety guarantees, memory and variable ownership and whatever else. And the only thing that affects the user there is, well, unless you're talking about like development speed being improved by not having as many bugs at build time, would be the performance of the application. And I don't know if that's a differentiator enough to market another editor. I mean, I guess you could just look and see how they market themselves. How do they market themselves? The editor for what's next, which kind of doesn't really mean anything on its own. Designed for high performance collaboration with humans and AI. I think a friend of mine used this for the AI stuff. Yeah. Big part of it is no electron. Yeah, then again, I feel like VS Code touched practically all of the internet editors as well. Like it's integrated with GitHub and you could, I don't know, roll your own version of VS Code on your own website if you want something like that. Anyway, I haven't used it. Like I said, my opinion is very ignorant on the topic of why you'd make another editor at this point. But the other thing I kind of think about is I think people have explored so many different methodologies for inputting text into a computer. So you have things like Vim and Emacs and VS Code and Zed and fully fledged IDEs. And I feel like there's something already out there for everybody. But maybe there's still space for it. I mean, there has to be, or else people wouldn't be pursuing this stuff. I'm surprised this is all this took. This should have been much harder, right? This is done. This is done. This is done. Yeah, wow, it's all done. A nonsensical way to input text. It's like the Reddit UI battles thing. You know, there's a input your phone number and it's just a slider. And you have to pick exactly where your phone number lands on that slider. We need that, but for typing, you have to like throw marbles into tubes. And if you get in the right tube, you type the right letter. Save and load the enchanter properly. Wow, I was expecting that to take like an hour and a half. Took almost no time. Done, 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 done. All right, next up is change the enchanter's dialogue so they explain this new system, including telling you about stacking effects. Okay, what do I want to tell players? some lore stuff and then the functional stuff. And the functional stuff is maybe mana, stacking spells. And clicking books to use this. I think that's it. The lore stuff is like why or how does any of this work? Or just casting spells on people? Well, what do they say right now? They're describing the old system, but still, what is it that the text said? Hi, I'm the enchanter. I can extract the essence from an item into magical effects for your adventurers. Drag an item onto a pot. So the first one was lore explanation, kind of. The second one is functional explanation. Third one is still functional. Yeah. So I like the hi, I'm the enchanter. Although I still don't know about naming them the enchanter. Their graphic looks like they could be a wizard. Might want to theme this as the wizard. Let's worry about that part later, because the rest of the text is not going to change based on whatever I call them. Who does the artwork? Or are they assets? The original artwork was just an asset pack, but Quickie Joe has been working on the artwork since then. So I'd say the majority of the artwork in the game is now probably Quickie Joe's stuff and not the asset pack anymore. So like all of these adventurers are custom sprites, and all of the monsters are custom sprites. I'm not going to open every one of these, but you can kind of see at a glance. There's a bunch of these. And yeah, some of the icons are custom sprites at this point. Not that one. Well, that is also custom, but this stuff. Yeah, all of these icons are custom. Yeah, I love the artwork. I think it's great. Is the text not bound to a character? Have any reference? So you can do hi, I am this dot name kind of thing. It's not necessarily bound to a character, I guess, but this particular blob only does show for the enchanter. It doesn't have to, but there's just no other like no one else would need the text to explain how the enchanter works. Thanks, little nerd. Yeah. For anyone who's curious or wants to try this game out, like I said, you technically could. I highly recommend against doing this. There is a URL. You can just go download it. It's free to do that. The reason I don't want people doing this yet is because I solicit feedback after every launch that I do, and we got a bunch of feedback already for this version. So we had 24 responses. I got a ton of long form feedback. I filed all of it, prioritized, and now what we're working toward is a mid-January launch of another free version, 0.5. So if you do want to play the game, if you wait about a month, you'll play a much improved version of the game over what you see right now. Like this enchanter does not exist in the original version. It's totally different. Do we have a picture of it? No. Anyway, it was a different system. It wasn't fleshed out. But yeah, it'd be wonderful if people who are interested in the least would wishlist the game on Steam. It doesn't cost you anything. It keeps you apprised of the game's development. And you could always just remove it from your wishlist later if you ever want to. But we're up to, I think I checked the other day, I think it was 327 wish lists. Let me see what it is now. Wish list count is 339. That's pretty good. Yeah. Sounds like you want those that have not played it yet to be able to give fresh feedback. Yes, exactly. That's very valuable to me. And for you as a player, you get to play an improved version of the game. So it's kind of win-win, unless you're absolutely dying to play it now for some reason. Then it's win-lose. Let's pretend I knew we were going to redo the enchanter, so that's why it is in the screenshots. Oh, that's totally fine that it's not there. It's not like it has to show up there. It's just if it had, I would have shown something. Thanks, Chippy. I appreciate it. Yeah. All right, so what are they going to say instead? I can extract the essence from items. I can cast spells that will affect various parts of your town. Yeah. All right, so that's a greeting. The next state is tell about pots. Pots don't exist anymore. So instead of this, we need to rename these, which I'll write down that I got to do that. But yeah, rename the enchanter states. Maybe they should just be called explanation 1, 2, and 3. Because we never, yeah, I think they should just be called that. All right, so what do we want to talk about? Mana, stacking spells, and clicking books. Okay, so click one of the books, one of the spell books to cast a spell. This requires mana. This takes mana from the rainbow crystal. Is it obvious when you look at this? Yeah, that's clearly the rainbow crystal. Okay, and then the third thing is going to say you can have multiple, how do we say this, copies of the same spell active at once. Can't think of a better word than copies for that. But yeah, multiple copies of the same spell active at once. Their effects will compound. Maybe their effects are additive. I'm trying to think of less verbose or less, I don't know, computer sciencey ways of saying this. Maybe their effects will combine. Yeah, there. Okay. All right, so now we rename these things. This is going to just be called Greeting 3. And this is going to be called Greeting 2. And then we rename this stuff. I did this in a stupid order. Wait, here's how we can change this. We can do this. No, wait, we can't do this. All right, whatever. I'm just going to change this button. Tell about pots is Greeting 2. And then tell about overwriting is going to be Greeting 3. Okay, now we delete the old states. And everything should just be done. Yeah, let's rerun it. Also, hey, Ski. I think that we only had 3 people playing Jump Royale earlier, and it was Quickie Joe, Kevin, and Dark. And they said, where's Ski? All right, so we click you. Hi, I'm the enchanter. I can cast spells that will affect various parts of your town. Go on. Click one of the spell books to cast a spell. This takes mana from the rainbow crystal. You can have multiple copies of the same spell active at once. Their effects will combine. Yeah, that's good. I'm happy with that. So we did this, rename the states. We did this, change this. Good, cool. Busy working, not an excuse. Just not an excuse. Why work on this fine Wednesday? You see me working? No. You see me introducing bugs? Yes. Change the enchanter's dialogue. How dare you? I know. So, question of the hour. Should we rename the enchanter to the wizard? They're not really enchanting anything. I don't know. What does chat think? We have this character in the game and they say, hi, I'm the enchanter. That's literally the only, it's just these 2 words. Hi, I'm, well, I guess it'll be the, hi, I'm the wizard is all this person would say. No, wait, no, that's not just that. Sorry, there's one more place. It's also the sign right there. It would say build wizard's den. I don't know. I don't think it matters, but I kind of want it to be the wizard probably. Might sound a little too close to a possible party member. I'm not concerned from that point of view, only because enchanter could also sound like a possible party member. I get that we have a mage in the game, but yeah. The other thing too is after you've already built this thing and understand how it works, you are never going to know that it's named the wizard again because you'll never click this. So I guess it doesn't really matter either way, but I'll write it down for way in the future, I guess. consider renaming the enchanter to the wizard, just because they're casting spells now and not disenchanting items. This only has to be a text change in like 3 user-facing locations. Yeah, the librarian. Because of the books? I think I prefer wizard. But also, I don't know if you noticed this, the color of the wizard changes to match the 3 spell books. And I don't think a librarian would know how to do that. Since you're checking out spells from them. I'm kind of thinking of it as they're the ones still casting the spells. Yeah. Anyway, our mystic, I think, could work. Or mystic. Yeah, Magic Boy 420. All right, so that's done. Next up is, we're not going to even rename it yet. I just want to know if we should. Next up is to add outlines to the spell books. I think we should already have this pretty well done. Outline holder. Don't we just need like an outline on hover kind of thing here? Do we do this anywhere else? We used to do it with the enchanter pots. How did that look? And why'd we delete it? Oh, because they only showed when you dragged an item over it. Is there anything in the game that shows when you drag the mouse over? Yes, NPCs. How do NPCs work? Outline parent on hover. Okay, easy peasy. So we just add one of those. Outline parent on hover. Click and click. Done. Let's try it out. Big Papa Whiz. Go to the BPW and cast a spell. That looks bad. They shouldn't have colors. Also, ideally, it shouldn't be highlighting the shadow, but I don't really care about that just yet. But that, I think we can change with the book sprite not having that shader on it. Where's the shader? There it is. Where's the detail? There it is. There we go. And that should fix it. Now we can indicate that you can hover over these books. I like it. Perfect. Nice. Now if you click another one of these, yeah, doesn't do anything. Show outline on when hovering over spell books. Done. Next, current level is complaining. Enchanter Den, current level. This could just be stored. Is this used outside of this class? It is. Ho ho ho. Get current level. All right, now is it used outside of this class? Nope. So now we can just rename this to current level and make it private and delete all of this and move it up to here or something. And that's it. Problem should have gone away. We should be able to build. Another change done. Then I think we just have some polish level stuff left to do. Yeah, looks like everything's fine. Dun, 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 dun. Yep. Oh, probably make this private. I didn't do that. Oh, I can't make it private. It is in my notes to take care of these. Yeah. And we do this because enchanter sign is what builds it. Why would create enchanter den not just add a crystal? Oh, because then when we load from a save file, it's going to add an extra crystal. Okay, yeah, that's fine. Okay, so fix linting error. And then this is going to be remove unnecessary to do. Okay, what remains? Rename either the NPC or the namespace so there's no collision. You know, if we just called this the wizard, we wouldn't have this problem. But then the namespace wouldn't make any sense either. Should call upgrade. Loading from JSON could have the logic. It can't call up. Well, it could, I guess. We could have the building logic and upgrade. But I'm probably just not going to touch that now. I think what I'm going to do is just call this enchanter NPC. And then everything should just be fine. Yeah. Now there's no conflict. And now the word enchanter shouldn't show up in the code base anymore. Let's search for it. What is happening right now? Oh my God, that's what. Okay. I was like, what's going on? That's fine. That's fine. Scene files I don't care about. That's fine. Enchanter save data. These are all namespaces or user-facing strings. Everything's good. So the only thing that might not be good is if we ever have the word enchanter.cs somewhere, which we do, and that's now going to be enchanter NPC, which should probably move to somewhere else entirely. Oh, I see what you're saying. Instead of oh, I see. Okay. Sorry, I thought you were saying change. You're saying I could just make the function private and call upgrade instead. That is doable, yes. In fact, that's probably smarter to do in case upgrade ever does something else, which it may never do, but where is that code? Upgrade. Yeah, I think we should do that. Make add next crystal private and call upgrade instead. Okay, does this build? It probably won't unless I click this. Maybe it'll work. I should probably take a break in a little bit. Taking like 2 breaks today, right? It looked like it broke there. Yeah, it did. Is it complaining about enchanter.cs? 70. That's strange. That implies that it couldn't make the enchanter scene, right? Yeah, it can't. Oh my God, because this stuff. I think we just need to reload this. Load errors, nothing's showing. Does it work? I think it's working now. Now it's saying it can't open a bunch of other files. Enchanter NPC. Strange. I guess because I never saved this as Enchanter NPC because I'm a dummy. Well, that explains that. Yeah, now what? Will that work? The Z index is broken in the town for the enchanter. The Z index of what? Oh, this? Yeah. But that's probably because there's another bug going on. Yeah. Unable to cast NPC to enchanter NPC. Why? Enchanter Den, line 98. Huh, okay. The Enchanter Den doesn't know that it's an NPC? Or is this the same problem we had originally? I think we need to reload again. Interesting how a lot of people leave their dream jobs because it's either not what they want or there's no fulfillment. Then there's people like me who wants to get in but can't get in because we don't have connections. I think on a broader scale, this is it's like a very tough problem to solve, and it's no like greater authority's responsibility to solve it. So for example, just as another, I don't know, just a different example, I guess, is there are people who want to live where they are because they like the weather, and there are people who hate it and want to be somewhere else, but they have all their friends in that place. And there's no solving that problem really. Like it's like make new friends or move and then don't like the weather, or I don't know. There's something you'd have to give up or trade off. And I think a lot of the reasons for those dream job sorts of things, one part of it is I think they look like dream jobs from the outside. But I think the only way to know something is your dream job is to have that job and conclude that it's the best possible job for you. And it's really hard to know that. It's it's one of the things I was thinking about when it came to just think of sleep quality. How do you know what your sleep quality is? You know you sleep for some number of hours per night. Maybe it's 0, maybe it's 8, maybe it's 16. You know how much you sleep. You know generally when you have a good day or a bad day, but could it be 3 times as good? You have no idea if that's the case, right? You'd have to gauge by what you see other people doing. Like, those people seem to have 3 times the energy I have. And then you can't conclude it's their sleep quality that's doing it. It could be anything. It could be their personality or their brain chemistry or something. Anyway, the reason I think about that stuff is because I've worked enough jobs and I've thought things about them before I started that didn't end up being true. But since I've been in those situations, I now know how I feel about them. And that's kind of why I started streaming on Twitch and why I'm doing game development. But for someone who hasn't experienced that, or for someone who does know that it is their favorite job and just hasn't gotten into it, I think it can be tough. So I think here's what I would say. If you feel like you don't have connections, I think getting those connections is not impossible. There are conventions, there are meetups, there's just sort of any other kind of regular networking, like just get-togethers where you meet friends of friends, or I don't know, your current job, you go to whatever opportunities they have. Maybe they send you on a business trip somewhere to one of these conventions or something like that. Those can all be really good. And I I was debating on whether I want to get into this topic, but originally I thought of networking as something sort of like evil, of I'm going into this with a motive. And the motive is not necessarily I just want to meet this person. It was like I want to market at them, or I want to get a business connection or something. I no longer think this because I don't think you have to do it in an evil way. If all you care about is the one goal you have, if it's to get a job or if it's to get someone to whatever, go watch your movie that you just made, then that's a problem, I think. But if you're going into it with like, well, I'm going to just talk to this person, and sure, I might have a motive, but that's not my only motive, I think it's fine. Also, I don't think I should think that. Yeah, I think it all comes down to how you do it. And like, I just had someone email me and they said, "Hey, could you use a musician for your game?" And there's no two ways about that, right? It's very clear what their motive is. They want their services to be taken up by me. But let's say we just bumped into each other at a get together somewhere. We might be talking. They might say, "Oh, I'm a musician." I might say, "I'm a game developer." And they might say, "Hey, do you need a musician?" And I might say, "No," but we might still be having the conversation afterward. Like with an email like that, it's pretty transactional. And if I say no, it's not like, "Well, what are your hobbies or what are your interests?" It's like, "Well, you don't need my services. I'm not going to spend more time." And I've been on that side of things trying to market my game at people. And it just, yeah, it felt weird originally. And then I realized it doesn't have to feel weird. It can just be, hey, get to know somebody. And the problem is though, that takes more time and you need to cast a very wide net when it comes to marketing. And I know a lot of this stuff came out of what Who Cares was talking about. I do wish you luck, Who Cares. And I think there are ways you can connect with other people and hopefully sort of work your way toward where you want to be. Okay, this was the renaming of, wait a second. Why did, no, that's fine. Yeah. Yeah, so this is the renaming, but this didn't actually work, right? Let me try this again. You download Godot, nice. Do you have any ideas in mind? I know you said you're only starting to plan things. Man, this still isn't working. Okay, cast object of type NPC to enchanter NPC. This would imply that the enchanter isn't using the right script. It is though. And it inherits from NPC, so there's no reason why I wouldn't be able to cast. Plus, I didn't even change any code. I just renamed some things. Enchanter.cs is now enchanter NPC, and the enchanter class is now enchanter NPC. So why doesn't it like that? I'm guessing this has to do with this scene. Something must be wrong here. Okay, let's try something different. I think it's using the wrong UID. I think that's what's going on. Yeah, I hadn't thought of that. I didn't think this might get a new UID. I don't even know if it does. But if we do that, does that cause a change in here? Seemingly no. Well, I have no clue. Yeah, I don't know. What is this ID? Where is this used? Ext resource. Name enchanter. Script equals that. Yeah, that should be fine. Is it in the wrong location? Scene scripts enchanter NPC? No, it's in the right spot. I don't know. I don't know what I did wrong. I do want to go to conventions and events. Time is just something I don't have. Tough juggling life, family, job, personal activities. That's true. I think it's hard to do all this all at once. I think of, what was that Jim Carrey movie? Yes Man? Hang on, is that what it is even called? Yes Man movie. Yeah. I think the gimmick was pretty straightforward. It was like he had to say yes to everything, and it just got him in all these zany situations. I think that mentality needs to be applied on a day-to-day basis within reason. So, for example, I've had opportunities in the past where I could have done travel for work, and I hate that idea. I hate it. But if I were looking for opportunities, or if I wanted to network, that's something I probably should say yes to. And it will almost certainly lead to something else. And then I would have more things I could say yes to. So I get that right now it's like, hey, there's a ton going on. I think it's like there's this mentality of when an opportunity arises, recognizing that it has arisen, and then act on it. And you don't always have to say yes, but it's at least consider it maybe. All right, I am just absolutely baffled here. So let's just undo all these changes. I don't get what's going on. Discard all files. Yeah. Let's just start from scratch. And let's do as much of this through Godot as we can. So at the very least, if we discard all of this and hit play, there should be no errors because we have no changes anymore. And I don't know how there could be errors. Yeah, now it's working. So now we're going to go step by step and we're going to fix this. We're going to go into enchanter.cs. We're going to rename this to enchanter NPC. We're going to go into the enchanter scene, which is now going to break because it doesn't have enchanter.cs. We're going to say fix dependencies, and we're going to find the new thing that I just had. So it is now enchanter NPC. We click OK, and we open. Then we're going to run this, and it's going to fail because I don't have the right name in code anymore. Not even stashing. Oh, the changes I made were all really simple. I just renamed some files. Yeah, if I had made any reasonable changes there, I would have stashed, or I would have committed even. Yeah, so now what we have to do is fix the broken references. All of this should still be fine. It should be saying it can't find enchanter.cs. Cannot instantiate because the associated class cannot be found. Script, enchanter NPC, make sure the script exists. Class definition with the name. Yep. Okay, so now we go into this, enchanter NPC, and we rename this to enchanter. What's going on? Let's reload the window. And now we rename it. Cool. And now we try running again. And I might have forgotten one other thing because I think we had 5 modified files last time and now we only have 4. Well, let's see if that works. It does. Okay, cool. So that fixed it. Yeah, don't know what went wrong the first time. Probably should have taken a picture or something just so I can compare. Yeah, the UID is exactly the same. 2hack5. This stuff is the same, yeah. I don't know what changed. No idea. Might be something in a .godot folder that's get ignored. If you open Enchanter Den in Godot, does anything else change? It's a good question. Hey, Chatty Patty. No, it's still working. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what caused that. It did change Enchanter Den, but it only changed it because the UID changed. of the spellbook, which is fine. So I'm going to say rename enchanter to enchanter NPC. This was to fix a collision with the namespace. Namespace. And I guess technically the enchanter den isn't part of this. So let's check in everything that's not that. Actually, let's just check it in. I don't care. All right. Next, make add next crystal be private. And then anywhere that had tried calling add next crystal, unlock enchanter. This would be upgrade, I think. And same thing here, upgrade. Yeah. Does that build? No. Because I forgot one. Doc may be wrong now. It may need to call the sign now. That's true. I think that's one of my things in the polish tasks is to update the README. Yeah, may need to update this. Yeah, I haven't done that yet though. All right, should still build. Looks like it did. Curious, how do devs make money if the game is unfortunately released broken and they then go to spend some time patching, possibly up to a year after release? I think it all depends on a lot of factors. So for one, there's a state where you could have a bad game at launch that gets better. And this has happened before. It happened with Cyberpunk. It happened with No Man's Sky. It's currently happening with Risk of Rain 2. I don't think it's common that this happens because, like you mentioned, typically the studio runs out of money or the team is like, this isn't worth doing. And I've seen studios close as a result of the game being bad at launch or not having good reviews. So that's one part of this. But then I guess there's another part which is like, what was the hype even getting to that point? These games all had sales when they first launched. Risk of Rain 2 is doing great. Risk of Rain 2 as a base game was doing great. Then the DLC launched and it was doing terribly. If you look at Steam Risk of Rain 2, how do you even find... How do you find the thing I'm looking for? Seekers of the Storm. Yeah, here. This is still at mostly negative. I think this will get better over time, but right now it's not doing great. Having with Concord, well, Concord might have gotten better, but then they closed down the whole thing. Anyway, you need a certain amount of money to do this. And how you get that money is the same as kind of any other tech company, either from your existing customers, from some kind of fundraising, from crowdsourcing, which is kind of from your customers again, but this is from customer purchases, or just from like the team or the parent company. It could be any of these things. Maybe the publisher provides the money for you. So there's no one way of doing this. If I release this game and it doesn't do well, and I'm like, well, I just need a little bit more time, I might consider crowdsourcing in that case. I might consider finding a publisher maybe. Yeah. I don't know if that answers your question, Chatty Patty. But I guess other than saying it's a case-by-case basis, I guess the only other thing I'd say, and I don't mean this in a condescending way, but like there's no magic behind this. So someone's cutting corners or someone's working for free or someone's working on the promise of money or something like that. Or they found a way to raise funds. It's got to be something going on. I think it's rarely that they'll like steal money or something, you know. That'd be the closest to magic that there might be for this. But if that is happening, I haven't heard stories about it. So devs might weigh the pros and cons of releasing it broken and leaving it alone versus going bankrupt, trying to save the reputation possibly. Yeah, I think there's always the weighing the pros and cons of how much more work do we do. And I think this is incredibly difficult to figure out. There is so much that goes into a decision of, do I launch in this state or do I make it better? And there have been lots of companies that talk about this sort of thing. So for example, how much polish do you do before you release a game? And some some developers might think, okay, I should do a lot more than I'm currently doing. And other developers think just get it out the door. If the game is fun, people are going to play it and we can have time to polish it later, or at least base things on what users are saying. And the other thing too is you've always got to consider the survivorship bias of any games that were successful. You can't look at a successful game necessarily and say, here's what they did right. And you don't have all the comparison points of the games that didn't make it there to be able to compare the variables between the two. How many games like Minecraft might have come into existence but just didn't in time? Or how many games like Vampire Survivors, the developer was working on something and then just they got 2 months into the project and thought, life is getting in the way of this game right now, so I'm going to focus on life. And they never launched it, and we'll never know why, and we'll never know it was good. Yeah, I think it's difficult. Could also be they already ran out of money and they need to release to make money to continue. Yeah. Yeah. We did this. This is now done. Is crunch absurdly experienced in the industry? I think it all depends on the company. I think if we're making generalizations, I'd say game developers are generally more passionate than other kinds of developers about what they're developing. Just a generalization, not always true, not derogatory, it's not. But that passion then comes with the whole, you can manipulate that passion a little bit. Like, I imagine companies like Blizzard and Nintendo know how prospective employees feel coming into the company. Like, oh man, I finally made it. I'm in a company whose games I was playing when I was a kid or something like that. That probably happens a lot. It's like when you have played something your whole life, when you're exposed to it, and then you finally get that opportunity to work there, you'll probably take that a little bit more seriously and probably be a little bit more flexible with what it is they want out of you. So the other thing is it's just hard to estimate games. It's hard to estimate. I don't know. There's just a lot that goes into it, as I mentioned. As just a general example, imagine releasing a piece of media, 10 years ago versus 5 years ago versus now. Sometimes that piece of media will do well in a specific time frame because of what other people are releasing around that time frame. Like right now, if you release a farming game, I think it's going to be a little bit hard to get traction just because of how many farming games came out in the last 5 to 10 years. But if you wait another 5 or 10 years, might be a good time to make a farming game again. So it's like even the exact same game could potentially do better or worse depending on what released around it. It's like maybe Concord would have been great if it had been to market before Overwatch, which I don't know if that was even possible, but could have been. So yeah, this needs to change. I'm not going to probably, I guess we should just test this right now. I guess it's only the enchanter. All right, yeah, let's go try it. Actually, wait a second. I don't even need this. This is already unlocked by default. Let's just delete this line. Yeah. All right, and everything worked. Say make add next crystal private. Kevin suggested that I just call upgrade, which is already public. Interesting juxtaposition we have today versus say the 90s with being so connected as humans. Releasing a half-finished game in the 90s would end a company. It would take so long and so much effort to get the patches to the clients. Today, it's almost forced to update as soon as the bug is found. Two-edged sword. Yeah, that is why I think QA changed quite a lot in game development. Like, imagine what a company like Nintendo would have to do to make sure you don't get stuck in some part of the terrain and then have to like delete your save file. And sure, this stuff happens still, but it wasn't so widespread, and you didn't see like game cartridges getting up to version 9 or something like that. Like there'd be a version 3 that got released, or like typically like a 1.3, I guess. But yeah, they wouldn't do constant recalls. It wasn't monetarily viable to do that either. And I guess that's the key to all of this is people will go where there's money and they'll do whatever money dictates. So for example, we have seen a rise of DLC, of microtransactions, of whatever, subscriptions. These are things that didn't exist in like the Super Nintendo era, for example. There was no downloadable content. There was no way for you to spend money. There was no way for you to subscribe to something other than magazines. Actually, I guess that's not true. There was Sega Channel. But anyway, and largely, yeah, these are new phenomena. How many devs in fintech and healthcare are truly passionate? Yeah, by the way, I'm not trying to imply there's no passion in other industries. I just, on average, I bet if you took a game developer and you took someone in, yeah, fintech, the game developer's gonna be like, I like my job. It's just on average. If that's not true, it doesn't matter. That's the perception I have, and I think that's at least gonna shade the rest of my answers here. Game that could have been but came out way, way, way too late. Yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I think there are passionate people everywhere. By the way, the place where I saw the largest amount of just passion for something is in the nonprofit space. Man, I don't know if my experience was just limited there, but those people were some of the most passionate people I'd seen about what they're doing. It was actually very inspirational. And it didn't really matter what the space was. It was just something about nonprofit. And I think there's probably some selection bias there of like someone who can work at a nonprofit probably has made some life decisions or has the circumstances to do that, and then will think about their job a little bit differently as a result of that. So it's interesting. This is done. Oh, well, this isn't actually really done. I said animate it. It doesn't get animated. I don't know. We'll file any of those things later, I guess. Tackle any to-do items. Let's take a look at those. This doesn't matter. Excuse me. This doesn't matter. Yeah, so we have 2 to-do items here. Enchanter Den and Mana Crystal. I should really take a break. EnchanterDen.cs and ManaCrystal.cs. What time is it? 2:57. Okay, yeah, we have enough time. Now everything is annoyingly subscription based. That's my generation's fault. Torrents, cracks, etc. Personally, rather buy software outright. Yeah, I also like the idea of buying software outright. I think, look, on the whole, I think this is what capitalism leads to. I think there are pros and cons, but it's like if you need the line to go up some more, then you need a way of getting people to spend money when they don't want to spend money. That's essentially what this boils down to, right? I mean, even things like microtransactions. It's well, we already got you playing the game. Now, where might we get you to spend money that you just wouldn't have or didn't even expect to be able to spend money there in eras prior? Mom spent most of her life working nonprofits. She tried moving to a for-profit company and hated it. Quickly went back to nonprofit. Yeah, it's a different world. And like I said, I don't have a ton of exposure to that, but I've brushed up against it a couple of times, and I've been like, wow, these people care. And I remember being in school, and by school I mean college or university, whatever you want to call it. And I remember thinking, I was in group projects, and the thought struck me of like, when these people are being cared, or sorry, being paid, then they'll care. And that is not true. But in group projects, probably everyone's had this experience at some point in school, maybe not in college or something, but you've been on a group project and someone doesn't lift their weight. Okay, whatever. You do the project, you move on. But I always thought it's because we're not being paid to do this. And then I got in the industry and I'm like, wait a second, they're just people who don't care anywhere. And that was a wake-up call for me. Yeah, I didn't expect that. Open source developers have more sustained passion about their products than an average. What's that stand for? Should I even be looking this up? Okay, well, the first thing that comes up when I search for that is not what I would have expected someone in Twitch chat to say. So I don't know what you mean, but yeah. Made more money than all of StarCraft 2 or something ridiculous. Yeah. Yeah, it's people say vote with your wallets. If it works, it works, and you can't argue that people are willing to spend the money. You don't know why they're willing to spend it. Maybe they're worried about breaking a collection or something, or they feel compelled to own this thing, or it's a status symbol in a game, but it's clearly working. And it just makes me think that at some point I should probably have hopped on that bandwagon for this game. Oh, just another coder. Okay. Whew. I was going to say, the thing that showed up on Urban Dictionary was not nice. Yeah. What are you coding? I'm making a game called Skeleseller, and I can show you this. Yeah, for anyone who hasn't seen this, I'll do a quick demo, and then I'm going to probably take a break and then come back and work on the rest of these tasks. But the game is a laid-back, single-player town management game. You hire adventurers to do battle for you. So here's my little rogue that I have. I'll send them into battle. They'll walk over to this portal. I'm not directly controlling them or anything. And then they'll start a fight against this bat, and then just automatically fight. They fight according to the skills that they have. So the rogue has execute, which kills enemies when they're at lower than a certain amount of life. They have an attack, and they have a stealth move. So they win the fight, and then they get items, which they'll stock into your shops. And then customers like this one can walk around and buy those items. So I put the item in the shop. Now this character is going over there to buy it, presumably. And I got 3 gold. And then with the money, you can upgrade your adventurers. So I can train this and put a skill point in, let's say. And I can buy new things in the town, get more adventurers eventually, level them all up, go to higher level areas. Yeah, just kind of build things up. So we can send the mage into the dungeon now. The mage has some different spells. Thanks, Niger. How do you keep from being frustrated when you're in the field and people on your team just don't care and you end up having to pull their weight or stoop to their quality level? I think there are only so many things you can do. I've started a mentoring series on stream, and I've done something like 27 sessions at this point. And they're one-on-one sessions. And so I've talked to enough people about this sort of thing and outside of the stream as well. And I think whenever there's a problem at your company, you have to first think of like, do I put up with it? Do I try to fix it or address it, I guess? Or do I leave? And it could be a different team. It could be a different company. So you always have this question. How much is it frustrating you? If someone is, whatever, leaving the fridge door open at work, it's like, probably just put up with it. If someone is harassing you at work, it's like, probably try to address it or leave the company. There are different buckets that are sort of obvious there. And when it comes to people who don't care, I think there are a couple different things you can do. One is sort of assess the impact to you and assess the impact to your team, figure out if it's worth fixing, figure out if it's just, oh, that person's going to get a performance review that's bad and they'll get kicked out of the company. Maybe consider talking to their manager, that sort of thing. It all depends on the situation. I think stooping to their quality level is never the answer, though. Unless you're forced to work at a job, let's say, and somehow they're bringing you down and there's no other job in your town or something, or I don't know. That's probably a tough situation. But yeah, I think you always have these potential solutions to something. And there is a time when the problems stack up to the point where it's not worth trying to fix. You just leave. Yeah. Limited edition cup. Have you worked on any AAA games? No, I've only been I've had, it's a long-ish career at this point. I've got this command that talks about it a little bit more. But only one job was actually in the game industry. And I haven't talked about the specifics, but it lasted for about a year. And then I realized from there that like, okay, I'm going to go work on my own game. And yeah, and that was not a AAA game. Thanks, Elka. I'm going to take a quick break. I'm going to come back. We're going to keep working on this stuff. In this time, you can all play a game. Is it jump time? It's jump time. And for those who are new to the channel, type just join in Twitch chat. You don't need to type an exclamation mark or anything, just literally these 4 letters. And then you can jump with J and a number. And you can see some examples here. J30 will make you jump to the right. J -45 will make you jump to the left. U or just J will make you jump straight up. So yeah, lots of different ways you can control the game. Have fun. I'll be back in a few minutes. GG everybody. Zoom in on this a little bit more. You don't see the top of the green screen. Close the game. All right. So there were 2 to-do items. Let's go tackle those. Stop hard coding this. What is this? This is the rainbow crystal texture. And we have these other ones in spell data, right? Yeah, I guess we should put this. I don't know. It doesn't really make much of a difference. Private, static, read only, rect2, crystal rect. All right. There we go. Okay, do I take photography? You mean just take photos? Or like, did I take photography? I'll just answer everything. I have not taken any photography classes. I don't consider myself a photographer. If you were to look through my photos, you'd find like 99% cat photos at this point, including this wonderful one that I took yesterday. Or not yesterday, but recently. I have a mesh chair, and my cat was sitting on the chair, and I took a picture from below the mesh chair of my cat, and I love this photo. Oh man. I think I have. Do I have any other? Wait, hang on. No, I can't show you this. There's an address showing on here. But I was playing with it the other day near this near this little bag, and she just chomped on the bag. Am I offended by too many questions? No, I'm not offended by too many questions. And if I feel distracted or something, I'll probably just kind of gently nudge. Anyway, I love this cat. She's the greatest. And my phone background, can I show you this? Hang on a second. All right, my phone background is this. Which is just the cat on my lap. So cute though. That was my most prized photo I took in Discord. Okay, yeah. Yeah, my like favorite photo I've ever taken, I don't think I have easily accessible right now, but it was of a seagull. And it just looked like I was working for National Geographic or something. Just a fantastic photo. Just pure luck. I am not very good at this stuff, but it looked really nice. Okay, so now this is no longer hard-coded and should still look the same. Let's go try it out. Posted. Oh, very nice. Yeah. What was I gonna do? Oh yeah, that. Yep, it's looking good. Cool. All right, so that fixes that one. Address to do item with hard-coded rect2. Now the other one was play a bonk sound. We have a bunch of sounds, and one of them is a bonk sound, but finding it is probably gonna be really annoying. So let's see if we can find one really fast, and if not, then let's just not worry about it. Here it is, UI. Okay, I think this one was my favorite. Yeah, decline 02. Yeah, I think it's pretty good. Like taking photos of the sky or nature. Yeah, when I take photos that aren't of my cat, then it's usually of nature. I like taking pictures of flowers. You're privy to the process behind companies giving a game announcement that may be 10 years away, but the announcement to the public. Oh, they announce to the public for prospective game devs. I haven't heard a lot about that actually. The only game I can think about that was, I guess, announced way before there were details was GTA 6. But I don't think that happens all that often. But no, I'm not privy to anything there. But I also can't think of a lot of examples of that happening. Audio, sounds. Okay, where does this go? UI, I guess. It's kind of one of the town things, though. I think I'm going to put it as UI. Yeah. So it's decline 02. Yeah, I guess it's only the biggest GTA, or sorry, biggest AAA games. She's gorgeous. Does she have heterochromia? No. No. She's got the same color eyes. But yeah, she's a very pretty cat. Hey, Crush. So listening in from Kit's Raid, you mentioned it earlier. I thought I'd forgotten. What's the brand of your keyboard? And are ergonomically keyboards objectively better than standard keyboards, or ultimately subjective preference? So the keyboard, it's not really a brand exactly. Like this one, how do I find this for you? .com/adam1331/crkbd. Yeah. So this was an open source design that I took and changed very slightly. Where is it? Yeah. So like I got a PCB. I could have deleted the word corn from here. I could have written like Adam Learns Live on it or something. I got the PCB. I like wired it myself, soldered on some diodes and stuff, got the microcontrollers, wrote all the parts out here. So corn is the, brand, I guess you would say, but it's not like it's a proprietary thing. You can just go make your own if you want. And you can modify it if you want. If you want to add another column here, or if you want to cut out whatever, change the layout of these things, you can do all that stuff. Are they objectively better than standard keyboards? So I think for some people, you will have less strain on a keyboard like this. And I think it comes from a couple of different things. One is the spacing between the keyboards, essentially. Another is the tenting, so the angle that you have this resting at. And the third thing is the amount of travel you have. So I can put this really far apart, and then my shoulders can be at a more relaxed position maybe. But if it's just like slammed together, then my shoulders are a little bit more scrunched together as well. The tenting of this is, sorry, there's like a cat hair or something on the keyboard I'm trying to get off. The tenting is this angle here. You can angle it in a bunch of different ways if you wanted to. And that's typically the result of the case or some sort of tenting kit that you'll get. And then the travel that I'm talking about, finger travel, wrist travel, this is stuff that if you rotate in weird ways and you do it repeatedly, you might cause strain for yourself. And a keyboard like this just does not have that many positions you even need to be in to use it. It's like you're either in the right position or you're in the wrong position. That's it. There's no like, well, my hand can be on the numpad and then it's also on the home cluster and now it's on the F keys and now it's on the home row. It's like a regular keyboard can have quite a lot of positions for your hand. This one doesn't. So I think it's subjective about the feel of it, but if you have strain, it's usually pretty objective for people. Like it'll just be better in certain positions. All right, so sound ID. Let's make I don't know what we should call this. Because in general, it's just a decline sound. Maybe just like UI decline. Yeah. And put this in all sound data. I don't, do we consider this to be a UI sound? Yeah, probably. Yeah, probably. All right, so UI decline. Then we need to take this over to here. All right, that should be good. Your space bar is left hand and right hand? I have a space on both hands. So space is this key right here, because that's roughly equivalent to where I would press a space bar on a regular keyboard. But then I also have a space over here, which I guess I'm covering this, but yeah, over here. Sorry, I had to zoom in on my camera because otherwise the green screen was showing. I guess if I zoom out a little bit, I won't cover so much. And then I could just lower my desk a bit. It's about as low as I want to go ergonomically. Is that good? Yeah, that's good. Thanks for the information and the links. Potentially more efficient depending on how the keys are bound, I suppose. For less inclined, are there pre-built ergo keyboard that I recommend? Hard to say because I've only bought like 3 keyboards in the last maybe 10 years. And I don't know if I'd necessarily recommend any of them. I like ZSA, but they're very expensive. In fact, I think all of their keyboards are the same price and it's $365. I was not a big fan of this keyboard, but they have the Voyager, which looked pretty good. I'd probably consider something like that, but like I said, I'm pretty sure it's the same price. Where's their price? Yeah, $365. Yeah, so pretty expensive. You gotta be careful about buying keyboards like this because you might not like it, and then you might be like, well, time to go sink $200 into a different keyboard. So yeah. Hey, bald bearded builder. Welcome in, welcome in. Hi everybody. Hey, Rambling Geek. I two rows to reach space. You lied. No. Gaming on a split board is a hard part. Yeah, I have a regular keyboard for gaming. Yeah. I'm welcoming everybody. We're just kind of doing a trickle of tasks right now, just some remaining little to-do items that I've had. And the thing we're just about to add is a sound effect to the game. I'm taking a lot of time doing this. I'm a little bit tired out. It's been almost 7 hours of streaming. But yeah, it's all work towards Skeleseller, which is the town management game I'm working on. So welcome in. Let me know if you have any questions. Godot? Oh, I'm using Spaces, but I'm using C#. Yeah. What complications do you all run into when gaming on a split or row keyboard? Never tried one. Think about it this way. Like, I only have these 15 keys here and then 3 thumb keys. And just think of if you were to play any game you play now. If you're just using WASD, by all means, it's going to work great. You're going to love it. And maybe like space for jump. But as soon as you start needing like, okay, now I need to switch weapons and I've got like 5 different weapons, or I need to switch spells or something. It's you run out of physical keys. And the way you account for that when you're not gaming is you typically like hold one key and press another, or you press a combo of keys. That's a lot tougher to do when you're gaming. So like imagine pressing WASD and then trying to press like both Q and E at the same time in order to like switch weapons or something. It's like, it's possible. Just, do you want to do that? Probably not. And then while you're gaming, you probably want to switch to typing every once in a while. Maybe you look something up online, like you're searching for, oh, how do I craft this item? Or maybe you're typing to a friend on Discord, just like chat, I guess, because I already wrote typing. So you don't want to fully destroy your key map for the sake of the game. You want to also have it to be a regular keyboard. So anyway, it's just better to game on a regular keyboard, I think. Has really come along? Yeah, thank you. Yeah, there's been a lot of work put into it. And we're getting there. We're just about to add this bonk sound for what? This, yeah, right here. So how do we do this? Town.play sound UI decline. So this is when you don't have enough mana. Let's see what that sounds like. What about page up and page down? I have all that in my nav layer. So like if I'm here, I can still just press page up and page down easily. The nice thing about this keyboard, and I know I keep mentioning this, is there's just so little hand travel that you can hardly tell that I've even switched layers or that I've done anything. So like I switch between tabs. I go to a specific tab, maybe page down, maybe press Command R and go to a ready function and we can go change something here, delete some lines, type some stuff, and there. I've like made a bunch of changes, and darn it, that wasn't supposed to save any of that. Hang on a second. All right, yeah. Do you think about using NeoVim? I don't really want to use Vim. Yeah. Hey, Mystical Cell. Mystical Cell, has everyone left who was going to leave? I'm curious about how that went. All right, so we got to turn on sound effects for this. This should not be very loud. So that's the portal. Now if we do this. Is it making a sound? I don't think it is. Oh, because I never clicked Godot. There we go. Now we got to reload it, I think. You can combine the initializers. Yeah, that's true. Yeah. I will write that down in here. Refactor. Okay. Let's try this again. It's not making a sound, right? What's going on? I have the sounds turned up. Oh, did I type the wrong thing? Oh, yeah, I did. My bad. Interesting. This says it's a UI sound, but it's in the town directory. That's why I got confused there. This should be in the UI directory. Do I do the assets myself? Only the music. I haven't done the sounds or the artwork. This is in the UI folder. Yeah, there we go. That should fix this. Now it's not going to reload though, right? Yeah. What coding program am I using? I'm using VS Code. And I have a programs command to talk about all the other ones that I'm using. Let's try it one more time. Got to be working this time. How is it not working? Expected. Did I type this wrong still? Audio sounds UI 022 decline 02 dot wave. Oh my God, there's a comma in the string. Ugh. Yeah, this is C#. Yeah. Kip Oga rated earlier, and then also Bald Bearded Builder, and oh God, there was another raid in the middle there. Oh, I've forgotten this. Hang on a second. I feel really bad. Oh yeah, Honest Dan. Right. Yeah. Yeah, cool. So now there's a sound to let you know that you can't do anything there. We need a sound for when you actually use the spell, though. Owner came in on Monday and Tuesday to do his end of the year check. He told the GM we have to fire 3 people on top of the 2 people we know leaving at the end of the month. Started training the replacement for the manager that's leaving. We have a surprise visit from the secret partner on the 19th, so we have a lot to get done beforehand. Secret partner? What is that about? Also, man, 5 people leaving. Ridiculous. Disenchant. So we had a disenchant sound. This is not being used anywhere, is it? Nope. Let's go use it. We should probably rename it too from disenchant to cast spell. Where is the cast spell button? Click the spell button. Oh, who cares? Thank you very much for gifting that sub. Welcome in, Radispi. Very nice of you. So when you cast the spell, we're going to play this sound. Town.play sound disenchant. And then let's rename this to cast spell. Hopefully it fits. I don't remember what it sounds like because it's been so long since I've had sound effects turned on. By the way, the cat is pawing at the door. I feel bad. She can sense that the stream is almost done. She's like, is it playtime now? Cat was going nuts yesterday. She loves playing inside like boxes or obstacles. So I had a large box and some like foam stuff in it, and I was playing with a little mouse toy with her. And she was like, she was just having the time of her life. Does that sound like casting a spell? It doesn't to me. Yeah, it doesn't. Where is that? I don't know what it's called. Cast spell. It's identify.wave. Where is it? Let's see it. There it is. Yeah, it kind of does. I'll leave it for now. I think it's good enough. Is it playtime? It's code time, Richie. Sorry, we just got done like half an hour ago, I think. One of the people that's been secretly helping run the store, the only person that knows who it is the owner. Wild. Like a James Bond movie, only in the restaurant industry. He really does care, and I'm grateful for it. All right, well, we fixed the to-do item there, so I'm happy about that. We added in a new sound effect. It's good. Yep, looks good. Okay. Address to-do item about adding a sound. Yeah. I also renamed disenchant to cast spell. It's Santa Claus. You never know. All right, animate the mana crystal depleting. I think this would be cool to do. Hang on one second. All right, cat. Free free reign over here. I don't think we're going to do this right now. When casting a spell, play that. We did that. When you can't cast a spell, play a bonk sound. We did that. Consider changing the color of the spell books to match the color of the crystals. Is this important? I wanted... Let me speed this up a bit. Actually, let's just return the title and make a new game. All right. Let's turn that off. That's going to be annoying. Okay. So I wanted the general colors you see here to match what the spell that gets cast is. So if I click orange, green, blue, you could know that you have the orange spell active. Do you all feel that these colors are close enough to the spell books that I don't need to change anything? Because you can see that this is bright orange, but this is like a darker green and a darker blue. We could make these a little bit brighter. If anything, I kind of would want to make the orange darker, I think. But I feel like this is fine. I think I'm just going to leave it. Yeah, I think they're fine. Yeah, okay. Make sure the crystals are positioned at well-chosen offsets. Yep. Rename this. Done. Rename everything involving the word pot. Yeah, we used to have these pots that you would put items into, and now we don't have them anymore. And yeah, it doesn't exist anymore. Person I was training today is like an undercover boss. Guy looked like a corporate guy. Man. The only pot in the game is the blogs pot. It's a pot for blogs. We're done with that. We did this too, but we might need to do more about that. Is the enchanter mentioned here? No. File a task for later to increase max mana. Yeah, this should be done, and this should probably be done in the polish somewhere. Tell me the oranges match almost perfectly, but there's a different shade for blue and green. Yeah, it's one of those things where maybe it's worth doing way in the future. Do we have a polish task about this? File polish tasks. Rather than just directly setting the percent that it's filled. All right, we're going to delete that from here. And then this will file a task for later, I guess. I don't know if it should be a balance thing. I don't know where this should go. I'm just going to file this as its own task. Increase max mana and mana regeneration when buying more crystals. Maybe they're town perks. When do you think the game will be released? Hey, Kasiris. It's hard to say. I'm thinking it's most likely going to be in Q2 of next year. Because the next plan is January something. I don't know what, but a Friday in January is going to be launch version 0.5. And I'm hoping feedback is good from that such that we can start working toward launch and not working toward like a V0.6. I want to just work toward a launch. But the amount of stuff we need to do to get ready for a launch is like make, I don't know, 4 more music tracks, make a game trailer, flesh out a bunch of content. Yeah, there's a ton of stuff that needs to be done. But I'm excited. I'm still looking forward to all this stuff. I've got an idea for at least maybe 2 of the music tracks. Maybe 3 of them, actually. But that doesn't mean that I've cut out a lot of work. That just means that I've got an idea. Yeah, still there's a lot to do. Okay, so I don't like the idea of buying just a spell crystal when you upgrade the enchanter. I think we need to improve your spell casting ability in some way at the same time. Ideas start you with all 3 crystals, but only allow you to upgrade the mana crystal. Actually, this is a pretty good idea. Well, maybe. I don't know. Or increase max mana regeneration when buying more crystals. Throw some of these upgrades into the town perks. Not as big a fan of this because you may not even have the enchanter yet. After settling on an idea and implementing it, we should make sure that the costs of the crystals, well, the costs of everything are okay. Yeah. So change how you upgrade the enchanter or how you get mana. I don't know. We got to do something there. Our milestone, definitely checkpoint 5. Labels. Do we have an enchanter label? No. Let's call it town. Right. I don't compose the sound. I just make the music. And MIDI them off of a piano. So I use Fruity Loops Studio. I generally kind of compose the tune at a piano. And then when I've got an idea for what it'll sound like, I start coming up with the instruments when I digitize it. But that process is very time consuming for me. All right, this task is just done now. Wow, I can't believe it. This was, yeah, wow. All right, we got to wrap up a little bit. Got, I guess, finished the enchanter. Got spells and tooltips to work, and it saves and loads. Yeah, the journal makes it sound very underwhelming, but it was a lot of work. Let's run .NET format, and let's also launch the game again. I want to sort of approach this as though I'm a real player playing the game, but not really, only kind of. So we're going to skip a little bit, cheat a little bit, but I want to see what it feels like to use this feature. So I don't know why that took so long. And there shouldn't be any errors, right? Yeah, good. Wait, why did this change? Oh, because of the .NET format. Yeah, run .NET format. Okay. So we just started our town. We're going to send our adventurer in to do battle. How much does the town hall cost? 30. Okay, I'm going to buy that. I'm going to buy auto battle. And now how much does the next adventurer cost? 75. Okay, we're going to work toward that. So let's set you to auto battle. Sell our potion over there. How much does this cost? 50. That's too much. All checkpoint 5 tasks are actually this big. I think 4 of them are. 4 of the remaining ones are. But hopefully not every single one of them. You know what we need is we need to train the rogue and then give them this ability. And then speed the game up a little bit. How many Easter eggs? Only one, I guess, if you could think about it that way. A sprite of me is actually in the game and will show up to the town and buy items for more than they're worth. But other than that, not really anything. Okay, cool. So now we can get the garbage slime. And now we can feed it an item. We just need to wait for the item price to go up. Yeah, it's probably better to just feed it something. Yeah, we're getting too many items. I want to hire the other adventurer. Shouldn't they be wanting potions at some point? Man, it's so much nicer to have this thing here. What is going on right now? I'm pretty sure they should be requiring certain items and they would be willing to pay more for them too. Maybe it's just that it just randomly hasn't happened yet. Anyway, we almost have enough. When does slime appear in a real game? Yeah, when you lose an item for the first time. Which I like. I like that there are different unlock mechanics in the game. Okay, cool. So we finally got enough money. Now we can get the mage. And now we can send the mage in to do battle in their own version of the forest. From the start? Yeah. Well, I don't think it's overpowered. I mean, you can only get more than the item is worth once every like 40 seconds. And you're probably not even waiting that long because like, look at this. I already want to sell these items and now I'm getting, well, what they're worth and now less than what they're worth. So I think it's just another fun little thing you can do. In fact, I can also be clicking apples. I forgot about that. I like how this is shaping up. We haven't gotten to the enchanter though, and we're not going to get to it this way because this is going to take forever. So let's, I guess, augment the portal and then go to a higher level area. So flee, go to the dungeon, flee over here. We need to level you up. We just barely have enough money. Wait, no, I don't want to do that. I want to go to the dungeon. Ooh, 7 gold. Ooh. Oh, nice. Someone actually wants a blue potion, and it's me, which means I'm willing to pay a lot of money for it. How much? 16 gold tip. How generous of me. Okay, now we're rolling in money over here. Let's augment the portal again. How much do we need to level up? Oh, we're at max. Okay, so then let's go fight the boss. Wait, before we do that, let's fight in the forest one more time on each of these. Got to get a blue potion for me again. There. Get this out of here. Nobody wants that green potion. Get that sludge in a different place. Nice. Okay, cool. So now we'll go fight the boss. Yeah, I need more displays in the shop. I don't play that way. I play with one item display. Proven optimal. Oh, I almost lost. All right, cool. So now we can build the enchanters dam. We just barely have enough money. And can we find the volcano? Will we win? I don't think so. So far, it is not looking like I'm going to win. Oh my God. They just barely did it. Now we can build the armor shop. Okay, cool. We probably should get more item displays at some point. And I want to train this adventurer. And we need to go over here. And I want to cast a spell. So let's cast the loop magnet spell. Now we should get more potions, which we don't even see. It's a 34% chance. We actually got a lot from that. All right, that should give me enough for that. Let's repeat the fight over here. And if I can do this before this runs out, I cannot. All right, let's try again. Got 27 seconds. I should get more loot from this. You can do it. You can do it. You can do it. You can do it. Okay. So we got 2 cloaks and 2 potions. I don't know if that's more than what we would have gotten. But yeah, it's pretty neat. Pretty neat little thing over here. So if we were to just kind of exploit that we can get new workers and, well, faster workers, faster adventurers. Oh, in fact, we could have upgraded this stuff too, right? No, we don't have the money for that. All right, so we got a whole bunch of potions. Let's sell some of these over here. And then let's make customers move faster. They run right over there. I think this is going to be good. This is another thing you can manage. We can put hotkeys on these, like 1, 2, and 3 maybe. Spell's going to be nonsense in later instances. You know it. All right, let's cheat our way to the end. And let's just enable invincibility. And then let's fight in the final location. We're invincible, so we're guaranteed to win. Now I'm going to... Uh-oh. Oh, the dialogue is stuck. Oh, because of the town hall. That's right. Now I'm going to make 3 of these. I don't have enough for 3, but I had enough for 2. So there's a 68% chance that we double items from here. Now we're going to force a win because I don't think it's going to happen otherwise. Wow, and it filled, it filled the entire warehouse. I think the doubling worked. Is it intended that workers are running around with loot that can't be placed on display? Yes. Because you'll eventually realize I need to build a shop. And then once you have the shop, then they can never run around forever like that. All right. So there is a problem. We don't know when you've doubled items, and I think it'd be really cool if we told you that. So I think that needs to be done at some point too. It's not super important, but file a task to make it clear when items were doubled. The end battle screen should maybe tell you that it happened. I don't know how though. So the other thing I find is that I want more mana. I'm not even paying attention to the game, and it's running at 2.3x speed, and I'm only at less than half mana still. So having a way to upgrade this would be fantastic. And I don't want it to be like you're casting a spell every 10 seconds. I think that's too much. But casting one every 2 minutes feels a little restrictive. Because it's fun to cast 3 of these at once. So yeah, I think what we should do is make it so you can upgrade it to maybe the point where you're getting a spell every 45 seconds. I think that could be cool. Add floating text at the portal or the crystal. I think it should show in the battle somehow. Like maybe U1 shows in rainbow text or something. I don't know. Or maybe it says like extra loot. Yeah, I'm not sure. I don't know how we would do that. Outline items that were doubled. Yeah, or maybe I don't know. We could just say I don't know. Yeah, I need to think about it. Wavy rainbow texting extra loot. Yeah, I don't have any great ideas for right now. But okay, we finally have enough mana to cast 3 spells. So I'm gonna run this again. We're gonna force a win out of the battle. And then run it again and force another win. And now we want to stock this faster. So we're going to do the stocking frenzy times 3. And now the workers are just sprinting everywhere. Going nuts. I think this is such a good addition to the game. This just makes so much more sense than the last one did, I feel. I also like the idea of giving you tools to manage this stuff. Because one of the things that people have kind of been complaining about more and more is if you have more items than you can manage. And at the beginning of the game, that's generally true. In fact, you saw it here, even in this gameplay. Let's just kind of hack this through the game and get to the point where we're doing a battle here. Yeah, so I'm going to start a couple of battles here just to sort of fake this. We're going to turn on auto battle. Okay, so yeah, what people didn't like is that they were getting more items than they could manage. And there are lots of tools now for addressing that. There's going to be the garbage slime where you can just dump extra items. You can manually move items into the shop if there's ever space. You can cast one of these spells. Why is the item outline not working? That was weird. That was weird. Don't know why. And then you can change how fast everything moves by buying certain upgrades. Have buttons for the spells in the UI. Yeah, I definitely think people would want that. Like a mana bar or something over here. And which spells are active. Because it is nice being able to see them. And I think most people are probably going to have that part of their town visible. But yeah, being able to cast them, I think just with the number keys, I think would probably be good. Yeah. How about a chest in the loot list that shows you the extra loot on hover? Yeah, I can't think of what would be best. Because when I think of what are the requirements, I think it should be something that's obvious at a glance that like, oh, I got more loot than normal. And yeah, an outline or something could potentially do that. And then you hover over it and it says you were only given this loot because of item doubling or something. I think that could potentially work. And that'll stand out and it'll probably feel good. What else? Even like a treasure chest icon over here. And it just indicates like loot was doubled from this battle. Or maybe just a ×2 symbol. I'm not sure. Maybe discarding items at the enchanter can give you more mana. Oh yeah, that's pretty interesting. I don't want you to have to micromanage this stuff too much. But yeah, we could have some idea for how much mana you get when you dump an item. Problem is, we got to think of how you'd exploit that. It's probably got to give you mana based on the value of the item. So like you're not just putting in 3 gold and getting 3 mana. Because otherwise you you just farm a bunch of the first instance and always have mana and then level these other things up. If it get annoying to not have some sort of filter for when you want the workers to pick up and store if you get a bunch of low tier loot later in the game from having a bunch of adventures. I mean, that's part of the management of the game though. If you don't want low tier loot, don't go to a low tier place. So here we were fighting in a low tier area. If we were to change to, let's say here, we'll get better loot and that'll give our adventurers time to stock. So I could do something like this and I could add in more customers. So now we'll start working through all the blue potions and we'll start getting more of the other kinds of stuff that we're finding, like this hooded cloak and the 15 gold potion. And there are going to be quests, which I don't have access to yet, but we're going to get access to by doing this. And win. There. Now we have... Wait a second, what? Why don't we have the tavern? Why don't we have the tavern? How do you get the tavern? It was like beat 2 bosses and then get 3 items? I'm pretty sure we should be seeing that here. Uh-oh. What happened? This happens in 2 different places? This is probably from the town hall. Where's the tavern? Show tavern if applicable. What's the... It's null and you've seen at least 3 items and you've beaten an elite monster. Uh-oh. Yeah, uh-oh. I don't know why that wouldn't be showing. Is this getting hit? Unacquired new item. We don't need to have new items we can acquire, right? Maybe if we do that and drag this here. Okay, this got hit. Now what? How many do we have? 3? All because... Wait a second. Is that because of the potions? I was only stocking potions I'd already seen? Okay. That's a little crazy to me, but okay. Sure. I don't totally know how that's possible. But yeah, there's our tavern. Anyway, what I was going to show is that there are quests. Uh-oh. Yeah, uh-oh. That didn't work. You can't start a quest anymore? Wow, that's too bad. Maybe I did slime the other potions. I'm not sure. Let's say I recruited a bunch of adventurers and I'm leveling them up, but they keep stashing a bunch of bad loot because they can't get good loot yet. Yeah, but that's part of this. The way I see it is your town is a machine. It takes in some inputs, which are items, and it can eventually sell those inputs by having workers stock your shops and then customers buy those things. So if you have a bunch of bad loot here, you could just delete it all yourself by just dragging it over to here. And that would free up space. But if you didn't want to do that, you could just turn off battling for a second and you'll eventually sell everything. And just to sort of show this, we just speed this up to 8x. Like this will eventually clear out. And we could give some shopping spree and stocking frenzy. It's taking quite a long time because I don't have an armor shop. That's why. My bad. Yeah. And maybe that still sort of feels bad, I guess. But I think that's just part of the game, is like managing how you're getting items and where you're putting them. Yeah. All right, what did I just come across? The tavern, you can't start a quest because of quest progress. Update quest progress. It says index was out of range. Line 60. Required items I. That's bad. That's really bad. That's really, really bad. How is this happening? Generate objectives. Next quest. Generate quest. Oh, wait. Could we save? Maybe we could save and figure out what the quest is. Save and go look at our save file. and look at objectives, it doesn't show up. It thinks that we're not on a quest. Man, why not? I need to copy this. Did I just press? Oh my God, I pressed Command Q. I was trying to do Command F and then press Q to type quest. Thankfully, that didn't actually matter. Update quest progress. So we couldn't set the quest because we couldn't update the quest progress. So, and now it thinks we're stuck on a quest, right? Although I don't know why. Oh, did I close the game? God, because I quit CSGO. Why? All right, let's try this again. I wonder if it's just going to always fail. I'll put a breakpoint here. It did say you were in a quest. It did in the game, but I don't know why. Because when I tried saving, it thought the quest was null. So I got to figure that out. Oh man, how do we repro this though? Oh my God, I know how. Oh wow, this is I think impossible for a real player to hit this, but wow, I had never thought of this. The reason this is happening is because we check to see in here if the number of seen item IDs is greater than the number required. But what we need to check is how many non-rare items you've found. The reason this happened is because I chose the one rare sword that exists in the game because it stood out to me, and I put that in my shop. Wow. So this should be get non-rare seen item IDs. That fixes the bug. Wow, what a bug to encounter. The odds of that all happening are so slim. And I guess it's technically possible for a player to have hit that themselves. It's very unlikely. Wow. All right. Yeah, that's crazy. Fix bug with quests. If any of the first 3 items you saw were rare, then we would let you build the tavern. And if you had only seen 3 items because of rare items, then you wouldn't be able to generate a quest. Okay, so here's how we test this. We go into here, unlock the tavern. So we're going to put this in the town. Seen item IDs. Yep. So we put this here. We're going to add in the dragon sword. And we're going to add in the ogre blood potion. And this is going to make it so that it seems like we've seen 3 items. But we've only really seen 1 and then 2 rare ones. So it should not let us build the tavern when we beat the first boss. Yeah. We need to find non-rare items. Okay, so how do we do this? Grant most things. Go to the canyon, beat the fight. Yeah, the thing didn't pop up. So how we have to do this now is we have to go to the dungeon. That'll give us a green potion. So we win this fight. And then we put the green potion over here. So now we've seen 2 items. We still don't have the tavern sign. And now we go win any other thing. The volcano, I guess. And put a yellow potion in here. And now the tavern sign shows up. Perfect. Yep. So that fixed the bug. Whew. We still have the same bug that we had with the town hall sign. That's okay, though. As long as we can start a quest, it should be okay. And I think it's fine. Yeah, it's fine. So it's only asking for the non-rare items. Crazy. Crazy, crazy, crazy. Yeah. What luck in even finding that bug. All right, so revert this. I guess in the automating thing, we should probably say, just call this code from anywhere after skipping the tutorial. check that in. Yep. And then update readme. None of this even has to do with the enchanter. And then the other thing we have to do, there was that town hall sign fix thing. Where is that? This, yeah. The same bug happens with the tavern because we free the sign there. Okay, now we go merge the PR. Compare and pull request. That's really important for anyone who codes. Whenever you're submitting something for review, submit it and merge it as soon as possible. And if no one can review your code, they can't find fault with it. So we ready here? Create pull request. And before anyone can do anything, we click squash and merge. Done. See? No one found any exceptions to what I was doing. That's how you code, people. All right. We should go look at the other PRs that are here. This one, this one. I want to fix this for sure. The order in which you're doing things could cause us to try to access a disposed object. Yeah, how does this work? We dismiss the dialogue immediately. Should try to change a label. Use it for a signpost. Okay. Is that true? I'm trying to learn here. No, it's not true. So a PR is a pull request, which is saying, hey, I want you to merge this code into the code base at large. And whoever's merging the code should be reviewing the code, just like what I'm doing right now, right? I'm looking through and I'm saying, does this make sense to me? Is this how I would do it? Is there a better way to do this? Have I learned anything by looking at this? And then when I approve it, I can actually go here and choose the thing that I clicked super quickly. The reason I jokingly... the reason I jokingly merged as fast as possible is because we're not going through the process of having people review my code. And I know that, and I don't expect people to look through like 30 files that I spent days changing. I think it'd be a lot to ask, and it would slow down the development process. And like I said, I get comments in real time because I'm streaming. Okay, so let's pull this in and let's try this out. This is 528. Is this just one commit? I want to cherry pick this onto my changes and make sure it works. Git cherry pick this. Bad object. Git fetch Kevin. There. Okay, so now we just rerun the game. And assuming that we don't hit any exceptions, then we're good. We'll merge this. Man, my legs are sore. I did like a very small workout yesterday or on Monday. Build. Okay, yeah. So did that break it? No, that's fine. And now we need to do the same thing with the tavern, which is not super easy to do. That should allow that to work. Let's just add a bunch of workers and a bunch of customers. And then we got to go beat the boss. Okay, so we see the sign, we click the sign. We have no errors. Yep, this looks good. All right, so how do we undo what I just cherry picked? Git log -2. Git reset. Or git checkout. I don't know. I don't know what I'm doing. Just git reset hard. Yeah. No, we got to reset to this commit, right? Specific commit. Git reset commit, yeah. All right, so now get log dash one is this. And now we can do, well, you can just merge this. What in the world? Thank you very much for fixing this so quickly. Bada bing, bada boom. Merged. Pull. Aborting. Uh-oh. Why? There we go. Get reset hardhead till the one. Yeah, it's one of those things where I've got it somewhere in my history, probably like multiple times, and just never remember. And the reason I don't ever write it down, I guess, I probably have it written down, is because searching for how to do it online is so fast. I just probably gave up. And a while ago, I used to put these things in my Z shell so that I would not forget. Yeah, like last commit diff. I don't have the other ones. But yeah, it says, heck if I'm ever going to remember this. Yeah, 4 years ago. I have not changed at all. Funny comment there. All right, yeah, still no problem here. Nice. Good notes. Also, hi, Mars. Abby, you want to come up? Come on, Abby. Abby, show your face on stream. Hi. Want to come up here? She doesn't want to come up. She'll probably jump up here eventually. But I think we're wrapping up anyway. And obviously, if she's meowing at me like that, it's playtime. We got a lot done today. A lot. So we can cross this off the list and we can mark this as finished. Just 35 subtasks, you know? Finished as of get log dash 2 this. Close. So on, well, tomorrow, I guess, there are 4 other things that I had written down. I don't really want to do any of these things. So what's the least offensive thing? Probably anything other than auto saving. God, I don't want to do auto saving. I just, ugh, does not appeal to me at all. So yeah, any of these 3 things. I think we should probably just do it from top to bottom. That way I'm not leaving all the worst stuff for last. So a difficulty slider. Let me think about this. I think this should probably be done after Kevin's PR is ready. This one. For those who haven't seen this, this is way, way better than what we have in the game. Here's what we have in the game right now. You click, whoops, hang on. You click start battle and you see all the locations here and you see your party. And something that was always a little confusing if I move to the side of it here is when you click someone, you're putting them in your battle party, but it's not always super obvious who's there and who's not, especially if you only have 1 or 2 adventurers. So Kevin fixed basically every single problem. And now we have this as our mock-up. So there's going to be a location map so you can see how far along in the game you've progressed. You'll see which ones are bosses because they're highlighted a different color. You can see what the rewards are from different nodes by just hovering over them. And then the parties are obviously separated in the UI. And there's a difficulty selector. So like everything about this is better. So I think I should probably wait for this. Would autosaving be difficult? Is it more than press the button behind the scenes every 5 minutes? Yeah, because we need to keep track of the autosave files. So we probably want like several. Maybe 1 or 2. That part, it's not too hard though. And then we need a UI for showing when you load. Like, do you want to load from your save file or from the autosave file? Because maybe you just did something stupid, like you deleted an item that you wanted, and you're like, oh, I'll just load from my save file. And it loads from the autosave, and you're like, whoop, now that's gone forever. So yeah, we got some little changes like that. Yeah, I like this a lot. And the other thing that people were complaining about that I didn't mention here is there's the augment portal button in here. Right now, people click the portal expecting to start a battle. Like they click this and they want this UI to open, but it doesn't. This is how you upgrade the portal. So it solves like 14 problems. Pretty nice. Yeah, so I think we'll do the difficulty slider. Start it tomorrow. Thursday, journal and difficulty slider. Just have the easiest possible way of changing the difficulty. It can be radio buttons or something. Kevin's PR will eventually make this better. Yeah. What's the journal? Check out the journal command. By the way, I said that, but you don't actually need to do anything. It'll automatically type it here. Yeah. So it's just this. That's the journal. And every day I try to add an entry to it. Okay. I've been streaming for a long time. I'm going to get going. Let me find somebody to raid. Oh, I froze the camera for a bit. I'll write that down. We're never getting to this, though. I hope you realize. But it is a good suggestion. Who's online? Let me use the raid finder thing. And I gotta play with that cat. Is there a way to... Oh yeah, there is a way to search for this. Filter by tag English. Did it work? It didn't even do anything. Oh my god, because its UI is confusing. You can't just type it and press enter. You need to click it. Wait, how is it even finding people? These are just like random stream categories. Someone's playing Tetris. I don't... I think we're going to raid Brams. Yeah, we're going to raid Brams. I'm not going to find someone new right now. Let's go to someone old. How long have they been online for? Yeah, 41 minutes. All right, they're playing Super Mario Sunshine, though, which is very different content from this. Let me make sure I got the name right. I've raided someone who basically doesn't exist before. Also, I missed your message. Let me see. Guess I didn't think it really needs a difference between a manual save and an autosave. Everything can be undone with skill points and whatnot. Thought it was fine. Yeah, it could be. I guess that would be the fastest way to do this too. Let me copy that. I'll put that here. Anyway, I'll be back online tomorrow, probably just for a half day. I don't usually stream on Thursdays, so I feel like something's better than nothing. What else was I gonna say? Oh yeah, two things. If you want to wishlist a game, there it is. If you want to join Discord, there it is. And other than that, that's all. Hope you have a good day. I will see you tomorrow. Have fun in Brams' stream.